Good evening, and welcome to the future, otherwise known as the 30th episode spectacular of tomorrow's world, Audit Time. Good evening, Mark.
Good evening, Russ. How are you?
Oh, excellent, Mark. I'm very excited about this. In fact, I must be so excited because I genuinely, 2 nights ago, had a dream involving Tomorrow's World presenters, which I've never had. I've never had a dream about Tomorrow's World presenters before.
Wow.
Weirdly, have a guess which two presenters it was.
So not Willy Wooly?
No.
And not Michael Rodd?
No.
Gas Top and Craig Doyle?
No. It was Peter McCann and Judith Hahn. They were both in my dream.
Oh, McCann and Hahn. Wow.
Yeah.
What were they doing?
Peter McCann had been given a new job in TV, and it was like some sort of game show that involved acting. And obviously, because his acting talents, he'd been given the job as the presenter, so that he could do both presenting and acting at the same time. And then so I went down to see him to sort of get his autograph or whatever. And then while I was down there, who pops her head round the corner? Judith Hahn. So then I tried to get a photograph with the pair of them, but then people kept getting in the way of the camera. Couldn't get a photograph of the two of them. I don't know what that means, Mark, and I mean, I don't know what my subconscious is trying to say there, but also, kind of disappointing that those are the two ones that I was having a dream about, but quite interesting, I think, Mark. I think it means that after 30 episodes, Tomorrow's World truly has fully imprinted itself on my subconscious.
Are we surmising here that those opening credits where they use the brain globe it was a projection of your brain in the future, which is just pure, raw, pulsating Tomorrow's World?
It could well be, Mark. Yeah. Well, 30th episode, Mark. I think, as I mentioned at the end of the last episode, beautiful timing. So April the 30th, 2023, is the 30th anniversary, the official anniversary of the World Wide Web, Mark. What better thing to celebrate? I mean, it's changed all of our lives. What we're doing now probably wouldn't be possible without it. In fact, almost anything we do ever these days would not be possible without the World Wide Web. Probably one of the most life-changing inventions we'll ever experience in our lives. So we obviously, at the time, on 30th April 1993, nobody at Tomorrow's World is going to know the importance of the World Wide Web or what it is or anything like that. So nothing was mentioned then. But skip forward a few years, everyone starts to get to know about it, and the people start to get the internet at home. Tomorrow's World needs to address this thing. So what have they done? On the 28th of April 1999, they've come up with this Webwise Special, where they're sort of showing us all of the exciting things that the World Wide Web can do, introducing it to new viewers, and this is it. And I know that everybody at home can watch this episode because somebody has uploaded the whole episode to YouTube. Not me, because obviously I would never breach any sort of copyright rules or anything like that. But somebody has.
This is not fair use.
No. So everyone at home, if you want to, watch this unadulterated, you can. If you look up Webwise Special on the YouTube. So Mark, any memories of the World Wide Web?
I do. I would imagine that you and I and everyone listening are old enough to be maybe the last kind of, half a generation to remember a time before the internet, before the World Wide Web. Because I think if you're kind of like 10 years younger than this and lower, you simply do not. It was an ever ready part of your life. And I think the first time I saw the World Wide Web in person was probably around the same time as you. It was an IT class at school, and that would have been about 94, maybe 95 actually. Yeah, maybe I think it was 95. Maybe it was your third year.
I'm pretty sure it was 95. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was 95. And we were all kind of invited to crowd round this computer because we were going to see the World Wide Web in much in the way that I imagine countless people did when the Queen was coronated. Come all and watch as I hand crank this machine into action, and the spark of the internet will kind of ignite on the screen. And I have no recollection of what we looked at. Probably the BBC. Maybe even our IT teacher had set up kind of a shonky GeoCities page for the school or something like that. I mean, I'd love to say the dancing baby was there and there was a view counter ticking on the bottom, but it wasn't quite. Probably even predates that.
One of those little work in progress signs and
absolutely.
Roadworks.
Yeah, and I was really struck because I we'd heard about it. I don't know, was the net even on BBC Two at that point? Maybe not. Maybe that was 94, 95, around the same time. So it was something that was out there. It was something that only a small group of people had. And I don't think I knew anyone who had it. not that I recall. I remember being both underwhelmed and hugely excited at the same time, because the promise that we were sold, even back then, even at the beginning, and I obviously I'm not telling anyone anything that they didn't already know if they're listening, was, it was going to connect the world, it was going to make the world smaller, and it was the whole world of information that was at your fingerprints. Because up until that point, we used to have like an Encarta encyclopedia CD-ROM in the library. We did have books, to be fair, but there was that Encarta encyclopedia, which was hugely exciting.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I always used to find that amazing. But I love the idea of like with Encarta, the information is solidified, isn't it, into that Encarta?
Yes.
Yes. It is. Anything new invented or anything new comes along, that CD-ROM is useless.
No, doesn't exist. Yeah. Simply not. Don't even print it. I assume yours are the same, but because then equally, like, I do remember when we got the internet at home, and that was a huge deal, because that was when it felt really real. I mean, because it was literally in our house at that point, and now all of a sudden it was like, oh, I can ask Jeeves anything. I can decide what I'm going to look at, and that was hugely exciting. And it's like, I don't even remember what my first search was. Yeah, actually, I think it was around that time when I learned that what is now, what BBC.com was owned by, I think it was the Boston Building Company. Because I remember eagerly logging onto BBC.com, and it was some Massachusetts lumber firm or something like that. And I was thinking, oh, hang on a minute, this doesn't make sense. I don't understand this. This is like the Wild West. It's true. Yeah, there are no rules here.
That early phase is very different in that it was still very much like going to the library, wasn't it? Because it was because you'd have to go, oh, I want to look that up on the internet, and then go over to the computer, turn the computer on, then connect to the internet at possibly some expense. if you were on like a metered paying per minute for your phone calls or whatever, find what you wanted, look it up, and then go, right, brilliant, and then disconnect and then go away. It was only when broadband came along that there was this sort of sense there, oh no, you could be on the internet all the time. And I remember after getting broadband, suddenly just being obsessed with the internet in a way that I wasn't before, like just spending hours just reading everything that I could find, and becoming, addicted to various different forums or just spending all afternoon on Wikipedia, which to be fair, I still do these days. But it seems like that this sort of early 90s phase of the internet does seem quite quaint now.
Well, it feels like the internet, rather than being a World Wide Web, it was like a worldwide or like a village wide web. Like it felt it had that kind of genteel, bucolic quality to it. Like it was there was no real kind of corporate entities on there. Certainly, when we first started seeing the internet, maybe not around this time now, in 99, when we're watching.
But the bubble was well underway by 99, wasn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we were all obsessed with boo.com. My basket was full of sneakers I wasn't going to buy. I was like, because what I think is really interesting about this program is that this feels like the BBC through tomorrow's world basically saying to the nation, oh, this is real now, and actually you have to get on. It's not good, you can't avoid this anymore. It's not just that things are going to change, things have changed, and this is the future, and the future is now. So we're going to take half an hour on primetime TV show to tell you not just that how you can do it, but that you actually kind of need to do it, because the future isn't CFAX anymore. It's the internet, which I think is really interesting, because this actually is public service broadcasting. Because I think it was around this time, because you're right, 6 years, which is incredible. I think it was around this time. So our school friend Dan Rutzi, this is our last year at school, our last year of sixth form. He left. He went to the city. He was working in reinsurance, doing well. And I remember around this time, maybe this summer, he turned up with a WAP phone, I think. And
WAP,
now all of a sudden,
WAP meant something different in those days than it does these days.
Oh yes, that's true. That's absolutely true. Yes, it really did. It was the internet. It wasn't anything rude. It wasn't anything below the belt. Because obviously you put your phone in a holder on your belt, not below it. Of course.
Yeah. We want everyone to see it.
No, of course, you're showing it up. And I might be conflated, but like this era, it was like, and I remember him showing me, he pulled up the football scores live as they were happening on his phone. And again, that was like, that to me is when the internet really landed. We'd had it at home. we'd seen it at school, and we knew, I'd been emailing, you'd been emailing, and now all of a sudden the internet was something you could just pluck from the air. No matter where you went, you could look something up, and that felt like there's your game changer. I know before we've discussed, like, it'll be interesting to work out when did the tomorrow's world that we all know and love, for want of a better word, die? And in a sense, I think we're closer with this episode than we have been before. There are worse episodes yet to come, but this is the episode where it's almost like they're giving away the game here. The internet is the future. Computers are the future. We're not going to be making huge, incredible objects. We're not. There's no engineering anymore.
Put your lasers and your magnets back in the drawer.
Absolutely, yeah, indeed. You're gonna, now there's a new way of guiding your boat around the dock.
I was just thinking when you said this idle thought just occurred to me when you just said about plucking the football scores from the air. Do you think that there was at some points in the sort of miniaturization of technology and before WAP came along, do you think that at some point there would have been a market for a phone that could pull teletext out of the air, so you should check the football scores page on teletext on your phone? Because obviously, teletext
beeper.
Teletext is a TV signal, so it would be all around us. So it would be easy to pick up. I wonder.
Actually, do you know what? Now that you say that, obviously people used to have little portable TVs, little kind of 10 by 10 centimeter square things. We had one as a family, and obviously people used to have like the little watch TVs on their watches, which were the illusion of portability. It's like, actually, isn't it amazing that no one just had one of those just for CFAX? I think it would have sold. That idea of you being anywhere and being able to pick up the news.
Exactly.
And Bamber, whatever.
I was going to say, play Bamboozle on the bus.
Bamboozler, yeah.
I don't know. I'd obviously have to speak to some sort of veteran TV engineer to ask him whether that is actually ever a possibility. So yeah.
Oh, don't do that. Don't spoil this by finding out it's not.
No.
You just assume that. Just assume that we've left millions behind in the 90s and 80s.
Actually, I was saying to you before the show recording, Mark. I was in Italy a couple of weeks ago, and I couldn't help but notice they still have teletext in Italy.
Do they?
In all the service stations, they have it up showing the news. Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Way behind us in Italy, Mark. Way behind us.
way behind.
So obviously, I think we might have a lot to get through in this episode, so I won't blind you with too many facts, but I thought I'd just give a very quick rundown of the very early World Wide Web. And I think everybody knows that it was invented by a British man called Tim Berners-Lee while he was working at CERN in Switzerland. I don't know whether he also did stuff involving the particle accelerator, or whether he was just a bloke who was there to play with the computers. I'm not sure. I've not found that out. But his idea was obviously, and this
imagine if he did have a proper job, though. Imagine if he did have a proper job, and he didn't want to do it so much, he invented the internet to distract himself.
Yeah. I'd rather be looking at dancing hamsters. Let me try and think of it. So his whole idea was the idea, and I think this is a very simple but very profound idea, the idea that all information is connected in some way. You can draw a connection between any one piece of information with another, and his idea was we need to find a way of ensuring that those pieces of information can be accessed from each other. So he came up with the idea in 1989, and then they put together the first ever internet server and the first ever web browser in 1990. And then they told fellow research institutions about it in 1991, and they all started sharing stuff. So the first ever website is still there, Mark. You can still access it. Would you like to know the address?
Space Jam.
No. The first ever website is http://info.cern.ch. Obviously, CH is the country code for.
So was that info.cern?
Yep, .ch.
Info.cern.ch.
And I was interested to find out what CH stands for. It's Confederatio Helvetica.
Oh,
which
yeah.
is Latin for Swiss Confederation, which I'd always wondered.
The first
Never bothered to look
website.
up.
Wow. Yeah, yeah.
Pretty basic. Even more basic than the Space Jam website, isn't it?
It is actually even more basic than the original Space Jam website, yeah.
But interestingly, if you notice on that website, they always refer to it as W3. So I think that was their idea was to call it that. And for some, which is much better.
That was like Yeah, no, but I thought that was like his organization he called W3.
Oh, really?
Like that, yeah. At least that's how I think he parceled it out. But
because obviously,
I can't believe
it's obviously been pointed out by many people. Saying www is more syllables than
yes.
Than
I think it was Stephen Fry. He was trying to popularize people saying whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yes, yeah. At the very basis of the internet, there's a number of key things that hold it together, which I'm sure you know all about. I'm going to give you a quick test, Mark.
Oh, Jesus.
The URL. So the URL is obviously the address where you find the page. Do you know what URL stands for? I'm
sure I did. Let me have a think. User writes letters.
Uniform Resource Locator. So that's what the URL stands for. So that's your web address. So that's the important part. Then you've got HTML, which is the code in which the pages are written in. What does HTML stand for?
I don't know, hypertext management language.
Ooh, close. Hypertext markup language.
Markup language, yeah, okay.
And then you've got the basis, and then you've got the whole idea of everything being connected with a hyperlink. So they're the things that go into pages, embedded in the pages that allow you to link all the information together. And then it's all transferred around the internet using HTTP. And what does HTTP stand for, Mark?
It's something like hypertext something protocol, but is that right?
Hypertext transfer protocol. Mark.
Transfer protocol. That makes sense. I mean, it makes sense, I suppose, if you think it was like it's just pipes, isn't it? The internet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's it. With those four ingredients, you got yourself an internet, Mark. You got yourself a basic World Wide Web there. And then it was when they released all of this code and way of working to the world for free, and that was April the 30th, 1993, and that's why that's officially the birthday of the internet, because that's when the whole world could just make as many websites as they wanted and connect to each other, and and it's grown exponentially ever since, as I'm sure everyone knows. But early websites, Mark, here's another quiz. So I'm enjoying these quizzes. So I'm going to give you a little test on some early websites here. IMDb, Mark, when do you think that first came about? The Internet Movie Database, for anybody who doesn't use it.
95?
1993.
Wow.
One of the first non-research institute type websites. And in fact, it was based on a previous non-web thing, which was invented in 1991. So it's easily one of the oldest things on the internet.
Gosh, no idea. That's incredible.
Do you know when BBC Online launched?
BBC Online. I'm going to go at 95 again.
1994. First launched by the Open University. They have the first.
Of course,
website on there.
That makes sense.
Also in 1994, the first newspaper of the British Isles, so UK or Ireland, was to have its own websites. It was 1994. Do you know which newspaper that was?
So the UK and Ireland.
Yep.
First one. Bloody hell. Is it national or is it local? National paper. I kind of feel like if you say British Isles, it must be Ireland.
Although Irish people don't like saying British Isles, do they?
It is the
Irish Times.
Irish Times. Yeah,
yep.
Wow.
First US congressman to have a website, also in 1994.
Which party?
Democrat. Dead. He's now dead. He's dead. Famous and dead. He wasn't at the time, but he is now.
Ted Kennedy.
Yes, Ted Kennedy.
Yes.
And you won't be able to get this, but I'll throw this in anyway. The world's oldest, longest, continuously operating webcam that's been running continuously since 1994. Still going. I looked it up this morning.
Which country?
USA. I don't think you'll get it. I've never heard of it.
Let me try. Oh, okay. Oh, well, you've been everywhere.
No, I've heard of the place, but I've never heard of the webcam.
Oh, I see. Okay. Now I'm thinking like a Walmart in Boise, Idaho. I don't know. What is it?
It is the San Francisco Fog Cam, which is based on one of their university campuses there. And you can look at it and see whether it's foggy. I looked at it. And I genuinely couldn't tell whether it was foggy because the webcam is such poor quality that I wasn't sure whether I was just looking at a poor quality image. Or
I was going to ask. I assume they must be using the original camera, otherwise that would constitute a break. Wow, incredible.
Yeah. So I won't go any further into the World Wide Web. If anybody at home wants to look more into the World Wide Web, just turn on your phone or your computer. It's there. There's plenty to look at. Yeah, should we get onto this old? Let's
do it, Russ. Let's do it.
Hello and welcome to the future and the amazing new world of knowledge that's within your grasp.
We're here live at the brand new British Library for the Tomorrow's World Webwise Special.
half hour from this brand new treasure house of learning, we'll introduce you to the exciting possibilities of the internet. From grocery shopping to planning an expedition.
We know the internet can seem very daunting. It certainly was for me at first. But tonight we want to prove to you that it's accessible to everyone.
So, whether you're on the internet or not, we want you to take part at home.
Funny people, Hale and Pace are here. You're challenging them tonight with your toughest questions, and they can only use the internet to find the answers.
Olympic rowing champion Steve Redgrave is getting ready for the world's first global internet rowing race.
And Douglas Adams, the person behind the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, is here to tell us how you can help him write the new edition.
And if you're not yet on the internet, we'll tell you how the BBC's Webwise campaign can help you get connected. If you are on the net, join in the fun right now by going to our website at www.bbc.co.uk/TW.
Well, first of all, Mark, I believe this is our first ever episode that's introduced with a live studio applause. Have you had a live studio applause before?
Oh, I can't think of one. No, you're right.
No, so very perturbed by the whole thing.
It was a bit jarring, actually, that time round, yeah.
So it's very exciting, very dynamic. Philippa and Peter dash into the brand new, spanking new British Library and introduce the show. Sounds like they've got some exciting things coming up, Mark.
It sure does, Russ. Can't wait.
Including two absolute giants of comedy, Hale and Pace, which might get round to discussing.
Two people I'd not thought about for a very long time, and now I've thought about them a lot.
Maybe we'll get round to discussing them in a bit.
I hope so. If so, we've wasted a lot of time.
Interestingly, put in the internet address, the website address of Tomorrow's World there at the bottom. And obviously I immediately looked that up on the internet. It's a 404 not found website now. So, which I think is a real shame, because not only, I mean, I can understand if they've replaced it with something else, but to just get rid of it completely, it's a bit of a shame, really, isn't it? They should have just left the old one up. There's a bit of a bit of fun. All that's there is
like an archive, their own archive. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
I can't believe it's nearly 25 years since the brand new British Library opened, Russ. Because I remember it opening, and I remember it was a big, huge deal, partly because it was controversial, because not everyone liked it. I'm sure Prince Charles whinged about it. And I can't believe that's nearly 25 years ago. That's really frightening. I mean, strictly speaking, everything from 1999 is nearly 25 years ago. I have to accept that. But it's just one of those weird things.
You probably can't believe your adult life is 25 years. It's 25 years
no,
old.
not at all. Well, because it isn't, because you're lying.
Well, I mean, get the old calculator out, Mark. I think you'll be surprised.
I remember my dad. I think maybe the first time I kind of went drinking with him and his friends. We were in sixth form, so I was in a suit, and I swapped out my school tie. I got on the train, and I met him. I say friends, his work colleagues, and I met him in a pub, and I was really nervous. I was 16 and 17. I thought, and I remember the whole time thinking, like, oh my god, this is like. It's like a really big leap, hanging out with proper adults, like, I don't know the rules. And then I'd say within 4.5 minutes, I thought, oh my God, this is just like school. Like, I'm going to be fine. And I was taking the piss out of them and all this stuff. And I was telling my dad at the end how weird I found it. Like, it's supposed like both sad and reassuring. And he goes, but the thing is, like, at that point, I think he was 40-something. He said to me, he's like, I'm 40-something. He's probably similar age to we are now. He said, I'm 40-something. But the thing is, Mark, every day I wake up, I think I'm 18. It's like, and that is true of every adult. Yeah. And at the time I'm thinking like, at the time I'm thinking like, no. And of course, now that we're 40-something, it's like, I don't, I still feel like I'm exactly the same person as I was when I was 18. Yeah, it's astonishing. Yeah. What a cruel trick.
It's even worse than that, Mark. I still think I'm the same person I was when I was about 10.
That is very true. To be fair, you act it.
I've still never been to the British Library. I feel like I might be missing out on something. Is it any good?
Oh, yeah, it's good to walk around. They have a great exhibition of like really iconic books and manuscripts and even just objects. Yeah, no, it's like if you're in and around St Pancras and you got like 45 minutes to spare, it's great to just go in.
I mean, as someone who used to live 25 minutes walk from St Pancras, how can I possibly ever be within around St Pancras?
I know. I can't imagine. Ironically, these days with you getting the Eurostar, you actually are closer to St Pancras than you've ever been.
That's a good point. Yeah. Shall we see what our star guests are up to?
Oh, I should say, by the way, just in case anyone's worried, these are the same nightmare CGI opening credits we've already discussed in episode 11.
Oh, yes.
Don't write in and complain. They haven't changed, except that this time, underneath the Tomorrow's World logo, there is a little Zeppelin shape with the word Webwise. So there you go. Consider that.
The BBC
Consider that
loved
done.
the BBC loved little Zeppelin shapes with the titles on back then, didn't they? I mean, they did it for
did.
years. It's like
Yeah.
even right up to Doctor Who, they were still doing
Yeah,
it.
that's what I was thinking of. Yeah. So yeah, I know. There's a lot of fans out there of me going big, deep, in depth into opening credits, but not this time.
Yeah, that's a shame. This episode, there won't be any opportunity for you to do that either, will there?
No, not at all.
Right, so let's see Philippa introduce these titans of light entertainment.
Funny people.
But first, let's meet our celebrity web surfers. It's definitely a job for the boys, so please welcome Gareth Hale and Norman Pace.
Thank you.
That showbiz enough for you then?
Wonderful.
Now listen, we know you guys have been very busy because your new show, H&P at BBC Dot, starts tonight at 9:35. I got that right, didn't I?
Absolutely right.
So are you surfers then? Are you good on the net? Do you know the ways of the net?
No, we're absolute beginners, I have to say. Never ever done it.
That's a shame because we're here to challenge you. We're used to seeing you work as a team, but tonight we're going to separate you and pit you against each other. We want you to answer in half an hour using only the net as many viewers' questions as you can,
Oh,
okay?
thanks, Philippa.
Tonight, for you two, the land of the internet is a lonely one. There's no one to lean on. So,
Right.
here is your first question.
Okay, thanks very much indeed.
Get rid of those
books. Sorry about that. Oh,
Do that in the library?
It's an easy one. Why are snowflakes all different
All
shapes?
different shapes.
Who's that
Okay.
from, Gareth? That's from Timothy Saunders, Malvern, Worcestershire.
Okay, go,
Thanks.
go,
Okay,
go,
right.
quick, go. The challenge has started. Can't believe they're throwing books around in a library. That's terrible. A real puzzler to start with. If you'd like to give Gareth and Norman a question, phone us now. The number is 0990 122 230. That's 0990 122 230. So they're off, and we'll see how they're doing later on in the programme. Please remember, if they can do it, anyone can.
Philippa, who I have to say is wearing an absolutely smashing top, really appreciate it. It's lovely. In a very excitable mood today, always like sort of bringing out some of her children's TV sort of qualities, running over to greet Hale and Pace and cheerfully give them the task of looking up why snowflakes are all different shapes.
Yes,
But
it was,
they
yeah.
have to use the internet to do it. They have to use the World Wide Web to search for their information, and they're not allowed to use any of the books so tantalisingly close to them in the British Library.
What a book tease.
Yes, yeah.
The Tomorrow's World episode is.
Yeah.
Yes, I thought the phrase Philippa uses, which that they could only use the internet to look up the answers to the viewers' questions, I thought that felt like the most dated aspect of the entire program. The idea that only using the internet was some kind of impediment is astonishing. Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is, isn't it? Yeah. But do you think they would have had a bank of computers already installed in the British Library at this point? Or do you think the people in charge would have poo-pooed the idea and gone, no, this is a books only?
Well, no. Later on, Peter discusses how every desk in the library has internet access.
Oh, did he? Does he?
He did, yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
I missed that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, you've only watched it 2 or 3 times for us. I don't know how you missed that.
Yeah, no, I think I've been drinking each time, so. I think what's interesting here is that this is, and we've seen it a couple of times, but this is a classic bit of BBC cross promotion, isn't it? It's what they've done is that they have this new Hale and Pace program starting, and what I think is quite interesting is that Hale and Pace program is called H&P at BBC Dot, right? In which we can discuss in a minute how shit a title that is. But why have they titled that program that? And is that why they're on this? Because they've got that title that sounds a bit internety? Or is that coincidence? Or did they give their program that title so they could use them in promotional stuff around the internet during their Webwise thing? I'm trying to work out what's the chicken and what is the egg here.
Yes, I
You know
get
what
you.
I mean?
So my assumption with the title, and we will talk about this in a smidge more detail shortly. But I remember, because we should discuss about Hale and Pace a little bit. Like I remember when they left the ITV to join BBC, and that was kind of a big deal, kind of. And I remember the announcement of their new Saturday program being called H&P at BBC Dot. And my instinct then told me that. So when Hale and Pace here say that they don't use the internet and like they have no idea what it is, that reassured me that my instinct was correct. HMP at BBC is a idiot's idea of what a cool, trendy title is.
Yeah.
Like, the internet is cool,
Yeah.
so let's give our title, because our new program is cool and fresh and dynamic, like the internet.
Yeah.
So let's make it sound like an email address.
Yeah.
And of course, in many ways, the title of the program and the reason, the motivation for the title of the program gives the game away as to the quality of the program. If I had seen the program recently, Russ, I might decide that very little thought and effort was put into it, and the first draft or the first approach was always the one they went with.
Also belies and not understanding the internet, because HMP at BBC
Is not a
is nothing. Is not.
No.
It's at best it's half an email address.
Yes.
That's at best.
Let's be generous, 2/3.
Yeah. It is also, in the age of being able to search for things on the internet that we live in now, quite possibly the worst title you can have to try and search for that title on the internet, because it garbles search results because it's got all
Yes.
that nonsense in it, and
Yes.
it looks a bit like it might be something to do with the internet.
Yes.
I think the worst thing I've ever seen is there was that band who were just 3 exclamation marks in a row. Do you remember them?
Oh, yes, I do.
I was
yes.
thinking,
Yeah.
no one's ever going to find you on the internet.
Yeah.
And also, Hale and Pace, with the best will in the world, are not, sexy, dynamic, new, futuristic, high-tech guys,
No.
are they? By any
No.
stretch of the imagination. And I don't think whatever their show is anything to do with the internet. So that's the thing I find so curious,
And actually, the thing that's surprising me most about the title is, I think for the very longest time, caveat, I promise you I've thought very little about this for a very long time, but for the longest time, I always assumed it was just HMP at BBC.
Yes.
Which I thought was like, okay, that's interesting. But Philippa here calls it HMP at BBC .
Yes.
And Gareth confirms
Yeah.
that is the correct title. And so it's neither HMP or BBC, but nor is it, like, if they had actually called the show the email address you could use to contact them, and that the show was in some way designed to be contacted via
Yes,
email,
exactly.
that would have been quite interesting.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's not what this is.
No. And I mean, it's just popped in my head there. I just thought of there was one other program with a slightly internet-based title around this time. Do you know what it was?
No, what?
Wogan's Web.
Oh! Of course, yes, absolutely.
On
yeah.
Wogan's Web, you could
Yeah.
send in
You could
emails.
email.
That was like
Yeah.
part of the whole point, wasn't it?
Yeah,
So
it
that
was.
so that made
Absolutely.
sense.
Yeah. Of course you'd remember Wogan's Web. I'm gutted you never got that box that I bought and sent to you.
I imagine it's still in a vault somewhere in the US.
Oh, I imagine
US
it's
customs.
right next. Yeah, I was gonna say no. It's right next to the Ark of the Covenant.
But yeah, and also I'm pretty sure. Oh, this is the other thing. I can't tell. Until this.
Oh, sorry, Russell. Sorry,
What?
we were talking about the title, and you were talking about how it garbles your ability to find out things.
Yeah.
There is another theory that I'll just put out there,
Yeah.
which is that there is nothing on the internet about this program. That this program has no cultural footprint.
Yeah, no, that is a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is probably also true. But maybe that's because it could be a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's almost like that they've tried to turn. When you sign up to a website and it tells you to create a password, and then you try and just write something memorable, and it says no, you can't have that because you need to have one capital letter, a symbol, a lowercase letter, all this. So it's almost like they've tried to make an impenetrable, indecipherable, unmemorable title for their program, so it can't be found by people in the future.
Are you saying this is the Google suggested password for a new BBC Saturday night entertainment show?
Yeah.
Okay.
That is exactly what I'm saying, Mark. So I thought, well, let's get into let's tell the listeners about Hale and Pace while we're here. I always like to give information about everyone that comes on the program. And also, I was going to say that I have never been able to tell the difference between Hale or Pace. I've never really,
Which I find astonishing.
I've never been able to watch them, and I don't think because they were they're pure LWT
Yes.
comedians, aren't they? And
Yes.
it's I've never enjoyed any of LWT's comedy output, with the exception of Harry Hill's TV Burp. I think is the only thing. I think maybe like old Spitting Image had its moments, but other than that, I mean, what other comedy has ever become out of ITV?
I'm sure there's loads, but I can't think of, no. I mean, we I've joked before, we weren't an ITV house growing up.
But yeah, no, but I mean, it's not even just ITV. It's almost like LWT is a subsection of ITV.
Yeah,
That's just even
actually,
lower.
Do you know what? You are right, because I tell you what. Actually, you know what? We would have watched the Granada program, because Granada made quality television, not just like World in Action and stuff like that, but like that was a hotbed of like good quality, whereas like LWT was a yuck factory of the lowest common denominator. Whereas like I can think of some iconic Thames television stuff, but yeah, you're right, LWT. I mean, there was I did used to tune into the 6 o'clock show with Danny Baker.
Oh, that's true.
Like
yeah,
that
same here. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think didn't LWT start on like a Friday at 6?
Yeah, exactly.
Like
It was like the first program in LWT, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But I mean, is that a comedy show? That's more like a
no. It was funny,
current,
but
yeah,
exactly.
Entertainment show.
Yeah, that's like live or something like that. Yeah.
But yeah, so I never really watched a great deal of Hale and Pace, and also it was on Sunday nights as well. Hale and Pace.
It was on Sunday nights,
which is
way after the Watershed.
No program's going to survive a Sunday night like in a kid's mind, is it? Because it's
no, absolutely.
It's always going to be associated with school the next day. Even though I enjoyed school. I mean, didn't enjoy it as much as weekends. So anyway, Gareth Irvin Hale, born in London, 15th of January 1953, and Norman John Pace, born in Newark upon Trent, 17th of February 1993. So that means they're both 70 this year, Mark.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
And they were both 40 when the World Wide Web was invented.
Gosh.
Notably, Norman Pace went to Magnus Grammar School, I noticed. Really letting us down there, Mark. But they met at Avery Hill Teacher Training College in Eltham, South East London, and that's where they taught for a few years, but they had aspirations to become light entertainers. So they formed a partnership and started becoming.
Can I ask a question? Sorry, because I know our podcast is mostly us just like thinking of things on the hoof, but like, is there such a thing as heavy entertainment?
Bernard Manning.
Great, asked and answered. Next.
Yeah, so in the late 70s they gave it a go. Weirdly, the first ever thing they had broadcast to the masses was on Radio 4 of all places.
Oh,
I can't believe sort of in the early 80s Radio 4 would put Hale and Pace on, but
I don't know. Maybe they had a program called London Weekending.
Oh, very good. Yes, maybe.
Thank you.
Maybe. There used to be like quite a few different sketch shows, like those sketch shows where different people did sketches.
Yes.
Was it like,
yes,
Friday Live and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah.
So yeah, they were on all those sorts of things, and then LWT gave them a Christmas special in 1986, and then in 1988 they got a full series which ran for 10 years. Mark, 10 years, 10 series, 66 episodes.
Wow.
Remember,
they had 6.6 episodes.
Yeah. I mean, it's 2/3 the number of the Beast. That's all I'm saying. What I quite liked when I was seeing whether anybody else had got them confused like I do. What I call the Anton Deck effect.
I've always known which one was Anton, which one was Deck.
Well, okay,
I've never understood this. It hurts my head.
Well, I've always struggled.
Yeah, I know a lot of people do. Go on.
But Victor Lewis Smith, dearly departed, he
bless him.
Recently passed, didn't he? But he, in one of his television criticisms, he said Gareth Hale is the unfunny one with the moustache, and Normal Pace is the unfunny one without the moustache. so I feel like now I've got that little mnemonic in my head, I'll be able to remember it much easier. I would say, actually, though, to their credits, and I genuinely mean this, I think they did the best ever comic relief song.
The Stonk.
The Stonk, yes.
Yes, which I've not heard for 20 years, Russ, and I have a feeling you might
hear
be
a bit
better
of it?
play it to me. Yes, I would, actually, yeah.
Good evening. Here is the 6 o'clock Stonk.
All over the nation there's a brand new craze. You see it going on wherever music plays. It's funky and it's impolite. You can do it by day, but it's better at night. S
of our time.
Enjoy that?
Yeah, actually, that wasn't bad.
Yeah.
It did slightly outstay its welcome.
Yeah.
It's actually not bad. It was more like just watching it. Now, I hope you don't play the full 3
No, of course I won't.
40.
No.
But a nice 30-second clip. But like, actually, it's just interesting looking at the video and trying to see if I recognize everyone. So the answer is
No.
no. Yeah. All those references lost to time. Yeah, that's yeah.
I mean,
it's actually not a bad song.
No,
Okay.
I think it's a genuinely good song. And apparently, it was genuinely. I mean, I don't think musically, but at least partially written by Hale and Pace. So they must have some sort of songwriting talent.
I feel confident saying that it is the best Hale and Pace song I've seen this week.
Yeah. I mean, there was a little bit of a time capsule with some of the people on there. There was like the Mary Whitehouse experience.
Yeah, absolutely.
Obviously, you got your Floella Benjamin, Paul Daniels. Who was that lady? I always used to get her confused with Annabelle Croft, but it wasn't her.
It wasn't Annabelle Croft. It was the one who looks like Annabelle
the one
Croft.
dressed as a cat, and obviously, old stalwarts like Mr. Bean and such like. But what I did find astonishing, Mark, and if you'd been watching that video carefully, you may have noticed that this song was produced by Brian May of Queen.
Yes,
I did see him
in there.
And you can hear him playing the guitar in there. And he was playing guitar in there. Also playing guitar in that track are Nick Lowe, Dave Gilmour from Pink Floyd,
Jesus
and
Christ.
Tommy Iommi from Black Sabbath.
Jesus, wow.
And then on bass is Neil Murray from Whitesnake, and of course you probably saw him in the video as well. Roger Taylor from Queen is on the drums. Yeah. So that's a decent rock supergroup that they've got.
Yeah,
there.
that's actually really frighteningly impressive. I would almost say it's borderline criminal misuse of talent. And that's it's actually quite decent. I imagine that's not what they thought they were signing up to when they heard who was also in the band with them.
Yeah,
oh, wow.
yeah.
Incredible stuff. There is a lot of Hale and Pace, and there's a lot of references to sketches that I vaguely remember.
I mean,
they're in costumes, but
I'll be honest. There's only 2 sketches that I ever remember Hale Pace doing.
Yes.
It's the management, those 2 Ron blokes, and those children's presenters.
Yes.
And everything else just seems to be some sort of variation on bums, willies, or boobies, or just proper bottom of the barrel childish stuff. But anyway, other things about Hale and Pace before we move on. They did a series of public information films on the safety of fireworks in the late as their management characters, which I thought was
just kind of ring a bell. Go on then.
Yeah. You want me to play one?
Yeah, of course I do.
Hang on.
If you mess with fireworks, we won't be coming round to see you.
No, because you're probably in hospital already.
We won't even have to sort you out if you mess with fireworks in the street. Because apart from being antisocial...
And a right wally.
A fine of up to $2,000...
Or even prison.
...will stitch you up a tree. If you don't follow the code... fireworks can maim or even kill you. A bit like Ron here.
Yeah.
Follow the fireworks code. By order of...
The management.
I mean, nothing makes me want to go out and start playing with a load of bangers than seeing that. It's not exactly, the little girl picking up the sparkler and burning her hand, one that used to be seared in everyone's memories.
Sure, yeah. No, you're right. Absolutely. That is, I can picture that frame by frame.
But yes... So, I mean, I don't know how many lives they saved doing that. Maybe they saved lots of lives and they should be lauded. Then, and I don't know, this seems like something that somebody just popped into their biography, hoping that it gets repeated by everyone, because I couldn't find any evidence.
Citation needed, Russ.
Yeah, this is real citation needed.
Yeah.
But apparently, in 1992, they were spokespersons for the National Egg Awareness Campaign.
Egg awareness?
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot of egg stuff around then, wasn't there? Was this Edwina Curry?
Was that 92? I suppose. In my head, that's always like 93 or something like that. But yeah, no, I suppose it's early major. Yeah, why not? Yeah, so maybe they did need to remind people to eat eggs.
Yeah, so I mean, do you think they just dressed up as the management and said, you need to eat eggs?
But all the management. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, otherwise one's going to hurt you. Yeah. Writes itself, doesn't it? Writes itself.
It really does, Mark. It really does.
Yeah.
Another interesting
10-year career. Go on.
Another interesting fact. You know the TV program DL and Pasco, starring Warren Clark, the cop show.
Yes, I do. Yes, I remember that on BBC One. Yes.
You know, Warren Clark played like a grumpy detective with his partner.
It was good. Yeah, it was good.
ITV made their own, because it's based on a series of books. ITV made their own version of it in 1994 with Hale and Pace as DL and Pasco.
Really?
Yeah. Couldn't find a clip of it.
That's not true.
Could not find a clip of it.
Oh.
However, the author of the books, who was still alive and had some sort of say in the matter, he saw the Hale and Pace version, was absolutely disgusted with it, and told ITV that there's absolutely no way they're allowed to make any more episodes.
Wow, well done.
So I'd love to see that.
Yeah. That's like the Holocaust clown film that is locked away, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Jerry Lewis film. Yeah. It's Lost Media, I think they call it, don't they? Wow. Hale and Pace and DL and Pasco. So, did it come out the same year as the BBC one? Oh, I suppose maybe like
No, the BBC one's many years later. Yeah.
Was it really? Oh gosh, it feels like a mid-90s thing to me. Along with like Pie in the Sky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I actually quite liked Hale and Pace in this episode of Tomorrow's World.
Yeah.
They were quite straight and they were taking their jobs quite seriously. And do you know what? They seemed quite enthused by what they had learned, both in terms of the answers to the questions, but also the process of doing it. And so I just wanted to put that on record before we move on and talk about other things.
Yeah, but my point is, Mark, is that I agree. They do seem like nice men, and they seem quite good at their job, which is why they should have a mid-level office job, or be teachers like their training was.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
What they aren't is in any way entertaining or funny. So why are they comedians?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I just don't think you can make such a rash statement without any kind of evidence to back it up, Russ. I'm sorry. I just can't accept that.
All right, Mark. Well, okay. It sounds like you've laid down a gauntlet here, Mark. So it just so happens.
I did not expect me to pretend to be the biggest Hale and Pace fan of the two of us. Go on. Carry on, Russ. Yeah,
you've laid down a gauntlet here, Mark.
Russ, across this line and no further.
Luckily, I put out the feelers and managed to find an episode of H&P at the BBC Dot. And you know what, Mark? You know what we're going to do?
Yeah. What, Russ? What?
We're going to audit a whole episode of H&P at the BBC Dot. And by the end of it, like the child forced to smoke 20 packets of fags to give up smoking, you are going to renounce your love of Hale and Pace. All right?
It's not going to happen, Russ.
It is going to happen. It's going to happen right now.
Fine, let's do it.
Good evening. Welcome to episode 1 of H&P at BBC Dot Audit Time. Good evening, Mark.
Good evening, Russell. Are you good?
No. Shall we start?
Hooray! Let's do it.
And welcome to H&P at BBC.
Okay, Mark, just before you give us a quick rundown of the opening titles there, I just thought I'd give you just a couple of, just to set the scene here about this programme. Some of our listeners might not have necessarily heard of H&P at BBC Dot, but just a very brief rundown. It lasted a magnificent 6 episodes, so it's kind of much like, The Office or 40 Towers, one of those ones that, really short run, but pure concentrated mirth and merriment. I looked up on the Radio Times each of the episode descriptions, And I have to admit, I genuinely did mean to download or get hold of the first episode for us. I accidentally got the third episode. I think actually, if I
Hang
read
on,
it,
Ross, sorry, you said download there. Do you want to say download?
no, that's why I said got hold of afterwards.
Oh,
Because
okay. See,
obviously,
well
I didn't
done.
download the third episode.
No. Good.
I found it. I found it on an old VHS.
Yeah.
Of my extensive Hale and Pace comedy collection. So here is a quick rundown of the episodes, and I want you to pay. Well, obviously, you'll be mostly paying attention to the star-studded guest lineup,
Yes.
but also pay attention to the broadcast slot. So episode 1.
Oh, exciting. Okay.
So I did notice in our intro you kept saying it was a Saturday night program, Mark. It was never at any point broadcast on Saturday night, interestingly.
Was it not? I thought it was a Saturday night thing. Oh my god.
No.
And having watched it, like, it's clearly a Saturday night program.
Well, you'd think so, wouldn't you? So episode 1, Wednesday the 28th of April, 1999 at 9:35 p.m. And the guests in this episode are John O. Coleman, Tony Blackburn, Anthea Turner.
That's the first episode.
That's the first
Wow.
episode, so that's the one that gets
Yeah.
everyone in. Episode
Big
2.
go home.
Episode 2, Wednesday the 5th of May at 9:30 p.m. Guests include Keith Chegwin, Leslie Ash, John Leslie.
Okay.
Episode 3, that's this episode. I won't ruin the guest list because they get introduced
No, we'll get there.
later. But I just wanted to point out that that's Wednesday the 12th of May at 10:10 p.m.
Oh, push back. Yep.
4th episode, Wednesday the 19th of May. That is at 10:15 p.m.
Okay.
And you've got 4 guests there. You've got Roy Walker, Richard Whiteley, the lovely Emma Forbes, and Chris Akabusi, who apparently dressed up as Diana Ross. That'd be quite interesting to
Okay, in
to see.
dungarees, I assume.
Absolutely. Episode 5. There's a real change here. The schedulers obviously decided to refresh the schedules, move it around a bit. So episode 5 goes out on Friday, the 28th of May, maybe to get the the post-pub crowd.
Yep.
It's on at 11:10 at night.
Brilliant.
That manages to pull in Gary Bushell, June Whitfield, and Sharon Davies. So,
Okay.
yeah, you got two people there who spell a perfectly normal name with double R's. You got Gary with double R and Sharon with double R. I don't know what that's all about. Anyway, then episode 6 goes out on Tuesday, the 1st of June at 11:30 at night. And Leslie Ash is back, and she's accompanied by Philip Schofield, Annabelle Croft, weirdly, John Inverdale, and John Motson. So that's a little sports star special.
Tuesday
there, I
night.
guess. Yeah, so yeah, the Tuesday night 11:30 p.m. slot is absolutely,
I cannot believe this was not on Saturday. And yet, now that I know that, it makes... Of course it was never on Saturday. But that had to be the plan, though.
But yeah, I must say, I honestly think that they realised that what they'd produced was so execrable that they couldn't, with any good conscience, put it out on a Saturday night. And then they thought, well, okay, maybe they stick it out midweek, it'll be okay. And then no one watched it after the first episode or first 2 episodes, and then they just had to
Bury it.
graveyard it.
Yeah.
And as far as I know, apart from like appearing in other stuff, I don't think Hale and Pace have had a TV show ever since, as far as I'm aware. But they've appeared. They appeared in The Office, and Extras, and I know one of them was in Benidorm, but I don't think they've had their own.
Gareth, I think, was on a Channel 5 soap, which that's work.
Yeah.
No, so to the best of your knowledge, this in 3 weeks' time, Hale and Pace
ceased
stop.
to be.
Yeah, they cease to be.
That's a
they are
working
no
entity.
more. Yeah. Well, I mean, so it's not all bad news.
No, mate. I mean, if anything, maybe the BBC. Like how when you inoculate people, there's like actually you have to use a small part of the virus,
Yes.
don't you? You have to use.
you do, yeah,
you have to
yeah.
you deactivate a small part of the virus
Yes,
and inject it
yes,
into the body.
yes.
Maybe that's what the BBC were doing. They
Yes.
took Hale and Pace, deactivated them, and then injected them
Yes.
into the British public.
Yes.
And rendered
Absolutely.
us immune to them
Into the
forevermore.
body politic to kind of, yeah, absolutely. I wonder how much Hale and Pace got paid. Because this isn't good. I have to say, this is shockingly bad television. and the thing is, like, my memory of HMP at BBC Dot was that it was. I knew it was on. I knew it was a biggish deal because they were leaving ITV for BBC. And I knew it absolutely tanked. So, to the best of my knowledge, it's the first time I've ever seen this program.
Yes, yeah,
and it is genuinely, when you sent me the link a few weeks ago, I really dragged my heels, Russ. I really dragged my heels. I sat there and I thought, no, it's not the right time. Doesn't matter what the time was, it was not the right time. And even when I shared with you the notes, and I always go through it and I type out the segments that we have, something, so we have a reference point and we can talk about the individual people. People listening know how we do the show. I did not watch it. I just skipped through it. And so it was only really when I sat down, and the bits I stopped on were awful enough for me to go like, no, I'm not making a bad choice by not doing how I normally do it, not doing the way I do. So it was only when I really sat down to watch it properly that it really landed just how fucking shit this is. It is absolutely appalling. It really, I mean, it's like. And the thing is, I write my notes segment by segment, but I also kind of go back and put some thoughts in the top bit, which is where you and I kind of discuss it in the round and put in a bit of context about the year or what was happening around the same time and our thoughts about blah blah blah, etc. etc. And going back and rereading it, even down to the point where I put in note in capital letters, my tolerance for the show really dissipates quickly. And there are moments where I'm quite generous, and then by the end, I have to say, my wife said, "Oh, you finished your notes?" And I said, "I think Russ is going to be really pleased because I'm fucking furious, I'm absolutely angry." And I had a smile on my face when I was telling her that because I knew this would be entertaining. But by the end of it, I was so angry because it was that bad. And because the thing is, it is such a confusing show. In terms of just the tone of it and not even the jokes or whatever, it is so confusing. The fact that it's a Saturday night program on Tuesday night makes so much sense to me now in a way that I did not understand before, because it simply has no idea what it wants to be. No. They have no idea. Actually, the thing is, they have no idea what they're doing.
No.
They really don't.
My overriding impression of it as I was watching it was that they'd seen there was a lot of programs on in the 90s in particular, and I think the key ones were Noel's House Party and the various Chris Evans fronted ones like Don't Forget Your Toothbrush and TFI Friday, where they would have mad cap stunts on them and everything.
And don't forget the genuinely Saturday evening TV program with Vic and Bob.
Well, I mean, my thing with Shooting Stars is of course
family...
Family. Yeah, sorry, Families at War. Families at War. Yeah,
Families at War. Yeah, absolutely.
But my thing that Vic and Bob were always taking the Mickey out of that. By taking it to the lengths of utter absurdity. So it was beyond what these people's comprehension, sort of thing. So they were just making it so absurd it then became funny. But there was always like an energy and a sense of fun to charisma to a lot of these 90s things, which sort of papered over the cracks of actually like, this is just a load of old nonsense.
Yeah,
that is all lost here because Hale and Pace are at best like regional managers. It's funny they're called the management. Actually, they are like regional managers turning up to like a sales rep conference or something, like some sort of thing where they've turned up to a function room in their suits, and they're not funny people, but they're in some way in charge, and they're trying to be funny, and we as their audience don't find the funny, and we'd rather be somewhere else entirely. And that's what it comes across to me all the time, that they have no natural funny bones at all, and they are just trying to manage this situation. And the way they look doesn't help. Like nothing here helps them at all.
The phrase just popped into my head: osteoporosis of the humor.
Yeah. I mean, we could continue to go. We can get further.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah,
we can get further into this, Mark. But we need to set the ground here. There's a title sequence, Mark, and it's full of a lot of elaborate detail. And I think I think you need to tell us.
Can we? Shall we?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's do it. So when the first time I did watch this, when the opening credits began, my heart dropped, Russ, because I thought, I can see the bad joke already in these opening credits. We open on, now this was iconic. I think it's now pretty much forgotten by a lot of people, probably not listeners, but by a lot of people. At one point, the BBC One ident was a hot air balloon, a red and gold hot air balloon.
I remember it was really big news because
it was huge news.
Previously, all of their idents had obviously been animations,
animated. Absolutely, or just like, or even the camera locked
static
on
in
a
some way. Yeah.
And why this became a big deal was because I think they launched them with like 6 or 7 or 8 kind of iconic shots of like the hot air balloon, the BBC One hot air balloon, kind of floating gracefully in front of kind of really interesting vistas or buildings throughout the UK. And because it became so big, the next time they went out to shoot new ones, the entire landscape was swamped with people all trying to get in the shot. And so basically they had to scrap it because they tried to replace it with a CGI one, but obviously this is like the late 90s, so it didn't work. So they actually scrapped it relatively quickly because they could not do what they wanted to do. They really should have just banked 50 of them in the first place, and they would have been able to go for years. So Hale and Pace, I'm assuming way after the point at which the hot air balloon has stopped being iconic and cool. Their TV program starts with that hot air balloon floating over Waterloo Bridge. And when I saw it first, I thought to myself, like, there is no way on God's green earth that is not hitting a spire in a church and then farting around the screen. And so I was gobsmacked. So it floats over the Waterloo Bridge, and then we cut to it floating over the South Bank Centre. And in my head, I was thinking, like, oh, actually, that makes geographical sense. That actually is floating the way. Okay, all right, fair enough. And then it cuts to Hale and Pace clinking 2 champagne flutes, containing actually not champagne. It looks like white wine at best because there's no bubbles to be seen. But that's okay. And I remember thinking, like, they have confounded my expectations, Russ.
Yeah.
From thence comes the humour, obviously, because I was not expecting that.
The old switcheroo, as they call it.
The old switcheroo. I thought, maybe this isn't as bad as I thought. Yeah, so they're in the basket, they're drinking their champagne glasses. They are wearing 2 of the most dreadful coats I've ever seen in my entire life.
It's
Norman
cold
in
up
particular.
there, Mark. It's cold up
It
there.
is. You're not wrong. And I suppose they were probably live filming it sometime in February or March. And the thing is, like, Norman's one is purple, and it immediately made me think he just shopped at CNA before it closed. But then my heart did drop because we are teased with the balloon next to a spire. But then weirdly that gets ignored because we cut to Hale and Pace doing a hilarious bit where they open up a map of London showing where the BBC is. And the map, by the way, it is not a map of West London. It is not with... The thing about the BBC Television Centre is that I would imagine it is one of the most famous... It was one of the most famous addresses in Britain.
Yeah. I mean,
it was our White House in terms of everybody knew the address. Wood Lane, London not London E32. That's Big Breakfast. W1A, whatever it was.
W12 8QT.
Thank you. Yeah, but it was like everyone knew it was in Shepherd's Bush, it was in Wood Lane, and it was in West London. And yet they open this map, and of course it's gobbledygook. But don't worry because they lose the map, thank God, and it's so funny. The spies be forgotten. They somehow the balloon gets stuck between 2 chimneys at the front of Battersea Power Station, which one assumes is some kind of nod to Pink Floyd.
Oh, of course. That not even occurred to me. Of course it is. Yes, yeah.
Of course it. I'm sorry. I can't believe I'm having to explain this to you, Russ. I had to go deep into the internet to pull that.
I mean, now we know that they're best mates with Dave Gilmour.
It makes
total sense that they would.
He probably
pay
gave them
tribute to
permission.
Yeah.
Because he owned Battersea Power Station or something.
Yeah.
Hale and Pace hilariously pushed themselves away from Battersea Power Station using 2 brooms that were never present in the balloon basket with them. And we cut to the balloon, and it is stuck between the chimneys, and it's equidistant. And Russ, maybe the quality control wasn't there that day, but in the wide shot, the balloon is a fair distance above the power station, and yet in the close-up, they are right next to the wall, pushing away. Dear points of view, that's what I have to say. Dear points of view. Anyway, so they push themselves, they give themselves, they celebrate with some fist bumps, like, oh, yeah, we did it. And somehow, having flown over the South Bank Centre, Waterloo Bridge, the South Bank Centre, one assumes over Vauxhall and Nine Elms to get to Battersea. They are now back at the Elizabeth Tower by Parliament. And would you not know it, Russ? If this phrase has never been used before, I'm going to use it now. Chekhov's spire, Russ, because the spire we saw on the first act is being used in the third. And yes, Russell, yes. Maybe not my fears. My high expectations were fulfilled because the balloon then does hilariously fart across the screen, floats over, zips around London, ends up over the TV centre donut, crashes into the middle in a way we don't see, and then H&P at BBC dot the superimposed television centre in orange, in trendy late 90s orange. It explodes at us, hammering the screen and our eyes, and then we cut to Hale and Pace thundering, careening down steps
at pace
in front of a rabid, at Pace and Hale, in a rabid, with a rabid audience cheering their every move.
Yes, yeah. Beautifully summed up, Mark. I think you've got all of the things there. Did you? I know I put in the notes an observation that I made about the opening titles, and I don't know whether you got the chance to watch it, or whether you were waiting.
I did. No, I did watch it because you put the link in.
Do you not think that this Little and Large? So Little and Large, famously. So when Morecambe and Wise got poached by ITV, the BBC needed a new double act. So they got hold of Little and Large, who, I mean, could possibly, I think might be even worse than Hale and Pace in terms of output.
Well, actually, I don't know.
Although I would say that Eddie Large is a more naturally gifted comedian.
Yes.
But I would say that Sid Little is such a black hole of comedy that he really brings Eddie down to the point where I would say it's Eddie Large, Gareth Hale, Norman Pace, Sid Little. If you were going to put them in like a spectrum of comedy. But what I thought was interesting is that Little and Large, once it got poached by the BBC, they gave them an opening title sequence, which, if you replaced the hot air balloon with a UFO, is exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
It's much better, though, because it doesn't outstay its welcome.
Yes. No, it doesn't. I actually quite enjoyed the tune.
And it's a great tune.
Yeah.
And they're flying in a UFO, which is far more high-tech than...
and they're better dressed.
But
it's the same idea.
But the whole concept...
Yes, same idea. Where they are toying or they're playing with the iconic BBC ident of its day.
Yes.
Because they break into it. They interrupt this ident with hilarious consequences.
Yeah. I thought that was very interesting.
I was really struck. Yeah, absolutely. I thought that was quite interesting. Again, the watchword, like Blackpool through rock, so H&P at BBC dot is laziness all the way through it, because it is such a lazy opening credits. It could not have taken more than 2 hours to film at most, and the tune is awful. It's just my heart sank for this. It really sank, and literally from the very first image, like the amount of time it took for my eyes to interpret the visual information, for it to speed back into my cortex, for my brain then to process the image, contextualize it, understand what I was seeing. I had already imagined the full tragedy of the opening credits, and I was almost exactly 100% correct.
Yeah, I mean,
and even in that fraction of a second, I think I put in more effort than their entire team did for the actual execution.
I feel like in your roster of opening credits, this might go near the bottom in terms of your pantheon of the greats in terms of credits.
Well, we'll have to wait until the end.
Okay, so that's the that's the credits over. Shall we see how they introduce?
Well, it can't get worse than that, Russ. Come on, the only way is up.
Exactly. Yeah. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt, shall we?
Well, I've got to tell you, we've got such a cram-packed chock-a-block show for you tonight.
Have you? Well, tell them all about it then, Gareth.
Oh, God, there's just so much to tell you about. Well, we start off with a very funny piece, then we talk to Renfield, then we talk to the celebs, do a bit of wet, do a bit of screen tip.
Whoa.
Are you drunk?
No, I think you might be. What is this?
But that's just like a way of abbreviating things.
Yeah, well, it's very annoying, Gareth, and you've been doing it since I met you.
Since I met you?
Yeah.
Yeah, at college, 71, 74, 5 years of teaching after that, diddle-a-da. Then we did a bit of Edinburgh Festival, a few sketch shows. Hello, Billy, hello, Johnny, diddle-a-da. And Royal Variety, bit of polo, and here we are today.
You don't even know you're doing it, do you? I mean, look, the Bible, according to Gareth Hale, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was Moses, Red Sea, crucifixion, songs of praise.
That's very good. I mean, it's so concise, etc., etc.
Don't etc. me. You're bad enough with your diddle-a-loo. Tell them what's on the show in a succinct manner. Please, go ahead.
OK. Welcome to HMP at BBC. Applause, applause, applause. Thank you. Good night.
Perfect. Right. But you did forget, however, to mention our celebrities.
So, Mark, let's address what they're wearing, shall we?
Oh, please. Would you like me to go through it?
Yeah, go on.
Character by character?
Absolutely.
Star by star. They're both wearing black suits. That seems perfectly fair. Norman has a classic 90s 3-button jacket with angled pockets and a notched lapel, which is very much of our time. I think a lot of people who went to sixth form wore something much like that. And then the second we left school, never wore it again because it's never been back in style. However, he's wearing a dark blue shirt with a very odd lime green tie that weirdly contains a vertical stripe exactly the same shade as the shirt he's wearing, which means that to all intents and purposes, half his tie is camouflaged. So the entire show, it looks like he is wearing
half a tie.
A weird half a tie off asymmetrical to one side. So well done, Gareth. Norman, on the other hand, he's wearing a lighter blue shirt. Oh, I should say he's wearing a. Have I confused them now? No, I'm not. No, yeah. So no. Gareth then is.
Oh, you got to confuse, did you, Mark?
Oh my God! It's, because of my notes. That's why. Hang on a minute.
Told you.
No, hang on. No.
Gareth is wearing the half tie.
Yeah.
But Norman's wearing the 3-button suit.
Yes. Oh, I see why. I understand why I've done it. So Norman has the classic 90s 3-button jacket with angled pocket and notched lapel. Gareth, because I've realised I've both written about the suits and then their shirts separately, and I was trying in my head to do suit, shirt, suture, so I was reading them out of order. Okay, yes, Gareth, I can't believe we're already talking about this so much, right? Gareth, he has a timeless 2-button jacket with flat pockets and notched lapel. However, he is wearing the weird camouflage tie. So it's like he gets the suit right, but he fucks up on the shirt tie. I don't know what happened there. I don't know if they hired a stylist. I don't know if they sacked the stylist, and that's the most important decision they could have made. Norman, however, is wearing a light blue shirt, again, very 90s, with a similarly shaded tie. What's interesting is that his tie goes beneath his belt in a Donald Trump style, which is entirely unacceptable, absolutely. But he has very sharp vertical lapels on his shirt collar, which is also horrifically dated. It's incredible, actually, because like they look ostensibly smart, and yet they look like
area managers.
Yeah, I was in my head.
Sales reps.
Imagine, I was going to say, imagine if your dad dressed up because you were graduating from Phones for You college.
Yeah. They look like they want to sell me something, or they want to tell me about selling me something.
Yeah, but you've closed the door already, Russ, haven't you?
Would you buy double glazing off this man? Well, that's what they're wearing. What are they talking about? I think you made a good observation here, Mark. It wouldn't have. When I saw this, I was thinking, what is this reminding me of? And then, obviously, you absolutely struck on it. They're just ripping off Seinfeld, aren't they? They're with this.
Yes, they are. I don't like accusing people of a crime, but it seems incredibly obvious to me that there was a very famous episode of Seinfeld. I'm sure a lot of people know it. Called I think it's called Yada Yada or The Yada Yada, and it's an episode where George dates a woman who starts the stories, goes yada yada, and it ends up with something fabulous and amazing happens. And the whole program, in a brilliant Seinfeld style, is about yada yadaing. And like I think she says something along the lines of, because I watched the clip a couple of days ago, something along the lines of like, oh, my ex came round, yada yada. Now I'm really tired. And so George, obviously being the relaxed, chill dude he is, immediately runs around to Jerry where Elaine's there and says, you can't yada yada sex, can you? And he's like, and Elaine's like, yeah, I've yada yada sex. Like, what do you mean? And then she gives, I met this guy, he was really nice, we had dinner, came back to mine, yada yada yada, I'm not going to see him again. And he goes, and Jerry's response is like, but you missed the best bit. And she goes, dinner was nice. And perfect. Elaine's brilliant. Love it. And then I think George challenges this new girlfriend. And it turns out I think the great example is she is out shopping in New York, yada, yada, yada. She gets a free facial and massage. And then, so and obviously this has been eating away at him the whole episode. And because he's used yada yada but like, you know, with no real faith. And so he says, what is? So tell me what it is. And then it turns out she went to Bloomingdale's, shoplifted an expensive watch, and then dashed and died in a massage and a facial. And that was all hidden in the yada yada. It's perfect. It's a brilliant episode. I have very fond memories of it. You and I were some of the only people in Britain who ever really watched Seinfeld, partly because, a bit like Hale and Pace, the BBC liked to move it around the schedules. It was always on late. I had insomnia. You had a VCR. We'd watch it. And the thing is, I think this episode came out the late 90s. I have a suspicion that because of the delay broadcasting on the BBC, it probably was broadcast relatively recently in comparison to when this episode was written. And I genuinely believe the writers watched it, thought no one had seen it, and then just lifted it. Instead of using yada yada, they used diddle da diddle or whatever. And they completely destroy the humor of the yada yada, because the whole point of the yada yada is that it hides all sins.
Yes.
And here it's nothing.
It's just incomprehensible.
It's just nothing.
Nonsense. Yeah.
It's gobbledygook. I actually really hated this, Russ.
I think what's interesting as well is that you just relating the plot of that Seinfeld episode to me was funnier.
Yes.
Just me imagining it being in a Seinfeld episode and George running around.
You can hear them in the head. Yeah, you know them. You know what they do.
That is much funnier than anything that happens in this program.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And all I did was watch Seinfeld 2 days ago and then relay it to you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Extraordinary. I do notice that.
But I'm not wrong, though, am I? This is what this is.
Yes, totally. Yeah. And I did think it's quite interesting that when he talks about their career together, which I think maybe is meant to be like, oh, BBC people might not know who Hale and Pace are, so let's just throw this in here in a joking manner and say that.
I have a suspicion if you watch these first clips, you know exactly who Hale and Pace are.
But it was amazing how similar his little thing about them meeting and doing stuff together and all this.
The Wikipedia.
It's to the opening paragraph of Wikipedia. Oh, it's astonishing. Actually, I do notice that people in real life, have you noticed this? I don't do this, but I have a number of friends who do this, who just say blah, 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 instead of, like, it's the English version of saying yada, yada.
Yada, yada.
So they'll just say, oh, and this and blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah.
Have you ever noticed people do that? I think quite a few people do that.
I don't do it. I suppose when I
think we've both got verbal diarrhea. That's probably why we don't.
I was about to say, as loyal listeners know, you know, I do go on a bit, as do you, to be fair. No, I don't. I suppose when I tell a story, I think the journey is as fun is probably more fun than the destination.
Yeah, that's the classic Irish approach, isn't it? I mean, at some point, I know some Irish people who they spend so long on the journey that they can forget where the destination is.
Oh, I have done that. I will be halfway through kind of, you know, an entertaining anecdote, and I'm thinking, like, I can't remember why. In my head, I'm like, I don't remember why I started this. I know I had a point to make.
Yeah.
I have heard blah blah blah, and I never understand why you would do that, because I suppose my feeling is like, well, don't just drop that bit entirely. Don't blah blah blah. Like, if it's not germane, drop it and tell me what your fucking point is. But what I thought was interesting is, like, so now that you've reminded me that actually the British yada yada is blah blah blah.
Yes,
which I think is absolutely fair. Why not use blah blah blah, but instead use diddle da, which actually just sounds so infantile and stupid, and is not consistent. Like, they don't use the same phrase. The joy of the yada yada is, like, it's the tone. It's like it is 2 or 3. It's yada repeated twice or 3 times, depending on how long it is that you want to cover. But it's the tone and the intonation that really makes George, like, you know, start boiling up with anger as he knows there's something really juicy that he's been denied. Whereas, like, it's like, it's too sing-song.
Yeah.
I really don't want us to talk about Hale and Pace for 2 hours, so let's not. Because I'm worried, because it's funny enough, when you and I agreed to do this, I think in our heads we're thinking, yeah, we'll just do it like for 25 minutes. We'll half-arse it. And now that we're doing this, and I think I wrote loads of notes, is because, like, I could not help but, like, really hyper-focusing on details that really fucking piss me off.
Going to take as long as it takes, Mark.
It takes. Yeah, you're right, Russ. It's our 30th episode special, Russ.
Also, the beauty of the World Wide Web is infinite.
That's true. Well, with the exception of HNP at bbc.co, which is definitely finite.
Oh, and yes, just before we move on to the next bit, it was very noticeable that when Norman introduced the programme, he got the title wrong.
Yes, he did.
He didn't say the dot. He did
No,
not
he
say
did
the
not
dot.
say the dot. Yeah.
Unbelievable scenes. So, anyway, on to the next enjoyable part.
Because we have a right royal bunch in our right royal box tonight.
That's right. Well, our first guest is a bit like the Duke of Edinburgh, but we're not going to tell you what bit. He is Duncan Preston.
Oh, yeah. From a duke to a queen, she is a queen of the screen, a lady who has been described as a young Joan Collins, a fact that cannot be verified because there's no one alive today who can remember what a young Joan Collins looks like. And she is Linda Bellingham.
And finally, definitely a real prince. Please welcome the artist formerly known as Nigel Havers.
Oh, yes.
And they are tonight's Lovey.
Yes. We'll be quizzing them later on, but first, here comes our oily minion, Renfield.
You hailed, sir.
I did. I paced as well. Listen, Renfield, how's your grandmother? Any change?
No change, sir. She's still dead.
Good.
Right, Renfield, what we want to know is, what the hell are you doing on our show?
I've got to do all those sleazy bits you can't be bothered with, sir, because you've got your hands in your pockets all the time, obviously, doing a bit of part-time accountancy, sir.
Please go into our audience, Renfield, because at this point in the show every week, we do a thing called screen test, when we take somebody out of the audience to make them a star, wake up, wardrobe, later in the film clip.
My eyes lit up here because three people, they introduced the three lovies who are going to be there. Celebrity, sort of, just to give add some sort of charisma to the show. They've got three celebrities on board.
A little bit of sparkle, a little bit of magic.
Sparkle,
a little
yeah.
bit of showbiz.
And actually, three people I really like. I like
I agree, yeah.
Duncan Preston, Linda Bellingham, Nigel Havers, all three.
Top.
Absolute, always solid gold whenever they're on TV.
Yep.
And also, I'd say, having read out the other guests on the other shows, I think we've got the cream of the crop here.
Yeah.
But yeah, so obviously we'll come to them. We'll come to them later when they really get to shine. But this Renfield fella.
Oh, can I just say sorry, because I think the introduction is important, because I think there is actually one good line.
Oh yeah.
In the introduction, I actually quite liked it when Gareth says, "Our first guest is a bit like the Duke of Edinburgh, but we're not going to tell you what bit." I thought that was actually quite a good line. I did not hate it, Russ. And I feel like, because we're basically going to be, they're not even dead, their corpses aren't twitching because they're alive, but we're going to bury them nonetheless. Yeah. I do feel it's important to, every now and then, just go like, that's not bad.
But why?
That's okay.
But why is he a bit like the Duke of Edinburgh?
Oh, it makes no sense, Russ. But I just thought it was a good line. Like, it was a good. Oh, you've introduced a concept and then you've undermined it with a kind of a comedic turn at the end.
It would make more sense if he was a bit like the Duke of Edinburgh, though, wouldn't it? I mean, you never analyse a joke, but
no, of course,
I feel like it's a bit. There's no basis to it. That's all.
Oh, no, zero. None. I mean, he could have been talking about literally anyone, with the exception of the Duke of Edinburgh.
It would have made more sense with Nigel Havers, because Nigel Havers is posh. Duncan Preston isn't even particularly posh, is he?
Well, Nigel Havers, the prince,
Havers.
as he said. No, Duncan Preston isn't
he doesn't.
Posh.
He certainly doesn't look posh.
No, he's not posh.
No. Anyway, we'll get to them in a minute. Yeah. Renfield, Mark. Renfield was a bit of a mystery to us, wasn't he?
Yeah, no idea.
Who's this guy?
Because he's very confusing.
He's very confusing. He
is he a servant or is he above them? Because he slags them off, but actually he does do their. I found this. I could not help but think of Les.
He's yeah. Oh, do you think that's that the idea they're going for?
I nearly put in the notes, but it just sounds so. But then because I got the idea in my head that, like, oh, they've stolen Seinfeld because they don't think anyone who watches this will have watched Seinfeld. And I remember thinking, like, that's true of a lot of good comedy. So what else might they have lifted? And I thought, oh, this is interesting. This kind of. But then the thing about Les is that, like, he's mute and he is a low power dynamic, or whatever the phrase is. Like, he is, he's very much the Beta Bond character, whereas Renfield is ostensibly that, and yet kind of teases them.
Who was?
So that makes no sense.
I mean, they might have stolen from him. When was it? When in the broom cupboard, they would occasionally have a butler appear, like a faceless butler appearing.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, that would have been late 80s, early 90s. Yeah. God, I
they stole
was
it
that
from
Wilson?
That?
Wilson the butler.
Wilson. Yeah. I mean, they could be digging ploughing any sorts of furrows, couldn't they? Really.
But anyway, we're getting away from the point. Renfield. Tell me all about Renfield, Russ.
Well, I mean, I don't know whether he's named after the character in Dracula. I assume so. The character in Dracula's not a butler, but anyway. I thought what's interesting here is that he's not in the credits, is he? He's
No.
nowhere is he in the credits.
No.
Luckily, the Radio Times gave a cast list of all of the people that are in the program, and I noticed there's one fella called John Vine who was in the cast list of every episode in the Radio Times. I thought, well, it must be this John Vine fella. So I typed in John Vine Renfield. I found him on Company's House, Mark. He was. He's the director of Renfield Bespoke Productions, born in April 1948. Now it turns out that this is obvious. This I can't imagine this was his full-time job, but he has made a number of appearances at different functions over the years, and
in character. In
character. So Renfield the butler was not just invented for this program, or if it was invented for this program, it was subsequently used outside of this program. Like there's a number of sort of charity appearances and things like this where he's turned up in character as Renfield the butler. Seemed to do a lot for some sort of diabetes charity for some reason. I think maybe he probably had diabetes.
Maybe, or someone did.
What's interesting is that Company's House obviously lists his home address, Mark. Do you know where he's from? Have a guess where he's from.
Is he from somewhere in Kent or East
Yes,
Sussex?
yeah, he's from Kent.
Is he from Tunbridge Wells?
Yes, he's from Tunbridge Wells. If you scroll to the bottom of our...
Oh! I was wondering what the house was. Go on.
That house is his house. That is...
Wow.
That is Abbotsgate, 16 Wyborn Crescent, Tunbridge Wells, Kent. So that's where he used to... I don't know if he lives there now, but that's where he used to live anyway, at least. I mean, that's a recent Google Maps of it. So, I mean, decent enough house.
Well done, yeah.
That
lovely.
photo next to it of him, that's from 2009. That's him at some sort of charity function. So he was still doing the character in 2009.
Yeah.
So 10 years after
10
this.
years later, yeah. I find that really incredible because he's not funny. He's not awful. Like he's not like the weird thing is I don't think he's necessarily trying to be funny. I think he's trying to do his job, which is being their butler. So that this character had legs is, I
guess, maybe
shocking.
If your function needs a comedy
MC,
a comedy butler, or like someone to play a butler at your function. I mean, where would you even get one of those from? So maybe he's just filling some sort of niche here. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, that's as much as I could find. He's got a LinkedIn profile, but there's nothing on it.
Because I suppose I was glad you could only find episode 3 because I think as I said earlier, it's like this probably gives us a truer sense of the show than if you watch the first or the last episode. The one advantage of not watching the first episode is that they may have explained Renfield.
I bet they didn't, or if they did, it was like.
But I bet they didn't.
No, yeah, it's really. I reckon it was. I mean, what is there to explain? They just needed somebody to drag people out of the audience, and they didn't have the energy to do it. They didn't have the energy to do it themselves, so they needed to
Absolutely.
Get somebody else to do it for them. Yeah.
And here you go. Wow. And entire careers are made from such decisions.
Speaking of dragging people out of the audience, shall we see who they drag out?
Oh, please. Can't wait to see the member of public then.
So you're doing it now?
That's good, isn't it?
Yeah, that's great. Right, OK, hands up if you want to be a major screen star.
We're looking for a woman tonight, please. So a lot of the men have still got their hands up.
You want to be a screen star?
No, thank you.
What have you got there, Renfield?
It's one of these three, sir, and this one doesn't want to do it, so...
Bring the middle one down, then. She'll do, OK.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Martina.
Martina?
Yes.
That's a lovely name.
Thank you.
And where are you from, Martina?
North London, Barnet.
Oh, yeah, Barnet. Lovely Barnet.
Very nice.
It is. It's a lovely Barnet. Can I ask, have you done much acting before? Any acting?
No, I used to do Irish dancing and I did one school play when I was very small.
Do you know what we're going to ask you to do tonight?
No.
OK, well, the first thing is we want to do a bit of improvisation with you to see what your acting talent's like. So let me set the scene for you. In front of you is an invisible door. It's the door to your bedroom. And in that bedroom is Gareth, who is your imaginary husband, if you can... Now, in a moment, I'm going to ask you to burst through that door and catch your husband actually having sex with another woman. Now, obviously, you're very, very angry, so I want you to show your anger. It's a part he likes to play, I can tell you. That's the nun's story, Gareth.
Right,
that's another one.
Put the candle back then.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Martina, go for it, through that door.
Look, it's the cleaner. Fell asleep in the bed and I didn't realise.
Out of here now! Out! How dare you in my house!
Martina, you're not displaying enough anger. I'm sorry to have to stop you there, but you've been married to this man for 14 years. You've had 5 of his children, you know, so really let him know. I'll get a bit physical with him.
Hang on.
In you go. Go on. At least you got the part, don't you?
Well done. Now, like all great actresses, in a second you're going to go to makeup, you're going to go to wardrobe, then onto your dressing room, with the whole football team, if you like. Renfield will take you away now. Well done, Martina.
One thing I was reflecting on when we were watching this, or when I watched this, was that it's interesting how the presentation of light entertainment is pretty consistent throughout different television generations, right?
The shiny floor show, as they call it in the business.
Exactly, and the the seal-like clapping of the audience, and the content changes, the tone changes, the volume of the number of programs changes, the popularity changes, but the style kind of was consistent. On paper, this is no different to something that was successful, like You Bet, right? That was a huge popular program that we all watched and has a similar production style to it. One thing that I think has absolutely changed in the last 24 years since this broadcast is the sophistication of the audience. I think a general appreciation and awareness that people have to what I described in the notes as clear and unsophisticated manipulation. And what I mean is this segment is clearly false. I wouldn't call it fake, but it's false.
Contrived.
Contrived. Martina may actually be a real person, but she was not picked at random. As you rightly pointed out, as she comes down the stairs, as Renfield drags her out of the audience against her will, she's already wearing a mic pack.
Yeah. Fully visible to all of us.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, to be fair, we do know this is a heavily edited program that may have taken 2 hours to record, which is just hurts my head thinking about what the audience went through.
Unlike our podcast.
Unlike our podcast, which are entirely unedited and so swift.
Much to the chagrin of our listeners.
Absolutely. If only we could stay around just that little bit longer. But this absolutely has a kind of a low level, a funk, a scent of being entirely not scripted, but like clearly pre-rehearsed and pre-arranged. And to me, it is so obvious. And I feel confident that you and I, Russ, 24 years ago, would have absolutely have spotted this. And I think a lot of people would have spotted this. And so the arrogance that they display here by imagining an audience who would not recognize or would not care that this is all BS actually is galling. It's absolutely galling. And then to make it worse, knowing that it's pre-arranged, pre-rehearsed and like pre-planned.
Why is it still so shit?
Why is it still so shit?
Yeah, that was my thought.
Yeah.
If you're going to pre-arrange something, make sure something funny happens.
Make it good.
Yeah.
It probably would have been funnier if they actually pulled a random person out of the audience.
That's the astonishing thing, isn't it? Yeah, no, I think that what's her name? Marina? No,
Martina.
Martina. I think that Martina genuinely is a member of the public. She has that sort of slight sense of shyness.
She's not an actress.
Yeah, she has a slight sense of shyness to her.
I wouldn't be shocked if she worked in TV though.
No,
friend of a friend.
Yeah. But she's clearly up for this challenge. I mean, how she applied for this, unless she knows somebody? Like, it's not going to be like a call out going for, would you like to be on the new Hale and Pace show? So it's got to be a friend of her friends, I think.
Is it Footlights? Is that the magazine that they all read?
Yeah. So it's nice that she's not. It's nice that she's not like a gurning, I want to be famous type. That has subsequently infested television and sort of made it less innocent in a way. But what they get her to do, this is just filler. They're just filling time. I mean, you could say that about the whole program.
I was about to say, Russ, that is the motto for the entire
Every part of this program just seems like it's the first idea somebody's come up with to fill some time, doesn't it?
This is what I mean. This is why I like lazy through rock like Blackpool, because there are no second drafts. Like,
No.
This is it. It's like, we have an idea, we're not going to bother thinking about it. Let's just go with it, and it'll. The thing is, like, but you don't get any sense, like the diddle-da-dee, diddle-da-da. The thing that, so as annoyed and poor as I thought it was first time round, when I feel like I know it's lifted from a now iconic episode of Seinfeld, I could not believe it became a runner throughout the entire episode because they genuinely thought it was either they genuinely thought it was hilarious, or worse, they assumed that the audience would find it hilarious regardless of this quality, which I just find, again, galling.
Yeah. And I don't know why my mind keeps going back. And I think because I know that Noel's house party was cancelled, like fairly close to whenever this was made, like, you know, possibly only months before this. And I hate to give credit to Noel Edmonds, but Noel's house party was live. It was impossible to edit Noel's house party.
Yeah.
If you watch an episode of it now, which I have done fairly recently, probably
Did you really?
a couple of
Well
months
done.
ago.
Okay.
It is relentless. There is something always happening, and it could possibly be rubbish, but you never get the chance to think this is rubbish.
To reflect on it.
To reflect on what's going on, because it has already moved on to the next thing. And there's something new is always popping up. There's something always happening. And sometimes there'll be something interesting will happen. Whereas this, it seems like when they were making it, they made this huge expanse of nothingness with nothing in it, and then they've tried to edit it down to something serviceable. And even after editing it down and polishing this turd up to the most glittering turd they possibly can muster, it is still absolutely awful, and seems like it's being done live because it's so poor.
Yes. Yes, that's absolutely right. Yes. Because it does have the dynamic of something that's off the hoof. And if it was, you know, off the top of their lids, you'd actually forgive it something. But it is clear that, well, we know it's scripted because we will name and shame the writers later, or at least I will, because goddamn, I know for certain if I'm going down, I'm taking them down with me. It's it is like staring into a vacuum, or an abyss, I suppose.
And the other thing is that I think that this segment is when we start to notice amount of sexual innuendo that.
Yeah, I was wondering when we come on to that. I was kind of thinking, like, is it this or is it the next one? Because this is where it starts leaking in, where you start seeing that. Now again, in my head when I was doing my notes and watching this, I was convinced that this was supposed to be like a 7:30 Saturday program, and that they would have had to shuffle it to 10:15 because the material is sexualized in an entirely unnecessary and inappropriate way, because this feels like it's a family program, but they're not sophisticated enough to be playing with that concept.
No,
they're not smart enough. They're not media literate to kind of play with the trope and make it interesting and sophisticated. So as a result, it's immature and lazy, cheap and offensive. And it's offensive because of the laziness. So Martina, you know, now let's say Martina was a real person who hadn't kind of signed off on this or hadn't kind of agreed to it, which obviously she isn't. And they've really dragged a woman from the audience. What did you say?
We hope.
Oh, Jesus Christ, I fucking hope so. Oh, Martina. So they drag this woman in, and then they immediately make her improvise a scene where her husband, Gareth, who is way beneath her, is having an affair. And it's like, you were asking not just the audience, but this specific individual to now imagine Hale and Pace as sexual beings, which, Russell, I do not need to remind anyone, is just not on. And I thought it was bad enough on a Saturday, and now you're telling me this is a Wednesday?
Yeah.
Hump day, and I'm imagining them humping. No, that's not why I pay my license fee. this is when it starts trickling in, and the thing is, it is so out of place. It feels so forced, but it's so weird to have something that is forced feel so lazy. Normally when you force something, you put effort into it. Like you have to, you know, if you jimmy open a door, you got to put a bit of fucking elbow. It's like, but this is so cheap and tawdry and lazy. It's like, it's infuriating.
Anyway.
I'm going to go on epic rants here, Russ. I'm sorry. I'm going to make this because like, whenever I think of a point in my head, like 15 adjectives just pour out of my mouth.
It's the 30th episode, Mark. We're allowed to do whatever we want.
Hey! You mean those hard and fast strictures we've kept ourselves in? Those guardrails we've hugged and kind of been bounced along through. They're gone now? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
There's nothing
Anything can happen when we hit our 30s.
Oh, yeah. This program.
Time for Celebrity Quiz. Okay, it's time to do something now that our lovies will absolutely hate. We're going to put you under the spotlight in great big close-up, so smile. We're going to give you the individual questions now, and a correct answer for this round today is worth 2 points each.
That's pretty generous. We come to you, first of all, Duncan. Now, this is a task that would make most lovies tremble in their tights. Are you brave enough, Duncan, to tell me the title of the Scottish play? You have 5 seconds starting from now.
Macbeth.
Anyway, Linda, your question. Renfield is going to put in front of you 2 gravy boats. Now, in the first gravy boat is a supermarket's own brand of gravy. And in the other one, it's made from stock cubes that you so lucratively advertise on our television. For 2 points, can you tell me which one contains your stock cubes?
Next. It's that one. No. That one.
You're saying the yellow gravy boat.
I'm saying I'll go for the yellow.
It is the correct answer, Linda.
Okay, on to Nigel now.
Please be gentle with me.
Of course. Now, picture the scene, Nigel.
Yeah.
Okay, you've just been presented with an Oscar, so it's going to take a bit of imagination. Now, you have only 10 seconds to make your acceptance and thank you speech, and that time starts from now.
Thank you. I've been in this business for 27 years, and I never dreamt it would take so long to win this award.
I reckon that's pretty good. Not based at all there. Well done, Nigel. That's 2 points.
OK, Renfield, give us the points at the end of round 1, please.
Well, it's stunningly similar, sir. Mr. Duncan, Miss Linda, and Miss Nigel are all on 2 points each, sir.
I mean, I'm not sure it's saying much, Mark, but I do genuinely think that was the best segment in the.
100%, Russ, without a shadow of a doubt. I there were times I actually found myself enjoying it because our 3 lovies are charismatic, successful people.
Yes, yeah, and
who understand comic timing and charisma,
and just game for whatever's going on, even if whatever's going on is pure garbage.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. They're all on board. They're the most convincing things in the entire show. I quite like I quite like asking privileged people if they know the prices of normal things. I think it's always fun. Yeah, it's good.
I mean, we certainly couldn't, criticise anybody for dwelling too much on the prices of things.
No, God, no. Yeah. It's a rich seam that needs to be mined. Yeah,
and I do think it does turn up in I feel like it turns up in quite a few things as people guessing the prices of things. Obviously, famously, The Price is Right is the most famous example. But I think probably over the years, it's always been an element of guessing the prices of things weaved into the various TV programs.
Well, every general election campaign,
Yes, yeah. We always got asked, was it pint of milk? They always get
pint
asked.
of milk.
Yeah. Which I would have no idea whatsoever because I never buy milk.
No, you don't. Well, it's just fair it up. But you could say that, and that would be okay. I don't buy milk.
Yeah. Why don't they just do that?
Because I think for most people it's a lie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, yeah. Politicians can never lie. That's true.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, we've got our three lovies. We've got Duncan Preston, Linda Bellingham, and Nigel Havers, and they're given. First of all, they're given a task, which is their expertise. Well, based on their expertise.
Based on, yeah.
So you've got Duncan Preston has to say the word Macbeth because, well, I suppose all three of them could have been challenged to do that, really, couldn't they? Because all three of them are actors.
Yeah, exactly.
Linda Bellingham has to identify Oxo from Gravy, which, as I was watching that, I realised that Oxo isn't Gravy. So it must have been really easy because one of them would have been a gravy boat full of stock, and the other one would have been a gravy boat full of gravy. But presumably that she probably stipulated that she wasn't allowed to get it wrong because she might have lost her lucrative sponsorship.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. There's no way they would have thrown her under the bus.
And also, noticeably, Norman never calls it Oxo because he wants to keep brand names off the BBC. That's one nice little BBC behaviour he exhibits in this episode. And then Nigel Havers has to pretend a toilet brush is an award.
An Oscar, I think explicitly it said, yes.
Did you know, Mark, that my 3 members of my family have been in a film with Nigel Havers?
I did not know that, Russell. No.
Yeah. My dad, my brother, and my sister are all extras in the film Burke and Wills, which is a film released in 1985, which is about 2 Victorian men who walk across Australia. I don't know which one Nigel Havers plays, Burke or Wills, but all of the British scenes were filmed either at Hever Castle or in Chiddingstone, the village down the road from Hever.
Yep.
And they did a call for various locals to turn up as extras, and they all got dressed up. And so if you go to the bottom of the thing, just beyond the picture of Renfield, you will see a picture of my dad and my brother's friend Tim, all dressed up in Victorian gear. And then there's my dad with me, and there's me.
Oh my
Obviously,
God, you look so much like your dad. That's unreal.
I'm obviously not dressed in the old extras outfit because I'm wearing a California Highway Patrol top.
Is that what that is?
Yeah,
is that a Chips top?
Yeah. But yeah, they look pretty smart there as Victorian gents, don't they?
They look pretty cool, yeah. I was wondering what that was.
Yeah. So I mean, I've tried to spot them because Burke and Wills is available on YouTube for free. The whole film. I think in the past I've tried to spot them in there, but the quality is not good enough to see. Although my dad claims that he stood on one of it was in a church scene. He claims that he stood on one of those prayer, those like prayer cushion things.
Yes, to kneel on.
Yeah, so he stood on that. So I'm assuming that there's an exceptionally tall man towards the back of the congregation somewhere in the church scene. That's probably him. I have to find a higher resolution copy to have a proper look at it.
To be honest, I'm surprised that kneeling cushion stayed in the church.
He's not a fan of religious stuff, so that's all right. Probably safe in there.
That's not what I was thinking of. Oh, I see. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I got you.
But yeah, I mean, I think the reason this is the best part is because Hale and Pace have relatively little involvement in it. All they're doing is reading out questions.
They're enablers. That's it.
Yeah. But I tried to keep this whole thing to the minimum length possible. I only found out very basic facts about our 3 lovies.
Okay.
Duncan Preston, do you know what he was most famous for before he got on Victoria Wood's? Obviously, he's famous for Victoria Wood's TV show, and then he was on Surgical Spirit, and then he was Kevin's dad in Harry Enfield. But before Victoria Wood, when he was on Acorn Antiques, wasn't he, in Victoria Wood?
Yes.
Before that, do you know what his most famous TV role was?
He had to have been somewhere. Why would they have picked him? Was he on Crossroads?
No, this is the second time we're going to public information films, Mark.
Oh.
But this one is a bit better than Hale and Pace's, I'd say.
Hey, you haven't seen Debbie Scott, have you?
No.
Oh, no, where she is. Who are you waiting for?
Mum, she's late.
Is she? Not one of these? Come on. I know you're not supposed to take sweets from strangers, but I'm not a stranger, am I? I often come here. You've seen me here before, haven't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Come on, then. Where do you live, love?
Big Greenfield Close.
Jump in, I'll give you a lift.
A better way.
We'll probably see your mum on the way. Let's save her a walk.
Say no to strangers.
Oh, we'll never know.
Yeah. So we don't know what might have happened.
Oh my god.
I mean, to be honest, that's a beautiful Mark IV blue Cortina estate that Duncan Preston's sitting in there. I would have got into it just to admire the velour trim.
You would have balls at us. Idiot. He's very good. That's very good.
Yeah.
Though I'm more concerned about the fact that per Teresa, a lot of pressure on her to kind of say no to somebody who's pretending to be seen. It's like there are teachers 15 meters away and they do nothing to.
What they paying attention to the weirdo sitting outside the school staring at all the girls and then driving over and talking to them out of his car.
He's got one of those greasy fringes that all paedophiles have.
Yeah. And handing a bag of sweets out of the window of his car.
Yeah.
I mean, if anything, the teachers.
Shocking.
Yeah, unbelievable. Anyway, so Duncan Preston. So that was also he married an actress called Susan Penn Halligan, who, if you see photographs of her from the 1970s, Duncan has done very well there. They got divorced in 1992, but then they reconciled in 1907, and they're still together today. So that's nice.
That's nice.
Yeah,
I like it when that happens.
Yeah. Linda Bellingham, OBE. Interestingly, her son Michael Peluso is a real life butler. Works at the Savoy. So I don't know whether she was, looking at Renfield's performance here and judging it with her, against her own son. But she died of cancer in October 2014. I'd completely forgotten that she'd died because she doesn't seem like the sort of person that would have died. And also 2014, 9 years ago, nearly.
That's astonishing, actually.
Yeah. And then obviously the mighty Nigel Havers, as weirdly mentioned in the last episode, as the son of the Attorney General Sir Michael Havers, who was the one who let off that politician spy fella.
Yes.
But also the grandson of a judge called Sir Cecil Havers, who was the judge who presided over the trial of Ruth Ellis, the last woman to ever be executed in Britain.
That's a claim to fame.
His brother was also a top KC lawyer, and his aunt is Lady Butler Schloss, the Princess Diana.
Yes.
So, like a massively law family,
well connected. He really is.
Family full of lawyers.
Yeah.
So old Nige is very much the sort of the black sheep of the family. Went off
dangerous
to become
element, the renegade.
Went off to become a lovey rather than a member of the establishment and the letting people off. But I think Nigel's one black mark against him, I would say, is that he is the godfather of Jack Whitehall.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, he could have. Yeah. I don't know. What powers does godfathers have? He could have done something. Could have done something to prevent that man's career.
I'm one, and I am dedicated to ensuring that my goddaughter never ends up like Jack Whitehall. that was a promise I made my brother years ago.
You're doing God's work there, absolutely.
That's exactly what I said.
Yeah. Right. Anyway, that was the next.
I suppose.
Well, here we are in our screen test high-tech special effects studio where Norman is about to direct Martina in her screen test debut.
Yeah, this director's hat I'm wearing, I bought this from Steven Spielberg.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I did, honest. Look. Got a pair of trousers from him as well. Martina's ready to make her grand entrance, so please welcome her back. Here's Martina. Okay, are you ready for your big screen test debut?
I'm ready.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to sit in your chair, please. You sit there, please. Thank you very much. Now, will you hold your compact mirror by your right hand out in front of you, and you're going to pretend you're looking into it, but actually those words, which are your first words, are going to be down on the ground, and you're going to be reading them. but to the camera it'll look like you're looking in the mirror. I want you to think of yourself as a really kind of sexy Joanna Lumley type of woman. Okay, Martina. Red light and bell, studio, please. Thank you.
Right, I think, having just said that the previous segment was the best segment of the programme, I think this is the worst segment of the programme, because I think this is nothing. This is absolute dreck. They've tried to get audience participation, and they're trying to get them to do something, but what they're doing is not very interesting. And then they've tried to edit it into something, and that something is nothing. It is awful from start to finish. Do you not agree?
This segment is painful. Absolutely painful. It's desperately unfunny. And then I was thinking, like, what does it mean to be desperately unfunny? Can someone be desperate to be unfunny? Are Hale and Pace, are they screaming at us to let them free?
Yeah.
And then like, 'cause I was trying to think of anything other than engage with this, because it is absolutely atrocious. It is, as you say, it is the absence of everything. Again, the entirely unnecessary sexuality or sexual phraseology is like it's I was going to say it's concerning. It's not. It's just like the fact that Norman stands there and says, "Well, I've got a bit moist." Is like that's neither funny nor accurate nor titillating. So I don't understand. It's I will say this in their credit, to their credit, they're actually really quite gentle and nice. And actually, now that I know that they went to teaching academy together, or they met as teachers, it's like I get it. They would be really good teachers.
Yeah.
Do you know what? If they were your teachers, you'd have such fond memories of them, because they would have been quite humorous and nice. But actually, when you needed an arm around your shoulder, I think they were there. There were elements that were like, again, it's like a bit like the Tomorrow's World stuff that feels like we were talking about Tomorrow's World about 2 hours ago, Russ. I can't imagine why it feels like that. They were quite nice and gentle. It's like, but this is truly appalling, absolutely like horrific. We should all be ashamed for discussing it, thinking about it, and watching it.
But it's also they've turned it into a segment, but it's a segment where it's dependent on the payoff for you to know why they're doing it, but we don't know what the payoff is. So none of it makes any sort of entertaining sense. Like,
let's make sure we get back to the Steven Spielberg bit as well. But often when you would see, let's imagine the same segment on TGI Friday. What they would have done is they would have picked a genuine member of the public, possibly our friend Chris Terry, who actually was a member of public on TGI Friday. Let's say they pick Chris, right? So they get Chris, and they would have asked him to do 4 lines, and then the joke part of the same segment would be him doing those 4 lines, but in 4 different scenes, so that you didn't know what was going to come next. So you'd see an iconic scene, and then he'd say something stupid, or he'd say something, and then you'd realize it's stupid because The Godfather, whatever, right? But it would have been 4 different things. Whereas you're right, because the payoff for this because the payoff for this is going to be in 10 minutes' time. This is nothing. And it's very clear. It's pretty clear what she's doing and what character she's playing. So they're trying to tease that. I'm not going to spoil it because I know our listeners are desperate to find out. But our viewers, they already know.
And obviously the thing that, as I was watching it, I was thinking, getting somebody to read off an auto cue. What is the most tired and hackneyed joke that ever happens if you get a member of the public to read a script or an auto cue?
Yeah.
At some point, she's going to read the stage directions rather than dialogue.
Yeah, which no one does.
Which no one does because the stage directions are in square brackets quite clearly. But magically, she somehow manages to do that just at the right points.
And we all laugh.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, Gareth is absolutely inconsolable. He absolutely creases up. Almost as much as he creased up at Norman Pace's opening there.
Thank you very much, because that bit is, I kind of think, one of the worst things I've seen in the last 3.5 years. Because it's not funny. Like, there's some of this that it's not funny because it's just not funny, but you can see why they think it was funny, or you can see how they imagine there's an audience out there who will laugh. This is not funny, Russell. I bought this hat from Steven Spielberg, lifts up the brim, and it makes the Jaws violin sound, and then he keeps doing it. And the audience think it's absolutely brilliant. Though we never see them. We never see the audience think it's brilliant, but we hear them. And then the real kick in the teeth is that he says he bought his trousers, he drops his fly. But as you rightly to the music of Close Encounters, but as you rightly point out, it's sped up. It's like he hasn't done it properly.
Yeah, so it doesn't sound like the music of Close Encounters at all.
No, it doesn't.
It's a synthesizer sound, which makes me think it must be Close Encounters. But it goes did it like that, like it's
like the entertainer. Yeah. So come with me on a journey, Russ. Let's swap them. Let's say he buys the hat from Steven Spielberg and he lifts it up and he goes boo 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 boo.
Yeah.
Then when he says I bought the trousers and he drops the fries and it makes the music from Jaws,
that makes a
that's
million
funnier.
times more sense. Yeah. I mean, we've just punched that up on the fly, Mark, and we didn't.
No pun intended. Yeah.
Yeah, unintended. And sorry, that wasn't intended. And we didn't have 10 series on LWT behind us.
Okay. Let's give an indication of the writers. Hale and Pace are not credited as having written this program. It's starring Hale and Pace. The script writers are two completely different people. So we're not going to do this because I would be. If this is a genuine audit, and by that I mean not. I'm not pretending our audits are genuine. I mean, if somebody was doing a genuine audit of their program, I would want to go back and see how much of their actual original ITV series they wrote of those 66 episodes, because the indications from the credits of this is they didn't write any of this. And that does not mean they get scot-free away.
Well, I mean, if they're higher than the quality of their performance, that's even worse, isn't it?
Yes, exactly correct, Russ. That's exactly what I was going to say. It's so, because off the top of our heads, we've just punched that up, and it's at least 13 times better.
Right, next one.
Next.
It starts sort of around by my appendix. It sort of works this way. Oh, God. Past my kidneys. It just cuts right into my gut. I just don't know what it is.
It's called your belt, Gareth.
OK, well, thanks for that.
Now, everyone has dreams, even pop stars. The Beautiful South have beautiful dreams, Scary Spice has scary dreams, and Wet, Wet, Wet have nightmares.
And that shoehorns us nicely into our pop quiz.
So let's go and play Wet, Wet, Wet.
Once again, Renfield has plucked 3 more aquatic pop experts from our audience. But who are they?
Closest to me, and in case you can't tell, sir, by the name Miss Maria. In the middle, Mr. Gareth.
Thank you.
And on the far side, closest to you, Mr. Jonathan, sir.
Well, the rules of this game are perfectly simple. You stick your heads in the tanks of water, we pump music up through the speakers in there. As soon as you know what the track is or who's singing it, get your head out quickly, shout at me, and I'll give you 1 point. That's a bit easy, isn't it? So we're going to start the bubbles, please. And put the goggles on. All of the songs have something to do with water. Crouch down, get your heads in. Here's track 1. Rivers of Babylon. Gareth, 1 point. Rivers of Babylon.
Well done. Unlucky, Jonathan. Well done. Good man.
I think Miss Maria's going to have a problem. She's got the rubber bits over her ears. She won't hear a thing anyway.
Yeah. Actually, lift them up a bit, Maria.
That's it. Get your rubber out your ears.
Yeah. Well, that's what I call oral sex.
All right, heads down, please, as we play track 2. Get in there. Get in there.
All the way in.
That's good.
Ferry cross the Mersey. Oh! Ferry cross the Mersey. Both of you 1 point each to Gareth.
Well done, chaps. Well done.
This segment, I think, is the most like something that would be on one of those other wacky 90s shows.
Yeah.
It's 3 members of the public who we're not introduced to at all, really, beforehand. And they've just got to listen to water-based hits underwater and guess them for a wonderful prize, Mark, a grey T-shirt with H&P at the BBC dot embossed across the front of it. No
Like
expense
you wouldn't
spared
want one of
there.
those now. You'd love one of those.
At least our T-shirts glow in the dark, Mark. I mean,
They do. Now that by the way, now that we're getting back to summer, I suspect that the next recording we both do, Russ, will be in our uniform T-shirts.
Absolutely, yeah, totally. Not one noticeable thing about this. It opens with a joke, which
An actual joke.
Reasonably decent. I mean, it's out of the blue.
Yeah.
It's nothing to do with anything.
Yeah. It's completely disconnected
But it's a
from
joke.
everything. Yeah. Proper joke.
Yeah.
Which is actually well performed. I think Gareth does a good job of kind of acting like he's in pain in a jokey way.
Yeah, acting like a slightly overweight man struggling with his belt. I'm sure that was a real stretch for him.
Don't use the word stretch around him. That's unfair. Straight up a good joke. No, that's not unfair. Straight up a joke that isn't bad.
Yeah. But this is just like a silly little game show segment. I think maybe this here. I don't put my head underwater, Mark. I famously have a phobia of water, so I don't put my head underwater. But one thing I do know about water is that it carries sound very well, which is why whales can communicate across entire oceans. So presumably, it's not very difficult to hear songs underwater, is it?
Not hugely. Like you lose some of the. It's certain wavelengths travel, but like enough for you to recognise a song. Yes.
Yeah.
It's not that challenging.
No. So yeah, that segment's rubbish, isn't it?
Yes, Russell. Yes, it is.
It's not offensive. It's not offensive. Or is it offensive? Oh no, maybe it is offensive.
There are some comments that are, I think, actually offensive.
Yeah.
Not least when one of the contestants is a woman and she's struggling to. They give them all goggles. And partly because she has long hair, which is, she can't get the goggles on properly. But the contest has already started. And I think is it Renfield says, oh, she's just struggling to get the rubber bits out of her ears. And then Gareth says, that's what I call oral sex. I like wordplay. I like a pun, and I like oral. I mean, it's obviously something that we all recognize as children was kind of inherently intriguing. It's an intriguing
homophone.
Yeah, not hominin, homophone. But that is. It makes no sense. It is, I think, offensive to your woman, whose name I thought I'd written down. Oh, Maria. That's why Maria. Per Maria is the butt of this joke. It's like, and it kind of, it almost makes me want, like, I wish I was the director. And it's like, sorry, guys, stop there. Gareth, what do you think oral sex is? And they're just really, what, come on, what do you mean? Yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't like that, Russ. I thought that's entirely unnecessary. Like, I'm not, because the thing is, like, I'm not a prude.
You're a bit.
More than you. But if a joke is funny, it's great. It's like it's so unnecessary. It's just so unnecessary.
I feel like maybe they've been told, because they were famous for being rude rude as in childishly rude when they were on ITV. Do you think they were told, yay, we want some of that LWT rudeness, boys? Make sure you keep that in on board.
I think it's I don't want to say it's the opposite, but like I wonder if like they're overthinking it. It was like they it's almost like they feel they have to do it because they think that's what the BBC have paid for. And the reality is the BBC, whoever commissioned this, probably didn't really think too much at all. They just quite like the idea of stealing talent away from ITV, whilst all the ITV execs are sitting there rubbing their hands. No, I don't think they were told, go on, lads, go on. Because here's the thing, this does not feel like a BBC programme.
No.
The @BBC is a stain on Lord Reith's grave. That's what it is.
Thanks very much. Have we got a bunch of people in tonight from Cardiff International Airport? Oh, is there anybody here from the Fire and Rescue Service? And do you know a bloke called Mr. Dave Brooke? Sumo.
Is he with you?
Of course he isn't, because tonight Dave Brooke Fireman is our naked civil servant.
Now, this completely came out of the blue to me. I was not expecting this. So
blindsided,
absolutely blindsided.
Yeah.
Really sort of, compared to the, as we keep saying, sort of Saturday night light entertainment element of it, this seemed it's got a completely naked man in it. I know this obviously we're still probably within the range of full Monty fever somewhere. When was that? Was that 96?
97,
97, 98?
Yeah.
So everyday men getting naked was probably still in the zeitgeist. But it just appears out of nowhere, Mark. Suddenly there's a fireman getting his todger out.
Whose friends are in the audience.
His friends are in the audience.
Yeah.
Getting his todger out on stage for 20, 30 seconds and then just sent off
too
again.
long.
I mean, he wishes he was too long.
Oh yeah, quite. Yeah, gotta watch my words there. First things first, I did not hate the pun "naked civil servant."
No, I was wondering whether that's a recurring thing, whether every week they got a different naked public servant.
Strictly speaking, a fire officer is not a civil servant.
No,
but I'm not gonna. That's okay. I get the point. I'll allow it in this one. But again, this is another one of these segments that like I was watching this thing and like, but if you did it slightly different, it would be better. So this guy whose name I have written down, Dave Sumo Brooks. Yeah. Because somebody seems to add an S at the end of his name, like they almost screwed it up.
Was he called that because it sounds like Bruno Brooks? So it just occurred to me. Sumo Brooks sounds like Bruno Brooks.
Oh, I hadn't thought about that. I just assumed because he was fat, and most people are quite unimaginative when it comes to nicknames for us. Because he's a big guy and he's slightly out of shape, which is concerning for a fireman, I suppose.
They do spend a lot of time sitting around, famously.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. So he comes out and he's on stage and he has he actually has like a kind of a hard hat, doesn't he? Ironically, over his penis, and he's dancing and he's dancing. Of course, it's funny and it's shocking, especially because we see lots of close-ups of his colleagues from the fire service there, and they're like, "Oh my god, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Oh my god, it's Dave Sumo Brooks."
And I presume the blonde woman's his wife, is it?
No, I don't know. That's a good question. I hadn't even thought about that because they do specifically go close in on one woman. And then they make a very unusual choice, I think, as a television program, because Dave turns round, he turns his back to the audience, and he shows his penis to us, the television audience.
Yeah.
Which is a very odd choice for us and for David.
And I really wasn't expecting.
No, I wasn't, because, and I hate to go back to my watchword, it's unnecessary, but also the funnier joke is for the camera to be behind him and then he expose himself so that we can't see it, but that the audience do, and then we enjoy their reaction.
Which is, from what I remember, is exactly what happens at the end of the Full Monty, isn't it?
That's exactly correct, yes.
We see the people of the Full Monty from the back, and we see the crowd all cheering.
Yes.
Which is So I guess, Hale and Pace have confounded our expectations here.
Oh, you're right, Russ. Oh my god, I hadn't thought of it that way. I suppose maybe this whole show could be the joke. Are you saying you think Hale and Pace might be Britain's funniest comedians?
But do you think the BBC thought, oh, it's okay to show this man's penis because it is so small that we won't get in any trouble with any authorities?
This is 16.9. This is broadcast in 16.9. Did people have HD TVs in 1999? Because
I think HD was
people
invented in like 2008 or something, 2009, wasn't it?
I'm not certain. That's why I was going to put that. Let's say it's early 2000. So luckily for Dave, this is broadcast in standard definition. Because I have to say, it's pretty easy to miss he's naked. Unless he's doing kind of a pastiche of Buffalo Bill from...
I mean, so you've got to mind. I mean, clearly firefighters have to be brave, and this is a real demonstration of his bravery, I guess.
Apparently, they don't need to be fit, but bravery is definitely
yeah. And with the blue touch paper is as short as possible. So,
yep.
Any old way. Things are really hotting up on our Premier League table. And this week, it was Swansea's bid for glory as we rolled up with a film crew and tried to get something for nothing.
And this is what happened.
Swansea. Would there be a warm Welsh welcome in the hillside? Or would they tell us to H&P off?
We've come here to ask you if you'll give us something for nothing.
You do massage here?
Yes, we do massage, yes.
Would you throw in a haircut for me?
There we go. Okay.
85 quid worth of massage, yes. No sex.
Definite. You have a sign outside saying free transport to Cardiff Airport.
Okie dokie.
Say I was in New York. I mean, that'd be quite a nice little ticket then, wouldn't it?
It would,
Will you give it to us?
No, unfortunately.
No? Back in 2 minutes. Shall we time it? Are you Tiara?
Yeah.
From the Wigs?
Yeah.
Hi. Could you give us a free wig?
I am to be coming to your country to be a mayor. And it's your babies like to be looking after. Once more. It's Richard III.
I tell you, Jerry, she left me. She done left me. Jerry, no, hush my mouth. I see. She left, took car, took dog where the dog.
This is the wedge.
The wedge.
Oh, Simon Le Bon.
That's you, definitely. We got the length at the back.
It's not bad, is it?
Is this the cool club in here?
Yeah. Are we not cool enough? Is that the problem?
Right, there's all sorts of things coming together in this segment, Mark.
Coming together, okay.
Well, there's starting to notice recurring themes. That's what I'm going to say. First of all, the music is Money by Pink Floyd. That's once again another Pink Floyd reference. So, I mean, it really seems like Hale and Pace are the Pink Floyd of comedy. Hale is Dave Gilmour and Pace is what's the other one's name?
The other one.
Yeah,
That's
the
what it's
other
called. It's called the other one. Yeah.
Also, they go to a health shop that's selling Tigra, which is a herbal version of Viagra. So this is another mention of Viagra in the show as well. So do you think was it just because this hackneyed sort of comedy thing at the time of Viagra being hilarious because it's about
penises?
Yeah. Or do you think that fundamentally somebody who makes this show has some sort of
erectile
dysfunction is playing on their mind a lot?
If I'm going to go with my theory that everything here is the laziest possible, the answer is always the laziest.
Yeah.
Then
penises are funny.
I think just penises are funny, unfortunately. Yeah. Having to consider and maybe come to terms with your own erectile dysfunction sounds like slightly more work than penises are funny.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. So yeah, this segment is called
Premier League.
Yep. I obviously didn't get the reference, Mark. I think you got the reference. It's something to do with football.
I did. It is something to do with football. As I said, interestingly, though not to you, Russell. So to my mind, this is not least because there's a table. This is named after the Premier League, the top flight football association football competition in the UK, in England specifically. Though interestingly, Russell, it wasn't called the Premier League; it was called the Premiership. So even that doesn't work.
So where did they get Premier League from then?
I don't know. I don't know because it was called the Premiership. It was called Barclays, the FA Barclays Premiership or something like that. And it wasn't until like 5-6 years ago that they called it the Premier League. To be fair, it was often called the Premier League anecdotally, but like it wasn't officially.
So
like people just called it the Premier
themselves.
League. So yeah, and I don't hate it. I don't hate the phrase. What I do hate though is segments like this where you bother members of the public.
Yeah.
Because I think that I don't think anyone, I don't like them in general, but I think the ones that are done well are the ones where the people doing it are actually naturally funny, but also there are lots of light entertainers out there, or just entertainers in general, and even some heavy entertainers who clearly...
There's Dawson.
That's your other one. Very good. We just need a third now to make it really funny. People who go out there who are popular, so people who engage with them, but also like seem to actually genuinely like the public.
Yeah.
And this is not true of Hale and Pace, Russ. They are not popular, and they don't seem to like the general public. So they don't seem to have contempt for them, but they just they do some actually. They do actually seem to. And there is a bit of contempt for some of them, but actually they just seem like they are just desperate to get content.
And it just seems so, because there was a tendency around once again, I keep going back to the fact that there's a lot of these sort of madcap shows in the 90s.
You're not wrong.
And there was this whole idea of people running. Big Breakfast used to do it a lot. People running around, doing something, being challenged to do something, and running in accosting members of the public to do things. But there was a sense of urgency to it, and there was like a sense of like instant spontaneity and instantaneous nature to it. It was live and things like this. Whereas this, you've got Hale and Pace lumbering around.
Yeah, there is no pace.
Are they? They're in Cardiff. Where are they?
Swansea.
Sorry, they're lumbering around Swansea with the full sound guy and full cameraman guy who are always in shot, lumbering behind them. All of this, and they're just very slowly asking people and quite politely asking people things and just messing about. So it's just losing all of that sense of spontaneity and off the cuffness. And it's just two blokes walking around a town trying to find something that they can cut into an entertaining segment of TV just by talking to people.
They're desperately chasing content, and you can sense it. Like they just want anything that they can put together into a package.
Yeah. And it reminded me of there's an Adam and Joe segment where which I've heard Adam Buxton says he regrets now.
Yeah.
And I can see why, because I always remember seeing it and making me cringe. But
same.
Where they go into like corner shops and stuff or supermarkets, and
it always seems to be the same corner shop in Brixton.
And where anything said sort of 33% extra free, they'd go in there, open it, and eat a third of it, or 50% extra, you'd eat half of it, whatever. And then when they got accosted by the staff, they'd say, "Oh no, I'm just eating the free bit or drinking the free bit." But that is actually the concept of that is quite like an interesting and funny idea.
Yes.
It's just that I don't like seeing members of the public being put on the spot like that.
And it's interesting because you just reminded me, last night on television they had one of the first series of Taskmaster on. And that reminded me that series has a task where the contestants have to go into a shopping centre and
Tim Key can't do it.
Yeah, Tim Key can't do it, absolutely. And I think that is the one and only task they ever did that involved having to accost the public because they hated it.
Yeah, because it's horrible. It's horrible.
It's horrible. Like not just the contestants, but like the production staff hated it. It completely it destroys the mood of the program, and it's just unfair. It's unfair to the public as well. They're being dragged into this nonsense. Like ultimately, actually, Taskmaster and Adam and Joe, like because they did that once. They filmed it. They had to fill an episode. They put it on TV, and then they never did it again. And same with Taskmaster. It's like they respected their audience to not do low-level bullshit. Whereas Hale and Pace, because of their Premier League table, have committed to having this in every single episode, and there's nothing we can do about it.
But then also, because it's the BBC, they have to have the heavy boots of responsibility on them as well.
Yeah.
So they have to have everyone's agreement and just go.
Yes.
So all they're doing is just going into shops and just talking
bothering
to
people.
shopkeepers and bothering them,
gently bothering them,
but not in a not even in a cheeky, fun, spontaneous way. So it's lost everything. It's absolute. Actually, thinking about this might be the worst segment. I'm not sure. Is it worse than? No? At least you get to see some members of the public, I guess. There are some interesting members of the public in this.
There's some fun people they meet. Can I just give you a full list of the shops that they bother? Because I know you may have. By the way, this I know I say this every now and then, but you do not have to put in the entire clips from every single segment.
Oh no, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
No,
good. So for those who've listened in and because the other thing about this is that when it started, we were both going like, oh my god, we've forgotten that this goes on forever. So the shops that they bother: a massage shop, a travel agent, Tiara Wigs, Cool Club Clothes Store, a bike store, Alice and Jane Bridal Shop, the Sheep Shop, Paul Radford's Fishing Tackle, Sofa Shop, Health and Herbs, Madame Foner Lingerie Store. Now, the reason I wrote out the list was because obviously we're doing an audit. We have to make sure that we're tracking all these things. But it was also because, again, normally I would say it's kind of unfair to compare one thing to another. But no, it's not in this particular case. If that was don't forget your toothbrush. They would have had enough material from maybe 2 places to, and you'd have learned a lot about the people. Like, that you would have learned, because actually, funny enough, one of the things that a lot of people like about Conan O'Brien is that when he goes on location, he is incredibly engaging, to the point where now his new series on HBO Max is just him going around the world. Basically, it's like people who've kind of written in or called and said like, "Oh, I'm from Norway, come visit me." He just turns up on their door and then lives their life with them. Obviously it's probably scripted to a certain extent, but like, he is a really compelling, charismatic person. The fact that they've gone to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. The fact that they show us content from 11 different stores shows how little they got out of any of them. Because the only way to make up the time is to basically scattergun with just sheer numbers.
Maybe this program should have been half an hour long rather than, or is it half an hour long?
It is half an hour long, isn't it?
Is it?
Or is it 35 minutes? I think it's 35 minutes. I've not looked.
It is. Oh, I thought it was an hour-long program.
No, God, no. It just feels like it.
Jesus, that's even worse then.
I know, exactly. No, this is the thing. I thought you were doing a bit there. It's like, no, this is.
No, I genuinely thought. I've watched this program twice now, and I genuinely thought it was an hour long each time.
No,
I just looked at I've just looked at the clock, and it's not.
Yeah. No, exactly. I know. Yeah. I initially, when I first watched it properly, I thought it was like 45 minutes. And it felt like an hour, and then I was gobsmacked to see it was like 34 minutes 58 seconds or whatever. It's astonishing how little is in this, and yet, like, so that's what I'm saying. It's like they must have recorded live in the audience for 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Can you imagine that?
My God,
can you actually imagine that?
Wow. I mean, obviously, if this was a proper audit, I would have looked up whether all of those shops were still open or not. But
of course, but you do not need to do that. Though I wish you did that with a Cool Club clothes store, because what the hell is that?
I don't know. It looked pretty cool, though, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
Just one, very, very quickly, one thing I noticed is at one point they go to the taxi firm or the travel agents or whatever it is, and
travel agent.
They tried to get a free taxi to Cardiff Airport.
Well, they offer free taxis to Cardiff Airport, yeah.
And all of the people, all of the what's his name, Sumo Brooks, was the fireman from Cardiff Airport, and everyone in the audience who was with him were all firemen from Cardiff Airport. So what is it about Cardiff Airport that is so intrinsically linked with this show? That's my observation.
Do you think Dave Gilmore has shares in Cardiff Airport?
Oh, maybe that's where he keeps his private jet or his private inflatable pig.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Earlier we saw Martina's fantastic performance on our set, but will she wither away when she acts opposite one of the giants of the screen? Let's see Martina's screen test.
Oh, Tracy, you're looking lovely.
Go ahead, Penny.
I've been thinking about Oz.
What's on your mind, Penny?
I've been to one of those special parties, and I've bought something for you. You like little toys, don't you?
Yeah, but...
Well, come and play with mine.
Well, it's not that simple, Penny.
It is. Batteries are included. Scott?
We know the procedure. What is this? I tell you, I don't need that. Well, how do you like that? She closed down on me.
She was thinking of you, you know.
That's right. She was trying to help. I know all that, but you boys realize the problems, don't you? Go ahead, Penny.
I've got the Viagra.
You've done what?
It's a year's supply.
Okay, that's what you want.
Now, Mark, there's a word that you use that I always like to use wrongly. Well, no, I always like to pronounce wrongly, incorrectly, and that's peroration.
Yeah, that was so close, Russ.
Peroration.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is the peroration of Martina's story here.
Yes, it is. Yeah,
it's the thing we've been waiting for
the thematic climax,
the whole program, the absolute, Viagra-fueled climax of the show.
Sorry, Russ, Tigra.
Oh yeah, the Tigra-fueled climax of the show. Well, was it worth it? Was it worth all of that setup?
I think the question I asked was it worth the wait? No, it wasn't. It's awful.
No.
Truly, like to the point where like it's funny, like the giddiness that we had at the beginning of our audit of Hale and Pace at BBC has dissipated now as we're having to live with the reality of rewatching this show again, and this is just. The audience is so flat. Like, it is actually funny how quiet the reaction is from the live studio audience. Everyone just wants done with this, don't they?
Yeah. I mean, like, it's like a staff away day, isn't it? You're getting towards the end of the day.
Yeah.
And everyone's had their free.
You're flagging.
Everyone's had
exactly.
their free sandwiches and biscuits.
People are probably desperate to go to the loo.
Clock watching for home time now.
This... because I thought this was Saturday entertainment, I actually wrote this might be the lowest point for BBC Saturday entertainment.
I think it's the lowest point, no matter what day of the week it is.
Well, I mean, I suppose maybe hiding it on a Wednesday was a sensible decision, because this is really, it's worse than unfunny. It's unentertaining because it is so badly executed. So this whole time when Martina was doing her screen test earlier and reading those lines hilariously, and they were promising how she was going to be acting opposite like a big star or like a Hollywood star or something like that.
Yeah, it did say something like that. Yeah,
something like that. She's actually been spliced into an episode of Thunderbirds.
Was Jerry Anderson? Jerry Anderson was still alive when this was around.
Yeah,
he was
definitely. Yeah.
Wonder if he saw this.
Well, I mean, this is the year Space 1999 came out, so he's definitely still making stuff.
Space Precinct, I think you mean.
No, I was joking.
Oh, sorry.
But I'm aware. I'm aware we both know the reference is Space Precinct. I was joking about the year, but thank you.
Oh yeah,
I know we're tired. Yeah.
I missed your
Space
joke
Precinct.
there.
I think came out in '96 or '97. Didn't it? Yeah. It took over from the Buffy slot, which I think we were both like. It's a bit like when the Outer Limits took over the X-Files slot after its first series. Yeah, one of these things is not like the other.
You can't really take over Buffy's slot, can you?
No, you can't. No, you gonna make a joke about that? No, you're fine.
That was the joke.
Oh, okay, very good. I think we're just tired, aren't we? Do you know what? I'm not even sure I know what a joke is anymore, Russ.
No. They've been scrubbed from our memory.
Yeah. What was it? Boris Johnson called a cricket ball. Was it a vortex of infection or something like that?
Really?
Yeah. We said like, no, you can't play cricket because the cricket ball is like a vortex of infection. Maybe vortex or something like that. Oh yeah. And this is just like a vortex of unfunny, but not on that great Tim Heidecker non-comedy.
Yeah, it's not anti-comedy, is it?
It's not anti-comedy. It's
a black hole of comedy.
Yeah, it's an absence of comedy as opposed to anti-comedy.
Yeah. But yeah, so I mean, we get to see Martina act against the Thunderbirds. The Thunderbirds are presented in one of my least favourite things. They've squashed a 4:3 image into 16:9, so that the whole program's widescreen. So yeah, enjoyed that bit.
She's been made to be absolutely needlessly sexual.
Yeah. Well, I mean, does anything else notable happen in that? I don't think so.
There are lines in her performance that we see that we did not see her record, which again speaks to the desperate attempt to edit this into its best form. Which I think is very telling. Yeah, the jokes are off. It's just so late, so fucking lazy. The other thing I'd say is like they give her a video cassette of her screen test so that she can share it with her grandchildren.
I bet she was delighted when DVDs came into the thing, and it meant that she could throw away her VCR, so the VHS could never be seen again.
So there was no danger.
Yeah.
It's not enough to throw away the tape. You have to throw away the machine that can play it as well.
Yeah, turn this into obsolete technology. So
can you imagine? Did you think she ever rewatched that? I mean, assuming the tape is real, like they actually give her a tape. Do you ever think she would have rewatched that? Not once.
No, I mean,
not once.
I'd like to know what she went on to do. Like she might have gone on to big things. Clearly had a thirst for fame and getting on this show, but I didn't recognise her.
No, I was expecting to. I was expecting to kind of think like, oh, I recognise that. It was like, no. That's the thing. Like, she could be just like a production assistant. Like, she could be not an actress, but like, as I say, like just in the industry. So someone, you know, who was kind of game for a laugh, which is ironic because there's no laugh. Yeah, I actually feel very sorry for her because even though like it's false, there's no way it wasn't a bait and switch.
No.
And to kind of paraphrase what I wrote earlier, it's like she's very lucky that one of the low points of her private and professional life, when her shame was broadcast to the world, a bit like Dave Brooks, she's very lucky that it was this particular primetime television show that was happening, because that basically guarantees that no one ever saw or remembers it until today.
And and also could never find it on the internet.
No.
To be virtually unsearchable.
Yep.
Anyway, well, here we go, Mark. This is the.
Oh.
I like to think that we end on a high note here.
Congratulations, Martina. Here's a video cassette of your performance there to bore your grandchildren with. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it from Martina. Stars with smoke in their eyes. Every week we give a celebrity the opportunity to become one of their musical heroes. And this week we're really privileged to welcome one of the nation's favourite actresses.
Take a look at this.
Oh, I wouldn't want to go there.
When should I about you going?
Look, Jack, you're going on holiday and you're going to enjoy yourself, so get back in. People assume, you know, that I'm like Vera. You know, when I'm out, they go, hi, Vera, and when they hear me talk, you know, they're a bit surprised. You know, when I open my gob, I say straight away that I'm a lovey.
Hello, Dot, how are you?
Do you know I've been half an hour standing in that butcher's?
Never.
I don't know why I bother. I can't remember last time they gave me a good bit of belly.
Well, you see, my classical training, it won't allow me to do anything below my dignity.
Morning, can I help you?
We'd like a kitchen table with a nice formica top.
Certainly, this way, ma'am.
Henry, the lie detector. Now put this on your head and don't worry about it.
Insist, darling.
Hey, it suits you.
Be a nuisance. Insist on formica and nothing less.
Well, I mean, I am proud of my northern roots. I haven't done every 2 weeks, you know.
Now, Elizabeth.
It'll be a bit of fun, isn't it?
Of course it's only fun. So what would he be better off stripping?
My name's Liz Dawn, and I have a dream.
And here she is, ladies and gentlemen, Liz Dawn.
I'm getting a facelift, I tell you.
Why?
How are you, everybody? You lovely audience. They can come up to Weatherfield any time.
Really?
Yeah, have a pint.
Now, how long have you been in this series now?
1974, first time, can you believe it?
25 years.
I know.
Fantastic.
And it's fantastic, and I had you in so long.
Oh, you had me, you said.
Love with his knees.
Well, you found them.
Yeah, actually.
Well, you know, I'm a big fan of the street, and I
know you
especially like that Big Bird.
Which one?
Big Bird, Sesame Street.
No, Coronation Street.
We've got a bigger bust than me, you.
Thank you.
It's
Actually,
lovely. I'm feeling a bit chest.
No, you do it, Liz. Hey, could you give us a minute, please? Now, hang on. On the street now, there's some pretty sexy, steamy stuff going on.
They're all in love with each other. It's only Jack and Vera getting on.
So is there any...
He's in love with Chip Pan.
That hurts. Now, and so is there pressure on
Drop
you?
your chip in there.
See if it floats to the top.
It'll all be cut, Liz. You watch it. It'll all be cut. Oh, come on, like that.
Hey, Liz, look what you've done to him. Norman's leaking. He's
going to my funeral.
Now, we are nearing that very, very serious moment now, Liz.
I know, this is my big moment.
Are you looking forward to this?
Oh, God, I am, honestly.
Are you sure?
Now,
They
listen.
don't know what it is, do they?
No, they don't know.
They're in
Big
for a
surprise.
shock.
You're there.
You're going to get a bit soft.
Listen, you are our celebrity guest tonight, so will you do me a favour? Will you walk through the door of opportunity?
Be a trooper and walk through the pea super.
Off you go.
Tonight, Liz Dawn is Snoop Doggy Dog.
Hey, Mariah, I'm your desire. I'm Liz Dawn, set your soul on fire. Let's be cool, come on nearer. Rub me in your skin and say, hello, Vera.
Rub me in the skin and say, hello, Vera.
Get on down, Liz Dawn. Streetwise to the beat. Get on down, Liz Dawn. I'm on Coronation Street.
Hey, baby, I don't see me, baby. You're my #1 landlady. You make me freeze, you bring me down to my knees when you say the word.
Time, gentlemen, please.
Say the word.
Time, gentlemen, please. Get on down, Liz Dawn. Yeah, you're quite okay. Get on down, Liz Dawn. You're a cheeky monkey.
It's for Liz Dawn rap and she's Liz Dawn.
The only rapping I do is when I rap up warm.
She got the knack to put a pen on her back when she say the word.
Hey up, pal Jack.
He's the fella in the cellar and he's on the sauce. He lost all his money on a horse of course.
I tried to tell him, he wouldn't listen. I turned around and our Jack had gone missing.
The man is a fool. He's a sucker. But Liz Dawn is a sexy mother figure.
You are?
She's a sexy mother figure.
I see that is BBC. Hey up, show. I don't give a bit of junk.
Gotta give her respect. Oh, she's gonna say yes, she's gonna say.
Whack.
Now, Mark, I've never seen Coronation Street in my life. Never even so much as watched an episode of it. But the thing about Coronation Street is it's such a, it's so embedded in the consciousness of Britain that I knew who Vera Duckworth was.
Of course you did.
Just as a thing. But I thought Liz Dawn, as to name her, the actress, I thought she came across as really well in this. I
Brilliant.
thought she seemed. I would actually preferred it if she just presented the program. To be honest, she seemed like a lot more fun than Hale and Pace did.
I really liked the VT they did to introduce her. I
Yeah.
thought it was like a little capsule of like her professional career with like clips from like stuff she did when she was a lot younger. Yeah, she comes across brilliantly, and she's game for a laugh. Like genuinely, she's up for it. We're not saying what it is, but she's up for it. And I found her really endearing.
Yeah, and what's interesting about this segment is that unlike other segments which are vaguely like other programs, this is just directly and openly saying that it's a rip-off of Stars in Their Eyes. Really, it's celebrity stars in their eyes, and well, that's really all they're going for. But luckily, they've not done the thing that they used to do in Stars in Their Eyes, because what they used to do in Stars in Their Eyes is quite often they used to black up.
Yeah. So we should just say now, Liz Dawn is going to perform as Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
That's going to happen. That is something that happened.
So
yes.
So if this had been Stars in Their Eyes in the early 90s, then she would have come through those doors, smothered in blue polish or whatever they used.
Whatever they used.
Yeah. But thankfully, the enlightened BBC have not done that. So that's a. Although I have to say, Mark, I would have quite. Is it wrong of me to have quite just for completion's sake to have ended this show on some horrific?
I don't disagree with you. I absolutely 100% get your instinct. And you like in a sense it would have absolutely capped this journey if at the end we saw Liz Dawn black up. However, I think on the one hand, it is good that it didn't happen because obviously it's entirely inappropriate and
Yeah.
offensive. On the other reason it's good that it didn't happen is because if it did happen, this program would be remembered,
Oh,
and that is
yeah.
unacceptable.
That's a good point. Yeah. I mean, on the positives, I thought the song was all right. I thought it was a decent.
It's okay.
Considering they must have asked somebody at the BBC to make up a Snoop Dogg-esque song because it's not. It's an original song. It's not.
Yes.
It's no. They've not just changed
It's
the
okay,
words to a
yeah.
Snoop Dogg song.
Yeah.
It's a reasonable effort, I would say.
Who knew Dave Gilmour could write raps?
The other thing I noticed, and I noticed you noticed as well, is that they make a Sesame Street joke
Yes.
here. And do you think that's because Liz Dawn is taller than Hale and Pace?
She's very tall, isn't she? Now I'm sure she's wearing heels, but like she's a tall woman, clearly.
Well, it looks
or
up-
Gareth and Norman are. Oh, go on.
I looked up how tall she is because
Yeah.
she towers over Gareth and Norman, doesn't she?
She does, yeah. I don't know how tall they are.
Internet. The consensus on the internet is that Liz Dawn is 5'7" tall.
Oh.
Which
So above average for a woman, and but that means that Gareth and Norman.
Yeah, because I expected her to be 5'10" at least, but yeah, Gareth and Norman are fairly little fellas. But yeah,
Literally and figuratively, yes. The other thing about the Sesame Street thing, sorry, was like I grew up watching Sesame Street because it was on Irish TV, and I think one of the things I was surprised when I moved over was that people were aware of Sesame Street but had never really watched it. And
I used to watch it on Channel 4. I used to be on Channel 4 at lunchtime.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Channel 4 eventually broadcast it. But it was like it was on Irish TV for, I don't know, in my head it was on for decades. Like it predates me. Like it was on because it was on in America. It was like over here, it was a thing, but it wasn't as big as it was. So in 1999, how many people, everyone knew what Sesame Street was, but like it wasn't really a go-to reference point. Like it's, because even now, you and I listen to like American podcasts or like American comedy, people still talk about Gordon from Sesame Street. I can picture Gordon from Sesame Street. I know
Is
who
he
they're
the bald?
talking about.
Is he the bald fella?
He was the guy around the shop, I think, wasn't he? Yeah. And it's like, do you know what I mean? Like people still talk about Sesame Street now, or like there's Sesame Street from the 80s. They still reference it in a way that is live and relevant. So I think it's a very odd choice for. It's just like they were desperate to. I think it's a Big Bird joke. I think that's all it is. Is that she's bigger than them and Big Bird's on Sesame Street. Well,
and she's a big bird compared to them. I think
what
that's
is the laziest path to the punchline? Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Can
I
you
also
tell
like-
me how to get to the punchline?
The punchline.
baby?
Yeah. The other thing I liked was that Liz kind of under her breath says, "Oh, it'll all be cut this." And
in your dreams,
sadly, sadly, it has not. No. Yeah, incredible, really. Yeah, Liz Dawn and Hale and Pace rapping, pretending-ish to be.
That's a pretty stale old trope, though, isn't it? The old,
even that in the 90s,
the old lady pretending to be a gangster rapper.
Yeah.
You know, the juxtaposition of those two things. I couldn't name any examples off the top of my head, but I've seen it countless times. The only thing I would say about Liz Dawn MBE, whose real name is Sylvia Ann Butterfield, is that I looked up her filmography, and her filmography is quite detailed. It includes the ITV telethon in 1990, which, fairly not very well remembered thing necessarily by anybody who didn't see
I remember it, but yeah,
I mean,
you do, yeah.
And it includes her appearance on Blankety Blank, which we saw in that VT.
Yeah.
It does not include her appearance on H&P at
BBC dot.
No. That one's been missed off of a filmography for some
my
reason.
God.
Even though she puts in this
Scrubbed.
absolutely stellar performance.
Well, she's putting effort in. Actually, all the celebrities have put effort in because they're professionals. Bless her. I know. I think you should. I genuinely believe, Russell, that you should update her IMDb and Wikipedia with this this late breaking story.
Yeah, but maybe there's maybe there's an omerta in the industry where this doesn't get mentioned. Imagine we start getting threatening letters for bringing this back up again. Havers sends his lawyers onto us and all sorts.
The estate of Bellingham, sending us snotty letters.
Somebody starts pouring stock through my letterbox. You never know.
Littering your front doorstep with gravy granules.
Anyway, Mark, that is the end of the show, thankfully.
Yes. Should we order this, Russell?
Let's very quickly order this.
We're not going to do the year and the context because we can do
that at the end of
we'll do that
tomorrow's
because we can bundle them all together.
Did you see my suggested?
I did, and I think it's a good idea. So I was going to just rattle through them.
Yeah.
So Russell, your highlight of the show?
My highlight of the show was Nigel Havers guessing the price of ham.
Accurately as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was a pretty good moment. I think that is a very good highlight. I'll go for something different. I think I actually genuinely really liked the Liz Dawn intro VT.
Yep.
That's
all right.
Low light of the show.
Oh, so many, Mark. So many.
I know. It's actually really difficult. I think I now know what Sophie went through when she had to make her choice.
I think it has got to be. Hang on,
you're going through the different segments.
I'm just scrolling through just to. I really do think that. Hang on. No, you go first. Go on.
I would like to give a shout out to the screen test because there's so much of it, and it really plumbs some pretty low depths when it comes to entertainment and humor, and it also drags in, if not an actual member of the public, then like a non-celebrity, and that's unfair. But I can't get away from the kind of offensively crude throwaway gags, and it's a toss-up between Norman Pace telling us he's moist and Gareth Hale asking Maria if that's what she thinks oral sex is, or whatever he said. And I think, I think it has to be the oral sex thing. It's like sometimes your first thought shouldn't be what you say, says us. That's what I call oral sex, he says. It's like, it's not just cheap and nasty, it just doesn't make sense. So that's my low point of the show, Russell. What's yours?
I've just checked and I've gone through and I've calculated, and I think it's him undoing his flies to the sped up version of The Entertainer.
Yeah, yep.
I think.
Because that's interesting, so the next question is the best joke.
The best joke is the belt joke.
I think the belt joke is the best joke, and that could have been lifted from any sketch that they either made or didn't make. So then there's the worst joke, and the worst joke I was thinking was, because I'm not going to include like the throwaway comments like oral sex or I'm feeling moist. I think the worst joke is the Spielberg thing.
Yeah,
but that can my worst joke can be your low point.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I shouldn't have separated these out.
Oh, I don't know. I disagree. Because I think it's very telling. Because like the worst joke could be the low point, but I think there are lower points than the joke.
Yeah. No, that is the worst joke, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Because they put a lot of effort into. Anyway, okay. Best celebrity.
I mean, all three of them are decent. I think Havers does a. I like Bellingham's cackle. Bellingham does a cracking cackle.
She's very good cackle.
Havers does the best bit of throwing it back at Hale and Pace.
Yeah.
Like he goes, I know a couple of hams when I see them, like that.
Yeah.
Obviously, that was already the joke.
Yeah.
But somehow he makes that joke seem better when he delivers it.
He does. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
They
have no response to that.
And also, obviously, I have the family connection with Havers, with my my family. It was essentially,
Russell, why are you pretending it was going to be
sharing
anyone
the Oscar
other than
with
Havers?
him?
Yes, absolutely.
So yeah, I'll go Havers.
I would say there is a fourth celebrity, which is Liz Dawn, and I think she's very good. I can't give it to Bellingham's cackle is brilliant, but she makes a joke, a throwaway comment where she because the boys are able to guess the price of grease paint better than she is, and she calls like a bunch of puffy actors, and it's like you can't get away with that these days. And I'm really sorry, I am going to judge you on these days, those days, because those days were 1999, which is quite similar to these days in a lot of way.
Luckily, she literally got cancelled in.
She did.
2014.
She got permanently cancelled.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm going to go Havers as well. So there we go. Worst celebrity. No, I have. Go on.
Do you have the same idea as me, Mark, on this?
Is your worst celebrity Tessa Sanderson?
Yes. Yeah. Both in the credits and in the Radio Times listing.
She's listed as being in the program, even though she's
guest star Tessa Sanderson.
Yeah.
In the credits of this.
Yes, that's the thing. I can see how it could be in the listings, but it's in the credits. She's
Tessa
in
Sanderson is not in this episode.
She is not in this episode, not at all.
So
unless
I
she
mean,
works in a sofa shop in Swansea,
imagine,
she's not in this episode.
Imagine. So, do you think that's why some of the segments have been stretched? Because there was this whole Sanderson segment
they've binned.
That they've had to bin because she's gone. I'm not being on this program. Program is execrable.
I hadn't even thought of that. In my head, I was thinking, like, can you imagine how bad it is that they chose not to broadcast it? But you are probably close.
No,
to the
I
truth.
reckon
You're like,
Sanderson with her Olympic,
she has standards. She has a reputation to protect.
Her winner's attitude.
Yeah,
she's going to go. I'm not being on that losers program.
Yeah.
Cut me out of that. And then they've had to extend all of the segments in order to cover for Sanderson.
Right, point counterpoint. In that case, depending on which way it goes, I would argue that if she's called up and said, no, unacceptable, this is shit, you've been in it, she's the best.
Yeah.
If it was so bad that even Hale and Pace couldn't broadcast it, she's the worst celebrity.
Yeah.
Okay.
She is Schrodinger's celebrity.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. We will never know, because God knows we're not going to open that box.
I'd love to bump into her at some point and ask her, though.
Best member... Oh, yeah. Best member of the public.
The best member of the public... Well, I think give her credit. Martina.
Oh, yeah.
Put in a lot of effort. And I mean, she was hard done by, so she deserves a lot. I think she deserves huge amounts of credit for being a trooper.
Yep.
In this episode. However, I do think that the croaky-voiced furniture store lady just pips her.
Sofa store woman is a star in the making. Worst member of the public?
Well, I mean, it's that fireman who shows us his todger.
Dave Brooks. Oh, interesting. For me, it was the slightly sleazy herbal Viagra salesman.
Yeah. We should get those two guys together.
You think they can help each other? Could this be shown on TV these days? If not, why not? You've asked.
I don't think this could have been shown on TV those days.
That was the exact answer I had. Is like this was clearly unshowable in 1999.
Yeah, I mean it's because not only is it poor, it also contains like quite a lot of dated, like weird sexual stuff that doesn't really make much sense in the context, and it just feels it feels, even though it's a brand new series, it feels tired because all it's doing is recycling stuff that was done better for a whole decade prior to it.
Yeah.
So no, of course it couldn't be shown.
No, and that's the thing. It's like it's not because its values are warped. It's just not good enough.
No.
Like there are basic cable channels that would not broadcast this because it's just not good enough. It's entirely unacceptable. It is unacceptable that this was like, I don't blame the BBC for showing it because they had to fill the time, and they had paid good money for all this. I just cannot imagine the shame of handing over the Betamax tape and saying, "No, this is the best we can do. I'm sorry."
Yeah.
And then still cashing their check. You tempted to watch more episodes of it?
No.
So
I mean, even if something's bad, I still want to, maybe this is an outlier, or maybe things change. I do not want to ever see this ever again.
No, it's astonishing, isn't it? Genuinely astonishing, because there's only 5 more episodes. We could easily knock them out.
I mean, even with the tempting, lineup of something like Roy Walker, Gary Bushell, John Coleman, Keith Chegwin, all those people that I love to see and stuff.
Of course.
Just would not be able to drag my eyeballs.
You mean the idea of watching another episode of HP at BBC doesn't make you moist?
That does not. No.
Oh, that's a shame. Because the weird thing is, as we were doing this, I was thinking oh wow, our audit time concept, we could probably employ it on any TV program we want now. Because apparently regardless of what we talk about, we will talk about it for 3.5 hours. And make each other laugh and so on and so forth. And there's always a part of me thinking maybe we should just keep this as a runner. Just do another HP at BBC every 5 episodes. And then Don was like, do you know what? People could write in and they could ask us to audit something of their choosing, and we'd probably do it. But I genuinely have zero interest in watching anymore, which I find peculiar, because there's definitely a part of me that is really curious to see how much worse it gets, because I do not think it wouldn't get worse.
Well, I mean, I never get bored of looking at car crashes. I always find a car crash relentlessly entertaining. You know, I'll happily sit there and watch 3 hours of Russian dashcam videos.
Of course.
But watching this is not the same. There's something leaden and depressing, and
well, this feels like it's taking something from you as you watch it.
yeah.
It's not fueling you. It's absorbing you.
Which is kind of, now you just said that, which is kind of weird, bearing in mind that Renfield is in it, and he's Dracula's minion or whatever.
Yes, indeed. Do we do the tropes, or are we happy with the questions?
No, there's no tropes and no tropes.
Yeah, there's no tropes. No.
Well, let's just skip to the end. Well, Mark, I'm going to have to leave you from this inaugural episode of H&P at bbc.audittime, because I've just remembered that we still have an entire episode of Tomorrow's World to audit. So, diddle-da, diddle-da, diddle-da.
Yada, yada.
And if you are on the World Wide Web, we will see you in about 2 seconds.
Bye.
Goodbye. And we're back. Did you enjoy that, Mark?
What, the audit we've just done, or the week's break we've just taken to recover?
Oh, it was nice, wasn't it? Yeah, it was a 6-day refractory period after that.
Do you know,
experience?
I never thought I'd miss the days and then conversely enjoy the days when I've not had to think about Hale and Pace.
And I mean, of course, I'm sure there's many of our listeners who just skip that whole section, so we'll try not to refer back to it very much. I mean, we probably can't refer back to it very much, because by the end of that one I was quite drunk, so I don't really remember
I
half
wasn't
what we were
drunk,
saying.
but I was drained of energy.
Yeah,
I think if my memory says we were on a high, and then that dissipated quickly over the prolonged period of time. But I think it was important work, Russ. I don't think anyone doubts that wasn't important work. So, I mean, you know, do have a listen. If you have a spare, I don't know, what do you reckon, 2 hours? I don't know how long that took.
At least. I mean, it could well end up in the British Library, which obviously we're returning to now.
Yes.
And I thought before we actually get stuck in, I realised that I've not mentioned anything about the British Library, where this is being hosted from. So I thought I'd give you a couple of British Library facts before we get into this. It was actually created in 1973, the British Library. It's not actually all that old, because before that it was part of the British Museum. So it was only like a law. They brought in a law to bring the British Library, and became its own separate thing in 1973. And obviously it was in an older building before this new one was built. And they reckon it contains. They actually don't know how many items it contains, which I think is interesting. You'd think a library would actually.
I'm not impressed by that fact at all. That is very.
But they reckon it contains between 170 and 200 million different items.
Wow, that is actually quite a lot.
Yeah, 14 million of those are actually books. Obviously, the rest is manuscripts and letters and whatever.
Oh, for a second there, just the way that it was books. The rest is just like, you know, pencils and plug sockets and like bricks in the building. Yeah. Okay, so actually, it is genuinely, like their library stock. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I mean that's
3 million new items are added every year, which occupies 6 miles of new shelf space every time. And obviously, in order to accommodate all of this, they have as well as the London site, they have a separate storage site up in Boston Spa in Yorkshire, which has robot librarian type. So you go in there and you punch in your code for whatever you want, and a robot goes and gets it for you. And obviously, famously, the British Library is one of those libraries of legal deposit. So it also is automatically given a copy of everything that is published in the UK. Do you know where there's 4 other libraries of deposit in the UK, Mark? Do you know any of them?
One of them is Oxford.
Yep, the Bodleian in Oxford.
Yep, I assume one is Cambridge.
Yep, Cambridge.
And I'd have to guess one is in Edinburgh.
Well, yes, there's a National Library in Scotland, and a National Library in Wales. But then the other one is actually it's 5, isn't it? I just realised. The other one is Trinity in Dublin.
Oh,
so one gets sent over to there as well.
I didn't know that. That's really interesting. There is something really tempting about just having any old shit published, just to say that you are in the British Library.
Yeah.
I say that looking at some of the books you bought me on eBay for Tomorrow's World related stuff. It's like, there's some quality stuff in there, and then there's a couple of things that we think like, there's been a bit of a rush job there.
Yeah, and since April 2013, it has also been storing every website with the suffix .uk.
Ooh.
So, I mean, if you want to get yourself in the British Library, just buy a domain and put any old nonsense on there. It will officially go into the British Library.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all,
So,
is it?
even in 2013, they reckon there was 1 billion web pages with .uk at the end of them. So, God knows what it is now. But yeah, so that's the British Library. So let's see what else what else is going on there.
Well, here at the British Library, things are so up to the minute that you can access the internet from every desk in the building. But if you want to get connected at home, how do you go about it? Well, as I found out, it's getting easier all the time.
Do you sometimes feel people are on another planet when they go on about the internet? Well, whether we like it or not, that planet is now the world we live in.
So, welcome to tomorrow's World's Guide to Getting Wise to the Web. And it's actually a surprisingly small step to take that leap into cyberspace. So what stops so many of us taking the plunge? For many of us, the biggest barrier is the computer itself. But actually, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to make the journey to Planet Web. Anyone can do it.
If you could word process a letter, play a video game,
Hello there.
or use a mobile phone, you can master the net.
Take it from me, entering this cyber world really isn't difficult. Here's what you have to do. First of all, you have to get connected. And for this, you need 3 things.
A computer, a modem, and an internet service provider.
Any old computer will do. The more powerful it is, the better. Now, the modem is what connects your computer to the telephone line or cable. The faster the modem is, the better. It can either be separate like this or built into the computer. Now, you won't actually get access to the internet without an internet service provider, and they're the people who provide you with the software to connect your computer to their computer, and that gets connected to another computer, and that in turn to another computer, and that essentially is the internet, a whole network of computers interconnected around the world.
Now you've got all the relevant bits, connect the modem, switch it on, install the software, and when that's done, with just one click, you can be connected to the web.
And there's the BBC website. I'm in. But if you think that looks straightforward, getting connected in the future is going to be even easier. You fed up with having to go to a computer or an office in order to get access to the web? Well, why not do it from the comfort of your own front room? With the advent of digital television, we'll be able to surf the net using the same remote that we use to control the television at the moment. Not only will we be able to alternate between the net and the television, but we'll also be able to watch both at the same time. If you don't want to sit inside all day watching the television, but you want to connect up al fresco, well then, here's just the device for you. It's an internet phone. You can take it anywhere, it's got no wires, and you open it up, and there's a screen inside, and it connects you instantly with anything on the internet. The fact is that although I'm stuck out here in the great outdoors with my plate of sandwiches, I can send an email to anybody I want to, or I can even use a mobile phone. I'm in touch with anybody, anywhere in the world.
You all right, Nicholas?
If you think that's a great idea, meet Jerry Bowskill, the man with the power at his pupils. With one eye on the kids, the other is busy scanning the day's news. Wearing simply a pair of glasses with a small screen in one lens attached to a computer inside a holster bag, Jerry's wearable computer gives him the ultimate in no-hands flexibility.
See you later.
Off to work, and Jerry can use the web to check where the next bus is and when it's due. At work, a radio location beacon triggers Jerry's screen to show him just where his colleague Barry Crabtree is. He's at home, but he's available online so they can have a chat.
Hi, Barry. Yeah, it's good to see you.
Yeah, I've been in for a while now, so... Yeah, that's good, yeah.
And in dull meetings, Jerry keeps himself awake by switching on the telly. For Jerry and his mates, and maybe us one day, connecting to the web will be as natural as putting on your clothes.
It's funny, that's almost two different pieces, really, isn't it,
Yes.
wedged together? Because you've got a fairly just sort of basic introduction to how to get on the internet.
Which
kick off
arguably
with.
might be the whole point of the program is the first half of this segment. This whole episode is designed to explain why the internet is important, and in this bit it's like, well, and here's literally how you get on, which I would imagine quite a lot of people haven't really discussed, and that is absolutely one part of that segment.
Yeah, and I feel like if it just ended with Peter with his phone and it panning up, that would be the end of the segment. But then it just goes to old Jerry Bowskill with his with his precursor to Google Glasses, and it's like a funny little and it's playing that that sort of music, that
kind
music
of
they used to play on Pathé
yeah.
sort of things. Yeah, and his group of weirdo mates.
What a
wearable tech.
What an absolute spod squad they are. They are criminally nerdy. It's astonishing. And every time I see it, I think I lost a little bit more respect for them. Not least the names. You say there's Jerry Bowskill and then there's Barry Crabtree. These are not
Barry Crabtree.
These are not cool names, Russ.
I wonder if he was related to Shirley Crabtree, aka Big Daddy.
Yeah.
Could be. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, there's not really any surprises for us here because we lived through this, and so we know exactly what Peter's explaining here. I'm not sure why at the beginning he is sort of roaming through the solar system. I don't know what the connection there is.
Well, it just seems to be a mechanism to deliver two sort of jokey lines. One of which is, because it starts with, he says, it might feel like people are on another planet when they go on about the internet. And then, he's passing through the universe. And then he goes on to say, it's one small step, or it can feel like a big leap or something like that. And then Peter himself, this gargantuan tree-trunk-legged man, makes what can only be described as a pitiful hop. And then we cut to seeing his two kayak-sized shoes land on the ground.
That really is a one small step for man. That, isn't it?
So it's just kind of, I suppose, it's just. I don't think it needs it. I mean, because there's actually quite a lot of Peter Snow stuff. I think maybe because he was like the election data kind of presenter. He does seem to like to surround himself by kind of visual nonsense, I suppose, or nothing. I mean, because I was even thinking about the time travel segment we had from a few episodes ago, which actually is in Peter's future, I think, isn't it? Was it 2000 that maybe? I can't remember now. And all these things run into, God's sakes, like these are different episodes. We're just making it up. But even that had kind of like some kind of comedic visual comedy, which I don't know, it just doesn't work because his explanation of how you get on the internet is the key thing, and I'd hazard a guess it's maybe 30% of this entire segment.
Yeah. Did you think that server room that you were standing in with the orange and black lights looked at all like the server room from 2001: A Space Odyssey?
I didn't spot it until you pointed it out, and do you know what, Russ? I actually do agree with you. I think it does.
It's a shame.
It's retired, Russ. You need to move on.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I was going to ask you. Do you remember what your first ISP was? I was looking at some old names because the first UK one was Pipex, and then there was Demon, and then the big one was FreeServe because that was the one you'd have to pay for monthly bill for. I think we had Eclipse. I seem to remember. I just wonder whether you remembered what your first one
have
was.
No idea. I really don't actually. Yeah, not. Because I was wondering if I could pull it separately to you asking me that question actually, and I could not. I mean, it's possible. We probably just used them all really, just like you'd use the try before you buy period and just
those CD-ROMs. There were so many of those CD-ROMs, wasn't there, with the try before you buy?
Yeah.
I wonder how many of those were printed and what sort of contribution to the world's plastic waste.
I've read somewhere that Britain is 1 foot taller than it used to be, such as the.
So we just go through that, how to connect to the internet. That's not really anything of interest to us because we know how that works. And then I think it's interesting. Peter's got his internet phone there.
Yes.
It must be probably quite an early sighting of a proper phone connecting to the internet, getting email and accessing primitive web pages. Yeah. But that's quite interesting.
That feels like the future. And that reminds me of my dad had a Palm Pilot, I think, in the mid 90s, where like it wasn't attached to the internet, but like you could word process it and you could do an Excel spreadsheet. And God, it felt so incredibly futuristic to me. This little tiny you know, it's fair. Like they're a much bigger mass than the mobile phone I'm holding up in my hand. But like just the way they opened up, there was a satisfying kind of heft to it. And then, you know, the actual screen was rubbish. You could word process on it, but like there was no way you could run spreadsheets on it. But it's still that kind of sense of, I don't know. I think my dad liked it because I think he felt like he had a bit of cachet when he was kind of walking into you know, he was in the post Filofax world, Russ. And he had his Palm Pilot, and he was pleased with it. I don't think he used it all that much, but yeah. And his phone, Peter's phone, has that kind of feel, but with a little aerial on it. And I cannot imagine how much it cost, and I cannot imagine how much it would have cost to get on the internet with it. It must have been.
Well, did you notice that they'd stuck a little piece of black gaffer tape?
I did notice that, Russell. On an episode littered with brand names, they are so bloody choosy who they decide to black out.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, it's 1999, so of course it's a Nokia.
Yeah.
So it's a Nokia communicator, 9110. In fact, Mark.
Classic.
Would have cost you over a grand to buy.
Scheiße.
Even now, if you try and buy one on eBay now, it'll still cost you about between 70 and 150 quid.
Wow.
If you want one to work in order. I guess they're just like real collector's items, aren't they?
Yeah.
Just one of the first ones. But yeah, and interestingly, Peter is demonstrating the ability to surf the internet outdoors on a picnic bench. He's made the long and arduous journey to the patch of grass out the front of White City. But sticking with Tomorrow's World tradition.
Do we need to add a trope? I don't know why of just like a tick box of like travelled to Shepherd's Bush.
Yeah, we ought to really, shouldn't we? Yeah.
I'll add that for the next episode. It's one of those things like, because in my head I was thinking like, oh, add that to the list of all the times they ventured to deepest, darkest Shepherd's Bush.
Yeah. And then we get treated to an almost net, like the camera pans up, and we get to see a pre-fire Grenfell in the distance there.
You guessed it, and then I did a little bit of analysis, and sure enough, that it's Grenfell right in the middle of the screen, which is I don't know what to think about it really. Not something to joke about. It was just like it was a bit weird.
Yeah, no predictions in this program about its eventual fate.
No, Russell, no. As well, no, there wasn't.
But yes, no, and then as I said, we get to Jerry Bowskill.
Yeah, this is the real meat of the segment, isn't it?
Who looks like he's wearing NHS specs and a colostomy bag. And obviously, I managed to find Jerry. It's actually, his real name is Jeremy Bowskill.
Oh, and he thought he could hide.
Obviously, I found him on LinkedIn.
Of course.
Being a computer spot, he's on LinkedIn.
Of course he is.
And obviously, I found a photograph of him. Which you
is that what's
scroll down to the?
Yeah. Ooh.
Turning into a bit of a sort of a young Tony Robinson alike, I think. And he's completely shaved off the tonsure
He
was developing in this.
He looks much better, doesn't he?
He does. He looks like much better. Also, I imagine he's considerably richer now, because back then, when this was filmed, he was working for BT as like a sort of a researcher into
a fashion model, surely.
And he was collaborating with MIT on like wearable tech and things like that. But then when he left BT, he essentially sold his soul to the online gambling industry.
Gosh.
He's worked for a series of online gaming companies over the years. And now he's the group chief technology officer for PointsBet, which is America's second largest sports betting company. So, and he lives in Rockport, Maine now. So I imagine he's absolutely loaded.
Oh yeah, I mean, I have to say,
but he is probably bringing all sorts of misery to the lives
that's the thing. I mean, I would say
problem gamblers.
Josie has been offered, or people representing the gambling industry have definitely been interested in my wife kind of coming to work for them, and without a shadow of a doubt, they pay way over the odds because that's not a pun, because guaranteed jackpot. That's what I'm saying, because it's life destroying industry.
All the life destroying industries, always pay the best.
They do. I know. That's the thing.
Arms dealing, drugs dealing, everything. All of them.
Think of all the houses in Maine they bought happy families for us. They're doing God's work. I'm not. Oh, I suppose I'm a bit disappointed by that. I wonder if he walks around the casinos or the betting shops in New England wearing his fantastic electronic colostomy bag.
Oh, it'd be a great way to cheat at cards, wouldn't it?
I'm sure no one would spot him.
Have a secret.
It is.
Speaking, yeah.
Go say it is difficult to. I have two thoughts about this. I've got more than two thoughts, but I have two conflicting thoughts. On the one hand, I remember the internet back then. The technology they demonstrate is to my mind being able to project back to how I felt at the time is hugely impressive. It is also absolutely ridiculous and incredibly stupid.
Well, that's the funny thing. And the funny thing is, even though obviously these days, miniaturization has vastly improved and internet speeds and processing speeds and all of this have vastly improved, it's still the case that these types of glasses are still treated as absolutely ridiculous. I mean, they still. I looked up. There's all sorts of ones you can buy from different sort of companies you've never heard of.
I remember 6 months ago, Ray-Ban doing ads where they were doing some glasses that integrated with Facebook, which is
Yes, yeah. Ray-Ban were the only company I'd heard of that make them. There's other companies called like Vuzik, Oppo, Unreal, Snap, Vu, Engo, but the unifying thing about them all is they all look silly.
Yeah.
They all make Roy Orbison look like he's wearing something sensible. And I mean, even like a giant company like Google, they came out with the Google Glass, which they launched in, when was it, 2013?
God, that's quite recent.
And I like this. It was widely mocked for its geeky appearance, limited functionality, and potential role in violating the privacy of people around the user. The criticism was so fierce that the term glass hole was sometimes used to describe people who wore it. Discontinued in 2015. So yeah, even Google couldn't get these things off the ground. They did carry on making a special enterprise edition, which were used by sort of engineers and medical people. But even those, they discontinued those last month.
Oh wow!
So Google are out of the game. There's rumours that Apple have got something in the pipeline, but there's nothing confirmed yet. But there's been strong rumours that Apple are going to come out with something. So, I mean, I guess if anybody can do it, Apple can do it, because they're the ones that basically popularised the iPhone, really, the smartphone, aren't they?
Yes,
so
yes, yeah.
They might be able to do something with the glasses, but they're going to have to think of something that you can't just do with your phone, because the whole thing is everything that the glasses can do, you can just do by looking at your phone with your eyes.
I think the idea
having a screen in front of you.
Well, that's the thing.
Is dangerous, isn't it? Really.
I've always thought that the idea of like having some kind of display in your glasses that's superimposed, that kind of not AI, not virtual reality, augmented reality, AR, that kind of projected over your field of vision, like the route you have to take, or the little box that comes up next to your head that says, "Oh, Russell, you are friends with him," or something like that. His birthday is in January. I've always thought that was something.
Oh, stop doxing me.
Episode 1, Russ. All you could talk about.
Oh yeah.
It's like I've always felt something that was an extension of something you already owned. I could see how that could break through, but I just don't feel. It's not one of those things where like you feel like there's an absolute gap in the market that is waiting to be filled by whichever brave, $1 trillion conglomerate is, kind of put something in the market. Clearly, because it hasn't worked.
No,
I mean that was the thing about the iPhone. Is like. It is astonishing to think that one project is, every phone now is an iPhone. There's, they're all called different things. They're all by different manufacturers, but every phone is an iPhone. And it's like the idea of they basically just said, yeah, you can have a computer in your pocket. It's not really a phone anymore. That's what they did. They worked out that people actually didn't really. The phone was the least compelling bit of the mobile phone, the smartphone. Anyway, so maybe they can do something similar. But it's almost like, well, I wear glasses and I have different sets, and they have prescription lenses in. I am not going to go to Apple and spend £2,100 every time I need to get my prescription. So actually, it's going to have to be something that kind of clips on the inside, but doesn't make you look like an absolute arse.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like we're there yet, Russ.
No, not at all. No. Yeah, I mean, at least they've got rid of the colostomy bag attachment. But yeah. I think maybe if there was something that projected directly into your eyeball somehow, rather than onto the glass.
Have you been watching Star Trek: The Next Generation again, Russell?
Well, that episode, is it the one where they get addicted to that
game?
Addicted to that game. It's like getting frisbees into flowers.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
I knew it. Yeah. I knew you're a pusher.
I'd love a go at that game.
I bet you would.
They look like they're really enjoying themselves, even though it looks like quite a simple game. Yeah. So I mean, I think that's probably it for goggles and the internet. So well, going from one vision.
Oh, actually, there was one thing. Sorry.
What?
I think that when I was doing the notes earlier, I really like when Peter successfully got onto the internet, he says, "I'm in." And that is such classic 90s hacker talk, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think he meant it
Well,
as he wasn't being sarcastic, he wasn't being ironic. You know, he meant it, "I'm in." But it's just, I thought, oh, that just leaped out to me.
Well, you know, if you're not jacked in, Mark,
well done, Russ.
Extraordinary. I wonder how many of us will actually end up wearing computers. Anyway, in the meantime, wouldn't it be great to have a really handy guide to everything you could possibly want to know? Perhaps a bit like this. 1980s series, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And we're delighted to have with us the author tonight, Douglas Adams. Now, Douglas, what are you launching tonight? A Hitchhiker's Guide to the Internet, effectively?
Well, exactly. Well, it's a Hitchhiker's Guide to the world on the Internet. I mean, when I invented the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, 20-odd years ago, this was pure science fiction. But with the web now available, we can actually create online guides. And this is what we want to do, to create an entire guide to the entire world. And we're calling it H2G2, which is Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
And what use is it going to be to ordinary people who will switch
Well,
in with?
the point about it is that it's going to be a collaborative thing. So everybody puts information in, and everybody can take information out. In the old days, we used to have, even today, we have guidebooks which are full of information that was published last year based on somebody's idea of what was good and what wasn't. What we can do now with the internet is everybody can collaborate and everybody can pitch in. And this we want to invite people to do tonight. If we go and register as a researcher at our site, which you can get to through the Tomorrow's World site, and see how many people can actually register as researchers right here on the program
and
tonight.
Put information into your new guide.
That's right. Started putting information about anything.
Give us an example. Give us an example.
Well, for instance, just take the example of a restaurant. Now, up until now, you would have to read something, as I say, that people had written ages ago. Nowadays, you'd be able to read something somebody had written about that restaurant today, and if you have one of the things you just demonstrated, an internet phone, you'd be able to, type in something about the restaurant as you were in it, and
it's
somebody
a dynamic system, up to date all the time,
That's
constantly being renewed.
Exactly. Now, the web up till now has been like a lot of brochures, and we haven't understood that it's got to be live, dynamic information that's constantly being updated and constantly being argued about and debated about everybody online.
But for this, you are dependent on everybody else giving you the
everybody else
information.
giving us the information. We provide the infrastructure, we provide the software and an environment which will make sense of all this information. We have sort of teams of people who are going to be sifting it through and gradually replacing themselves with smart software to do it automatically.
Fire the starting gun. Tell them what they've got to do right now.
Go to the Tomorrow's World website, click through to the H2G2 site, and sign on. All you have to do is put your email address in and start putting in entries about anything you like.
Thank you very much. We'll come back and see how things are going a bit later on. And thank you very much. Now over to Lindsey Fallow. What are you up to, Lindsey?
I think we'll probably agree that although we're not all logging into H2G2 every day, there's no doubt that Douglas Adams, sort of his vision for the future of the internet and how it will work, is probably the most interesting and sort of prophetic element of this program by far, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite. First time I saw this, I was like a shiver went down my spine, as he basically just invented half the internet right in front of us.
Yeah. I mean, he's invented Wikipedia for a start. He uses the phrase it needs to be live, dynamic information, which I think is the key that a lot of this early internet stuff seems to miss. And then at the end just throws out the idea of Yelp or TripAdvisor reviews just as a concept. That he just seems to have thought off the top of his head. There.
He really. I mean, ignoring the fact that he invented, as you say, Wikipedia and TripAdvisor, the key thing he says that is kind of glossed over because I don't think people get it at the time is that, because when the internet was becoming popular, it was kind of, you were told, you will have all the world's knowledge at your fingertips. And I think everyone imagined, and I'm sure there were even kind of segments that would show you like a library, and then they'd say, and now here's 1 million libraries all next to each other, and you can access anything in any of these. That idea of the information was stored on shelves and you could just pluck it, open it, review it, put it back. It held a place in people's imaginations because they could understand the idea that libraries were the traditional repository of information. And what Douglas Adams rightly has worked out is that the internet, that's a waste of the internet. what the internet, why the internet will be different, because people still go to libraries now, why the internet will be different and better or more useful is because it will never be static. It will always be changing. Peter says renew, and it kind of made me think of, oh shit, what's the film with the pods, the old people, and I just Cocoon. Thank you. And there's always like a glint in his eyes. He's thinking like, oh, I can live forever through the internet, but like it's not renewal, but it's kind of that idea of it's like it's constantly being updated. Nothing is ever everything is new all the time, and it's refreshing. It's not renewing, it's refreshing.
Yeah.
That is why it exists.
Yeah, exactly.
That is why it exists now.
And I mean, it's a shame because I didn't realise he died so long ago. He died in 2001, so only two years after this. I thought it was more recent than that. So obviously he never lived to see the smartphone, like a proper smartphone, where you can see the web the same as a computer. Yeah. And but I imagine like that if you saw one of those, it would be that is because obviously
that's the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, yeah,
Hitchhiker's Guide, and that's exactly what a Hitchhiker's Guide is in the thing. And he would have been, I think he would have been, what's the word?
Satisfied?
Yeah, pretty satisfied.
I don't disagree with you, but actually, I mean, I wonder what he'd be thinking about now. That's as I was watching this, because I didn't know what year he died, but I thought it wasn't long after the turn of the millennium. I was like, I remember thinking, I was thinking like, what would he be projecting? What vision would be in his mind for the next stage of the internet or whatever? Like, it doesn't even have to be internet. He could have, whatever it is. I don't know, because he seemed like he was always ahead of the curve.
Yeah, totally. Yeah,
hugely impressive. And even in these two segments, like, he's just hugely impressive. Like, he's so confident and knowledgeable and excited and kind of eager to share. I kind of vaguely remember hearing like he hated writing, like he was one of those kind of tortured writers. It was a solitary pursuit, and actually you can see how excited he is to be out and about, kind of saying, look, we can all do this together. It must have been quite exciting for him. It's a shame that he never got to quite fully appreciate the opportunities that he might have been afforded.
Yeah, totally, absolutely. I mean, I found out some couple of interesting facts about Douglas Noel Adams. Ooh. He was born in 1952, which means he was only 49 when he died, and only 47 in this episode. Oh my
God, he looks like he's 20 years older than this.
He does, doesn't he? Yeah.
Me. He looks like he's 20 years older than me, Russ.
His dad was a computer salesman, which I guess probably enthused his interest in all that. I mean, computer salesman back then. I mean, God, what was he selling? Just huge things.
Gosh, yeah.
But when he was at school, he was 6 foot tall by the age of 12. I know you mentioned that you thought he looked very tall in this.
He did look very tall in
this.
Yeah,
he eventually grew to a height of 6'5".
Wow.
So he is the same height as Peter Snow.
He is the same height as Peter, because I knew Peter Snow was tall, but there's a shot just after he introduced Douglas Adams. It's a wide shot where the two of them are sat opposite each other. And Peter Snow is a tall man sat down, but he looks comfortable, whereas Douglas Adams looks like he's trying to fold himself into the chair. He has these long, gangly legs, so maybe he's just all leg.
Yeah. He's closer to the camera, isn't he? So I guess they told him to squeeze in the shot, haven't they? He actually went to Cambridge, was in the Footlights, and when he left Cambridge, he actually wrote a few Monty Python sketches with Graham Chapman. He's one of only 2 non-Python people ever credited with a writing credit on Monty Python.
Wow.
Along with Neil Innes.
Of course, Neil Innes.
And then after that finished, he needed to take a few odd jobs to make ends meet over the years. So he was a hospital porter, a barn builder, chicken shed cleaner, and bodyguard to a family of Qatari oil tycoons.
Wow.
I don't know how you jump from chicken shed cleaner to that. I guess they just looked at him and went, well, this man's tall. He could just stand there looking menacing.
I think so. Wow, that's incredible.
But yeah, then he came up with the idea for the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Apparently, he claims that the idea was that he was laying drunk in a field in Innsbruck, Austria, looking at the stars. And he had a copy of the Hitchhiker's Guide to Europe in his pocket. And then he thought, oh, wow, if we ever all go to space, we'll all need a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And that sort of triggered his imagination. So he came up with the radio show first. It was on Radio 4, and then there was the series of 5 books, and then obviously the TV series that we see a clip from on this. But yeah, he was also a script editor on Doctor Who, so I'm sure... I've always imagined we've got quite a few Doctor Who fans who listen to our podcast, Mark. I don't know why. But yeah, apparently series 17. Although, did you know this? This is like a side thing I found out. He had because he rewrote a script that somebody had submitted. There was BBC rules that said he couldn't put his name on it. So there was a name that that people used when they rewrote scripts at the BBC. And do you know what that name was?
No.
David Agnew.
No, really?
Yes.
Gosh.
So I don't know whether your brother knows all about that, but yeah, apparently there's a whole series of
that explains all the residual checks he gets.
yeah, there's a whole series of BBC programs where the script is claimed to have been written by a man called David Agnew, and he's basically like the Alan Smithy of BBC scriptwriters. So that was interesting.
God, what an odd choice.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from, but yeah, and in our how many Pink Floyd references have we had this episode? I'm sure we've had multiple Pink Floyd references. Turns out he's best mates with Dave Gilmour of the Stonk fame.
To say, yeah, okay.
Even played at a Pink Floyd concert once, and named one of their albums, the Division Bell. Yeah, obviously good friends with Richard Dawkins because they were both of that that early 2000s atheists club.
Yeah. Christopher Hitchens.
Which is kind of fallen out of fashion now, isn't it? I remember that was all the rage, wasn't it, back then?
I don't know. It feels like we have other things to think about.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
It's the least of our concerns these days.
Yeah. He's a big campaigner on behalf of endangered species. It's mainly, especially the gorilla and the rhino. And in fact, he climbed Mount Kilimanjaro in a rhino costume once to raise money for charity. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how how that affected his heart.
I was about to say, was it 2001?
Yeah. But this is interesting in terms of technology. Mark, did you know he was a massive fan of the Apple Mac right from its conception? And did you know that he was the first person in Europe to buy an Apple Mac?
That's incredible. No, I did not know that. What that's a stat.
And do you know who the second person was?
What year? 19...
It was in the 80s. Some point,
1984.
1984
doesn't need to be 1984. That was Mac 2, wasn't it? So,
whatever it was.
Clive Sinclair.
Stephen Fry.
Oh, that makes sense, doesn't it? Yes.
Yeah, and apparently he was already using email in the early 1980s. He was like that big into computers and tech and stuff. And his memorial service, after he died, was the first ever church service to be shown on the web by the BBC. So there's a little tech connection there. There's an asteroid named after him, a street in Brazil. And this is weird, Mark. Every year there's a special day called Towel Day, which is when people who appreciate his work carry around a towel in public, and it's a reference to the Hitchhiker's Guide, because apparently in the Hitchhiker's Guide
it's one of the recommended things you should always carry with you.
It's the most useful thing an hitchhiker can carry, right? Do you know what date Towel Day is every year?
I assume there's a 42 in there, so is it the 4th of February?
No, it's tomorrow, 25th of May.
Is it really?
Yes.
Oh, wow, okay. Why? What
are the chances?
That's incredible. Why tomorrow?
Because it's 2 weeks after he died. I don't know why that in particular. Okay. But yeah.
Well, I'm working from home, so I'll make sure I have a towel close to hand.
Get the old towel out. But yeah, I mean, so this H2G2 still exists, Mark. You can still log onto it, which I didn't realise before I tried to. So it's still there. It's very different to Wikipedia, though, and it does predate Wikipedia by 2 years. Mark.
I was going to ask. Okay, cool. 2 years.
Wikipedia was launched in January 2001. So yeah, but yeah, Adams actually started it, and in its early phase, like after this, got quite big. And in its early phases, it had like 40 employees.
Wow!
So they're all working on it. But then the dot-com bubble burst, lost all this money, and then the BBC bought it. So it actually passed over to the BBC, and they put it on there. It became a BBC domain for quite a long time. It was there. They had it until 2011. They were running it, but then they wanted to cut their online budget by a quarter, so they sold it. And then the person who bought it was a man called Robbie Stamp, who was one of Douglas Adams' best mates.
Oh.
So he bought it back. But yeah, I had a look on it. I went through it earlier today, see what it was like, and I can see why Wikipedia succeeded and it didn't really. I think without Adams's guidance, it kind of must have lost its way a bit. So it's not really a reference. It's not really an encyclopedia or way of referring to things. It's kind of like it must have attracted like Adams fans, and it became more of like a creative writing site.
Okay.
So it's got quite lengthy articles, but they're more sort of like whimsical and humorous articles about random things. So I typed in Tomorrow's World to see whether there's no articles about Tomorrow's World or anything like. it's just random information that you can't really. It's not really of any use to anybody, really. So yeah, kind of a missed opportunity, I think. And I do wonder what would happen to it if
he'd stayed
Douglas
alive.
Adams had
Yeah.
maintained control, and because I doubt his vision was for people to just write little little whimsical paragraphs on it. But yeah, and then also I clicked on a thing that said how many hikers, which are members of the site, are currently online. It just said 0.
Oh wow, okay.
which I thought was
Telling.
a bit sad,
Yeah.
really. Yeah. But I mean, I'm sure there's probably some interesting stuff on there if you wanted to browse it. But it's certainly not a encyclopedic resource in the same way that Wikipedia is these days. But yeah. I mean,
missed.
Yes,
Yeah.
but that's quite often the case, isn't it?
Yeah.
That the first thing to come along is not the
No.
stalking horse, isn't it?
Yes.
And then something else comes along after, which is basically the same idea, but it just does it more successfully. So I guess that's the case with this.
The
really.
Nicholas Tesla and the Betamax of internet
Yeah.
information repositories.
Yeah. Well, get your surfing gear on, Mark.
No.
Well, this busy hive of activity is our surf lounge, and here our busy team of students are checking out just a few of the massive range of things you can get up to on the internet. So, Rebecca, what are you looking at?
At the moment, I'm looking at the Movie Critic Lobby, which tells you which films you're most likely to enjoy based on your previous assessments.
So you tell it what you thought of some films you've already seen, and then it tells you some other films that you'll like.
Yeah, and at any point throughout this, you can actually click on the film's title and find out more about it.
Oh wow! So you can do what we call hot linking to other sites.
Absolutely, works really well.
Fantastic, excellent. Well, that's brilliant. Now down here we've got that's the Live and Kicking website there. I recognise that one with Zoe and Jamie. Now down here, Chris, what are you up to here?
I'm on upmystreet.com, which is all about houses. Here we've got a little graph where this is my house here, and this is the national average.
Okay, so this is house prices in your area.
That's
if
it.
you were looking
if
to
you're
buy
above
somewhere.
that, then you're great. If you're below, dodgy. A clue to the purpose of the site is here. You can search for properties for sale. So
Oh,
it's
right,
sort of
okay.
an internet estate agent, if you like.
Excellent. Does it
And-
tell you anything else about the
Yeah,
area?
this gives you hot links, as you said, to other places. It can tell you what plumbers you can get, or electricians, etc.
Very handy, fantastic. Well, over to you, Peter.
Does anybody still say that they are surfing the web and they're not being ironic?
I don't think so. There's a lot of terms of phrase in this, aren't there, that now seem quaintly archaic.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
did you surf the web or did you surf the net?
Oh, information superhighway, Mark, of
I'm
course.
so sorry, Russ. Forgive me.
That was always, I think, that was always my favourite information superhighway.
Yeah.
Because I mean, is there such a thing as a superhighway? Is that even a thing?
I always associate like big mega American highway kind of networks with like traffic jams.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
you listen to
that's a good point,
any LA based podcast and they're always complaining about traffic.
I mean, not much to go through here. I think we agreed Lindsey Fallow's being a bit too over enthusiastic.
Yep.
I think she is a former children's presenter, isn't she? Or she may be a current children's presenter because she says she expresses excitement at seeing the Live and Kicking website,
yeah.
which she says she knows. So presumably she's on Live and Kicking. Ironically, Mark, you'll be sad to know that the Live and Kicking.
Oh no, Russell!
website
No, Russell!
It's most definitely not.
Followed
Live and
Douglas
Kicking.
Adams to the door, did it?
Yeah. I mean, I found a Live and Kicking website, but it was from 2014, and it was talk about classic TV. Weirdly, a website from 2014 looks like it's about 20 years old as well. But yeah, the other two websites mentioned, there's the Movie Critic Lobby. Now, obviously you can't just put Movie Critic Lobby into Google without quotation marks around it, because you could get like movie criticism about the film called The Lobby or something like that. So I put quotation marks around it, because I'm expecting, well, maybe the website's dead, but at least somebody will be mentioning it. There are 0 search results for Movie Critic Lobby on the whole of the
That
internet.
is incredible.
So there's not even anybody reminiscing about its existence or referring to
But
it.
it
anywhere
definitely
on the
exists
internet.
because I've seen it on my TV screen. That is incredible.
Yeah.
Wow, the internet does forget.
Yeah, and then upmystreet.com, that was a success. Actually,
I remember that one. That was the one I thought, oh, I've heard of that.
It was bought by Zoopla in 2012 for just under £1 million. So if you type in upmystreet.com now, it just redirects to Zoopla. But whoever started that one, At least, at least they were doing all right. It could possibly be this Chris lad that we see because he seems very confident.
Very, very confident young man. He either owns his own home, which he's price checking, or arrogantly lives with his parents and is claiming it as his own home.
Outrageous stolen valor, house valor.
Absolutely, yeah. Do you know, that is kind of like the British version of stolen valor, isn't it? Pretending you own your own home.
Well, as we've just seen, you can use the internet for all sorts of things. But if you think it's just sort of sitting around and clicking a mouse every now and again, you're wrong. Please welcome Olympic rowing champion Steve Redgrave. Steve, hi. Thank you for joining us.
Just about to start.
Okay.
7 seconds.
Oh, God, we're going to start the race right away. 3, 2, 1, you're off. Now, here's Steve rowing here. Who's rowing against him and where?
Steve is rowing against 6 other competitors from the United States all the way across New Zealand with 4 European countries in between.
OK, now, all the other competitors rowing against Steve over 500 metres.
It's a 500-metre course.
So how long will it take?
It's going to take about 1.5 minutes, but Steve's on good form, so he could do about 1:25.
There's Steve just ahead of the others, just ahead of the field.
Row in Sweden.
We've also got, who's this?
This is Louis in Portugal, Matt in Ireland, Peter in the United States, Robin all the way in New Zealand. And
Rob
Jerry,
Hill, the transatlantic rowing champion.
Yeah,
Let's just have a look here on the website. This is Rob's website over here.
Right.
And we can see a picture of Rob actually rowing here. No, he's gone. He's come back. There he is rowing away, doing the usual internet roll, a slow-moving picture.
That's true.
And that's Rob in New Zealand.
In New Zealand, doing
and
the same
let's see how we're getting on. And
we're over halfway.
There's Steve right ahead there with 100 metres to go. So they're in their homes, the other people here, with this similar computer on a desk.
That's
and
right.
they've got one of these machines.
The system links up the exercise machine, in this case a rowing machine, to the computer.
First time it's ever been
across
done.
the world. It's the first. It's an interface.
Here comes Steve now, 50 metres to go. He's well ahead of the field. And in second place, it looks
Chasing
like
hard
Louis
with Robin, New Zealand.
Looks like
Go, Steve, go.
And he's very nearly there. I think the Portuguese Luis Reyes is coming in. So there's Steve. Well done, Steve. Congratulations. How about it? Okay. Useful.
It's fun.
You can't get a word out, Joe, but never
fun.
mind. Good luck at the Olympics. Thank you very much for joining. You're an example to us all. Philippa.
Good luck in the Olympics, Mark. How did he do?
He won, Russ.
Oh, excellent.
He did A-OK. Probably because of this training.
I was going to say, do you think he did all his training
in the British Library?
In the British Library, yeah. Yeah, I mean, not much going on here, Mark, is it?
No.
It's
interesting, but, not a lot to talk about.
Because he's sort of... The representation of the other rowers is so basic. And it kind of... There's no real guarantee that... I don't know. It seems very dislocated from what's going on there, isn't it? Really, I mean, you could just have a randomised, load of opponents. I don't know.
But in that sense, this reminds me of the wearable tech, which is that obviously to our tired, jaded eyes, this looks really stupid. But actually, at the time, it's pretty cutting edge. The idea of linking these rowing machines across the world, I've taken it, not least because like they seem to be literally trying to name check the other athletes because they were legitimate athletes. Like this wasn't like you and me logging on and trying to compete with Steve Redgrave. This is like, he's competing against kind of peers. I don't know. I wonder like how many Olympic gold medalists had ever, had a race online before Steve Redgrave and Tomorrow's World Special. That idea of kind of linking an event and having it, all kind of competing in I mean, the other thing I'd say is like, there's no doubt in my mind that there's lag involved in this. They did not all start at the same time. They could not.
I was about to say this. Obviously, even in modern gaming, when people play Fortnite or whatever, Call of Duty online, they're all obsessed with the concept of lag.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's obviously it's like milliseconds.
Yeah.
Now. What
was it back 24 years ago?
Lag in dial-up in 1999. I mean. They could have started at a completely different time,
absolutely.
unless there's some sort of central thing that is able to account for the, it's pinging and it's accounting for the different length of time that the signal's going or something like that, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, I suppose, obviously they were all probably, because he said the 7 things together, they clearly had a specific time they were starting, like on the clock, not like a countdown in the machine. Though I was amused by the fact, and I think this speaks to the internet, that when we do cut to the screen, it says one racer didn't show up in big bold letters, not bold letters, but big bright letters at the top of the screen. Which is like, yeah, I mean, A, it's highly probable there was some kind of internet problem. B, I also wouldn't compete against Steve Redgrave on the internet. So
I like to think it's just his mum picked up the phone downstairs.
That's exactly what it was. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Steve Redgrave. I always thought. I mean, obviously he was big news back then, wasn't he? Steve Redgrave was pretty much our top sportsman, most celebrated sportsman of the era, wasn't he? And quite rightly so. He obviously went on to win his 5th gold medal in 2000. So, which is the he's the 4th most decorated British Olympian in history. But at the time, he was the most.
He was the most by a long shot. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, if memory serves me correct, and correct me if I'm wrong, in '96, the Atlanta Olympics, which is the low point for British athletics, his gold medal was the only gold medal. But there are not many Olympians who won the number he has, where you can only compete at one event per Olympics every 4 years.
Yeah. So 5 consecutive golds. Apparently, after the 4th one, the '96 one, he did say, "If anybody sees me go near a boat again, you have to buy permission to shoot."
That's the exact quote, isn't it?
Yeah. Luckily, no one did, so he was able to win that 5th one. And he. In 2002, he was ranked the 36th greatest Briton in that famous
Oh my
Great
God,
Britain's
I remember
poll.
that.
Do you remember that?
Dude. Oliver Cromwell was really high up on that list. That's what I remember.
But didn't Princess Diana come 4th or something as well, didn't she?
Yeah, she did, yeah.
I think the weirdest one was, I remember Michael Crawford of Cat's Done a Whoopsie on the Carpet fame. He came 16th or something, which is insane. I don't know, that must have been some sort of concerted effort by, some others do Avon fans or something, I'm not sure. But I mean, Redgrave is also just around 6'5", so I was wondering whether this might be the tallest episode of Tomorrow's World ever. And unless they have the Harlem Globetrotters on any
maybe
history, I think this has got to be.
Maybe that explains why Lindsey Fallow's there, so they can keep the average down.
Yeah. But online rowing, Mark, you'd think that there'd be loads of it these days. I looked into it. There's not a lot of it. Well, it's pretty easy to connect a rowing machine to the internet now, isn't it? But I mean, a lot of it, the British rowing one is sort of, you pay money to enter, but then you just submit your own
time. Oh, okay.
You think, well, anybody could cheat at that. You need some sort of way of gauging, making sure that people aren't, cheating at this. But then it turns out that there is one company. So I was like, maybe Peloton do it, because Peloton do bikes. And they have got a rowing thing, but you can't be competitive on Peloton on the rowing thing. But there is another company called EXR Game, and it only came out 2 years ago, right in the middle of COVID. So I guess maybe that's what sort of spurred them into action. But they've got one, which has obviously got much better graphics than Sir Steve's one. You can go rowing on different famous rowing lakes.
Yep. Yeah, they're all visually incredibly different.
You've got avatars and stuff that you can row against your mates and things like that. So it does exist now. But weirdly, I mean, it's taken 20 years for it to really come to fruition. I guess maybe rowers just prefer rowing in real life. They famously love getting up early in the morning, don't they? And going and rowing.
I know.
Why are they so obsessed with getting up early in the morning? I've never understood that.
Maybe they need to get out in the water when the water's asleep. I don't know.
No, I don't know. Because I mean, I've always of the sports, I've always quite enjoyed rowing.
Doing it,
but I couldn't get up.
No.
Well, just doing it.
Yeah,
I mean,
same.
Of the exercise machines,
it's the one
a
I've
rowing
enjoyed
machine.
the most.
I was yeah. But there's no way I'm getting up in the morning, Mark. There's no way I'm getting up at crack of dawn to go rowing. So
No, it's like So it's either because you're taking the water by surprise, or you're taking your entire body by surprise. That's the plan. Because there can be it's absolutely not anything that involves getting up that early. I'm at, unless I'm flying somewhere, and at that point, I'm definitely getting a pint in the airport.
I was going to say, then you can have a Wetherspoons breakfast with a pint, and that chamfers the edges off the morning.
It does, because as we all know, there's no time in airports and there's no time in casinos. It's all good.
Internet athletics? How about something a bit more relaxing? Internet shopping. Well, now Craig Doyle gives the Coates family from Berkshire the Tomorrow's World test. Shop till you drop, but only on the internet.
For the Coates family, shopping is no longer about pushing trolleys, but pushing buttons. They've used the internet for 2 years and now use it to do their weekly food shopping.
I like the technology, and my wife likes to save a bit of time, so it suits both of us.
Chris uses a virtual supermarket on his company's own computer network. He browses the site, ticking the items he wants. The goods are then delivered to his firm. Frozen items come in specially insulated boxes. His company takes care of the delivery charge as a staff perk.
What's the reaction been in the office? Well, it's been very good. Some have jumped at the chance of saving a few hours by getting the shop to do half the job for us.
But deliveries straight to home would be even better. First, the Coates tried out Tesco's.
Does it not bother you that you can't pick up fruits and squeeze them and smell them before you buy them?
Well, it did at first, but we've had several shopping lists delivered, and they're very careful about shopping for the best fruit. We've not had any complaints at all.
Right now, the service is only available in limited areas, but they hope it will be nationwide by 2001.
The only downside to the Tesco scheme is that they charge £5 for delivery to your house. So I might feel a bit guilty about spending that and feel that I ought to go and do the shopping.
Last, what could be the virtual shop of the future, Organics Direct already delivers to homes across the country. There are no real shops at all. The only shop they have is on the internet.
I have no idea what that actually is. I'm sure you're going to
Well,
tell
no,
me.
they send you whatever's in season at the moment, so a bit of a surprise sometimes.
Time for some top technology to find a suitable recipe.
Now, you may have noticed I've got rid of your old microwave, and what we have here is an example of the very latest in 21st century kitchen technology.
This microwave can connect to the internet. One of its functions is a recipe finder. No PC required.
Now, Jill and Chris aren't the only ones who use the internet to shop in this house. Guess what they're shopping for in here? Right, fellas, noisy old bedroom you have in here. Do you want to just pause the music there for a second? Now, what are you actually listening to?
I'm just listening to something I found on a site on the internet.
Nowadays, you can buy music from the internet. You download it to your computer or a blank CD, so you can make up your own album to play on your own hi-fi.
Can you download any music that you actually find in there?
A lot of the places you can sort of listen to it but not download it. And some places you have to pay to download it.
Right. Things may be just a wee bit quieter here in Jenny and Jack's room.
They have their own challenge. Their job is to find a whole new look just using the internet. Clothes, hairstyles, shoes, fashion tips, everything.
How have you been getting on?
We're on the Dolland and Aitchison website looking at glasses, because you can upload a photo of yourself and then try different pairs of glasses on.
I think you can go cooler than that, I have to say, Jenny. What else have you been looking at?
Well, we've got this Body Shop website. They give you a model's photo and you can try different colours of makeup on.
Has that helped you in buying your makeup, Jack? No. What have you been looking for?
I've been looking at different types of hairdo. I'm hoping to dye my hair green and get some spikes.
Recipe success with the microwave, but there's more.
Is this empty? Mm-hmm. Right, well, in the future, when you run out of, say, milk, what you'll do is you'll get your empty carton and you'll scan it, stick it on your shopping list, and put that in the bin.
Excellent.
Just think, no more supermarkets, no more shopping lists. You can put that in the bin as well. Actually, a system like this could be connected to your cooker, to your fridge, and even your bin could be connected to the...
There's quite a lot of is covered in this segment, Mark, but I think my absolute number one takeaway from it was the fact that they spend £197 on their shopping, on their grocery shopping.
What we assume is their weekly shop. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and also not only that, they get a separate veg delivery box.
Yeah.
So that doesn't even include their organic veg that they're getting on top of that. These people, I mean, I don't think that. What's weird about this is none of them seem objectionable.
No,
but there is something very smugly middle class about the whole affair, isn't there?
This is clout chasing before clout chasing was a thing, isn't it? Absolute pure raw Coates flex. This.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they tick all the boxes.
Here's the thing,
don't
Russ.
they?
Based on what I've seen, if an ITV program had come to them asking to show off their internet shopping habits, they would have said no.
Slam the
door. Yeah, chase them off with a broom.
Sent Shane Ritchie packing. But yeah, I mean, this. So this, I think, especially. This was all of like the sort of stuff that they were trying to tell us with the exciting new use of the internet, isn't it?
Yeah.
And sort of buying things, getting music, sodding around on sort of company websites, having an internet connected bin, all that sort of stuff that was meant to be the whole future of the home is covered in this. I mean, obviously, I think the only thing really lasted is grocery deliveries, isn't it? Everything like the other stuff that they show looks quite dated for what it is.
Well, I mean, you say lasted. I was gobsmacked that Waitrose and Tesco's were doing internet shopping back in 1999.
Yes,
genuinely gobsmacked. Like
yeah.
and that's the thing we were alluding to earlier. It's like he clearly works for BMW, who are a fantastic employer, and he's shopping on Waitrose and Tesco's, and actually, even when they slum it on Tesco's, it is amusing that the page they want you to see that they're looking at was exotic fruit. I did not know that these supermarkets delivered. Now, my assumption was it was in like hyper specific locations.
Just around the BMW.
Just around the BMW headquarters. Yeah, absolutely. But But then I suppose in a sense, do you remember the first thing you bought on the internet?
The first thing I bought on the internet, yes, I do. It was a hard drive, which I bought from. Wow. I bought it from a precursor to eBay that was called QXL, I believe it was called.
That rings a bell.
And I needed a bigger hard drive for a game that I bought, and it was the cheapest place to get one.
For a game you bought, yeah.
I think it might have been The Sims, actually, weirdly. But yeah, I needed and so I went online and bought it off of there, and that was the first thing I ever bought off the internet.
Because I don't remember what it was. I don't remember the first thing I bought, but I remember because for me the internet really was kind of a passive thing, and then it was only when you bought something that you realized that it unlocked in your head. Now I do remember when we went to university, in that first year having a kind of a campus-wide LAN, and obviously everyone was in the computer labs with. Remember those 120 meg floppy disks?
Yeah,
absolutely rinsing Napster. I don't know what this kid is.
Oh yeah, same here. Yeah, just totally. I remember it was only when I went to university that somebody showed me what Napster was.
Yeah.
Just go straight into the computer lab at night when it was empty and just download as much stuff off Napster as you could.
And it was one of those things when you realise, like, any song, go on, any song's like, and then you type in a song that you quite like that you hadn't heard in a while, and then immediately it was in your possessions. That was my like, and then you go back to your kind of holes, and there'd be a LAN, and everyone would be sharing music and film and playing games in different rooms. It's like, oh my god, this is incredible. I suppose the advantage of kind of university in the late 90s, I had the infrastructure in place that you could actually experience what the internet would become, and I think this family
but none of the safeguards.
None of the safeguards.
Break the law as much as you like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Because I remember my flatmate Adrian. He was obsessed with the website Consumption Junction, which I don't know, which I imagine would definitely be on some sort of blocked list.
T's and C's.
If anybody tried to access it from a university terminal now, I would have thought.
God, you'd be cancelled, Russ.
Yeah. But yeah, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, so Chris Coates worked for BMW for 35 years, Mark.
Amazing.
He's a tax accountant for BMW since 1979 until his retirement in 2015.
Well done.
So yeah. I think it's quite good that people who just work for the same company for years. I think it's
as long as he's happy.
People don't do that much these days.
No.
Yeah. Do you want to see a photograph of it?
I do. I mean, I've seen it.
Yeah. He shaved the beard off, which is obviously the reverse of most people. Most people have grown beards over the years, but obviously he has a beard in the Tomorrow's World piece, but doesn't have a beard in his photograph on LinkedIn.
Greater Reading area.
But do you think that those cupboards behind
Oh my God!
in the same kitchen?
Now
it is
absolutely 100% the same kitchen. I jokingly in the notes said, congratulations to the Coates family for having perhaps the platonic ideal of a 90s middle class English suburban home, and I listed several things that I enjoyed in the clips. Kind of yellow off-cream painted walls, mahogany effect kitchen, wooden bowl of fruit on the kitchen table, underused piano that's actually secretly just a place to display photographs, chintzy matching upholstery, a too small TV to give the illusion that the family doesn't really use it, though I noticed the VCR on top of it. And then, amusingly, when Chris is being interviewed, for some reason one of his pull-out ladders is there, and right behind him is a chicken tonight jar next to the Marmite. But that kitchen is horrible.
Hideous.
Absolutely hideous. And I suppose I had assumed that they should surely have updated at some point, but no, Russell, you have quite rightly surmised, I think, that they have not touched that.
I mean, they could have changed it since 2015 when he retired, because I doubt anybody goes on LinkedIn once they retire. So, you know, maybe. But I like to think not. I like to think that they still... And they're still accessing the internet exactly as they were back then,
Yeah.
and they've still got that oven with loads of Comic Sans all over it that they they use in the kitchen.
Yeah.
There. Yeah, a lot of Comic Sans on that oven. Surely doesn't.
I suppose, if I'm being generous, it is timeless.
Yeah, I guess so. But it looks quite childish though for a cookery product.
But actually, funny enough, when I was in Lithuania...
It's like a children's oven.
When I was in Lithuania a couple of weeks ago, there was a very expensive-looking building, and the only thing that... maybe, how does one put this? The name of the company that either owned the building or were broadly based there, the font at the top of this building, some 30 stories up, was entirely Comic Sans. And it was just one of those things like, in lost in translation, does Comic Sans mean something different abroad? But it was just, it became instantly amusing.
Those fun-loving Lithuanians, Mark.
Oh,
with their Tony Soprano statue.
They do, yeah. They're giant Tony Soprano in his dressing gown statue. First thing you see when you put into Vilnius train station, Russ. Oh, well, as you know, I shared the picture with you.
Yeah. Do you know how much £197
22p
in 1999 costs in 2023?
Well, you and I used to enjoy an evening out in 97, 98, 99 on like 20 quid. So that these days is about 50 quid. Double the money. I'd say £450.
£352, Mark. But apparently the average weekly grocery bill for a family in 2023, a family of 5, is £156.60 even now. So
and that has gone up because of food inflation. So that would
food
have been
inflation,
lower about 6 months ago. Yeah, that's what I mean. 19722 blew my mind because that is
that's outrageous.
Big bill.
It did lead me to wonder, you know, old Chris Coates there has got his hands he's got his hands in the B&W till, isn't he? He can massage those accounts as much as he likes.
Allegedly, we're saying this for fun, Chris. Don't sue us. Because something tells me you can afford good lawyers.
It's like it's like, you know, in Goodfellas where they get told not to buy anything flashy after the thing. Yeah. So that's why he's kept that kitchen.
You think Mrs. Coates turns up in a fur coat?
Yeah, the fur coats they call them. But I was astonished, Mark, and I think you will be astonished. Do you know when the first ever online, and I'll put online in inverted commas, grocery order was ever made?
Well, I mean, if you're going to put online in inverted commas, does it maybe it predates the World Wide Web? I don't know. Let's say 91 or 92.
1984.
Wow.
May 1984. Jane Snowball, 72.
Made up name.
Sat down in her armchair in Gateshead, and she got her TV remote control, and she pointed it at her telly, and she ordered margarine, cornflakes, and eggs. And the order went down the phone line to her local Tesco. Somebody packed it in the Tesco and brought it to her house.
Was this an experiment for a TV program or something like that?
It was Gateshead Council. They were trying to find ways of helping the elderly in the.
Oh, right.
And there was a machine called I've got it written down here somewhere. Videotex. There's a machine called a Videotex, which was a fit to your TV, and it's like a two-way version of teletext, so you could communicate via the phone line, but it looked like teletext. So that was how they used it, and Gateshead trialled it and used it on the old people. It didn't really take off in the end, but she could claim she had a claim to fame as the first ever person to ever do an online order of groceries.
So her name was Jenny Snowball?
Jane Snowball.
Jane Snowball.
Which is, yeah.
Yeah, Jenny Snowball. That's a stupid name.
But the first ever online shopping on the web was a website called Netmarket, and that was in 1994. And that also had the first ever internet retail transaction. And so, do you know what was purchased, Mark? I'll say it cost £10. It was in America, but it cost £10 in our money.
Then or now?
So what was the first? What 10 then? So what was the first thing ever bought using a credit card transaction over the internet and delivered to their house on Netmarket in 1994?
It would have been bought by a spuddy nerd. Funnily enough, the second you asked me that question, I immediately thought of like a computer part, but that's only because that's what you first bought, you spuddy nerd. I don't know, like an academic textbook? I don't know, what is it?
It is, of course, the CD album 10 Summoner's Tales by Sting.
Holy shit, didn't we just discuss this quite recently? Did we talk about that in the first part of this episode that we recorded a week ago?
No, I don't know. I just found that out.
Oh, I must have told Josie that then. Funnily enough, this came up quite recently, and I can't believe I've already forgotten it. But actually, I'm kind of relieved that Sting lives in a memory hole in my head, so I'm okay with that. Yeah. Oh, that's incredible. I did know that. That's painful, and I've now had to learn it twice.
Yeah. But the first ever online grocer, was called Supermarket Direct. It was based in London, started in 1995, Mark. But and like how Ocado these days, Ocado doesn't have its own groceries. It gets them off. I think it used to be Waitrose, and now it's Marks and Spencer, isn't it?
Partly, it does have its own groceries, but it used to do Waitrose, now it doesn't have it. We do Ocado, Russ.
Oh, of course you do. You got your mahogany kitchen.
How dare you? What do you mean, of course you do?
But yeah, Supermarket Direct, they had an agreement with Sainsbury's, which means Sainsbury's was the first ever supermarket to deliver their groceries online. But in the end, they got bought out by Summerfield, this Supermarket Direct company. Summerfield bought them for $3.25 million in 1999. Nice. So yeah. Other things in this. mp3.com, that young lad is on mp3.com. That doesn't exist anymore. So you'd think somebody'd have mp3.com, wouldn't you? But it's just like a fake website with fake news.
I'm surprised he wasn't using Real Player to listen to his music. I wonder what skin he would have picked for his Real Player or whatever it was. Yeah.
Obviously, there's loads of smart ovens these days, Mark. No, don't have Comic Sans on them. Also, smart fridge. Plenty of smart fridges, although at the moment there's only ones that you can get ones that order stuff off the internet for you, but you have to make a list on the front of it. You can't. But Amazon, because there's those shops now.
We've been to one, yeah.
So that technology is patented by Amazon, and it's kind of nobody quite knows exactly how it works, but it relies on a combination of cameras and sensors and AI. And they reckon that they can fit this same technology that they use in their shops into the inside of a fridge. So it can keep watch on what you've got in your fridge. So they reckon in the next couple of years, Amazon are going to release a special fridge that just reorders stuff based on what it can and can't see in the inside your fridge. But I mean, I always think that what happens if you buy something?
Boring shopping list, though, isn't it? If it's the same stuff.
What happens if you buy something you don't like or you want something different?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm always buying things that I put in my fridge that then I use up and don't want another one of. I mean. It seems like you'd have to be the sort of person that eats the same thing every time, sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, and you still can't get internet connected bins apart from ones run by the council that tell the council when the bin's full. Those are connected to the internet, but they don't reorder rubbish for you.
No.
Thank you very much. The Hale and Pace challenge is well underway here. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen Norman and Gareth so engrossed. If I listen carefully, I can even hear the cogs whirring. It's quite scary. So guys, now, how are you doing? Have you answered, Norman, any questions at all?
Yes, I've answered 2, old chap. Why are snowflakes all different shapes? Which is from Timothy Saunders. The answer is, well, on their way down, they bump into each other, change their shapes, basically. That's the answer.
Okay.
And how do we catch colds? Well, any close environment lets the rhinoviruses spread. So
and that was from Michael Euston in Leeds.
It was.
Thank you very much. So, Gareth, how are you doing?
Well, 3 so far. How do dolphins sleep without drowning?
Oh, yeah, go on.
It's quite sneaky. Well, it's either they rest up against another animal, or there's a method called logging, where they just float like a log, so they stay in an upright position and just carry on with the current.
Fascinating. But so you have answered 3 questions here.
Yes.
And you have answered 2 questions here, Norman.
Yes.
So far I make it that Gareth is in the lead. But Norman, I maybe could give you an extra point if you told me if you had any tips about searching the internet.
Yes, try and be specific, you know. Narrow down what you're looking for.
Okay.
You know, otherwise you get loads and loads, millions of websites that give you information you don't need.
All right. Well, we'll be coming back and finding out how the competition's going just a little bit later on. I think it's Peter now.
God, it's good to see them, isn't it? I really miss them, Russ.
Yeah, Hale and Pace being, I think, far more
quite like them.
Amenable and you know, far more in their wheelhouse, just sitting at a computer researching facts.
If I didn't hate them so much, I'd quite like them.
They seem like quite nice people when they're not attempting to entertain us in any way, shape or form. Didn't say anything. Glad they didn't say anything leery towards Philippa.
No.
Like, you know.
Yeah, we don't need Norman to say how moist he is. Internet researching.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this predates Wikipedia, so I imagine their job's a lot harder to find these things out. I think this probably explains why a number of the things they say are wrong, and I've definitely confirmed here, Mark. So Norman says that snowflakes are that shape because they bump into each other. That's not true at all. They're that shape because they're made of because they're made of a lot of molecules, and those molecules could be in any number of positions, and each snowflake is individually affected by its journey to the ground. Each snowflake has a different journey to the ground. It's affected ever so slightly differently. It turns out that one single snowflake, the number of molecules it contains, is 1 with 19 zeros after it.
Wow.
Right? So each one of those molecules could be in a different place, and that would mean a snowflake is technically a different shape. So even if you grew 2 snowflakes next to each other in a lab under identical conditions, they still wouldn't be the same because any number of the molecules could be in a different place slightly. I mean, they might look the same to the human eye, but that doesn't really count really. But some scientists worked out the odds of 2 snowflakes being the same. And those odds is 1 with 768 zeros after it.
That seems unlikely, Russ.
Yeah. Well, when you find out that the number of atoms in the universe, in the known universe, is only 1 with 82 zeros after it.
Right.
That shows. Yeah, that shows sort of what sort of odds we're dealing with here. But at no point in any of the literature I read was bumping into each other ever mentioned. I guess it would affect it because, if it bumps into one, it would change its shape slightly. But that's not the key driver of it. The key driver of it is each crystal grows under very slightly different conditions. That's really it. So, yeah. And also, as far as Gareth's answer there, he said the dolphins practice logging. That's also not true. Dolphins don't do that. Whales do it. Larger cetaceans like whales do it. The dolphins have a much simpler system. All they do is they just sleep half their brain at a time. So their left half of their brain goes to sleep for 4 hours. Then that wakes up, and then the right half of their brain goes to sleep for 4 hours. So there's always half of their brain awake, and then half their brain asleep at night time or whenever they go to sleep. Because they need to always be slightly awake because their breathing isn't involuntary. They have to.
Oh, they actually.
volunteer
But I was
to
also
breathe.
I was kind of thinking surely if they kind of fell asleep for 8 hours, they might all just drift apart.
Yeah,
seems kind of upsetting.
Yeah. So I mean, great research by Norman and Gareth there.
I'd love to say this is the worst crime we've seen them commit, but it's just not true.
Although to his credit, Norman does say one of the top tips is to be specific.
It is the lesson of the day. If anyone, after you've learned how to get on the internet, you should pick up Norman's quote. Yes, be specific. As I said, Russ, if you enter porn into Bing, you're unlikely to come across what you want. So
I'll come across something though, Mark, won't I?
Well, this is the heart of the British Library, where the most precious manuscripts are kept under soft lighting. The library's so new it isn't even finished yet. New books pour in here every day, almost before the ink is dry on them. The science collection, for example, has just arrived, and it'll finally open to the public in a few weeks' time. But what makes the library a real part of tomorrow's world is that it's also going to offer you at home access to our national treasures via the internet. Now take a look at this. It's one of the first stories ever written in the English language. It's called Beowulf, and this is the oldest surviving copy, over 800 years old. Scholars all over the world would give their eye teeth to study it, but of course they can't because it's far too fragile. It'd simply fall to pieces in their hands if they touched it. That's why it has to be locked away like this. But one day you'll be able to get at it on the web. The library have created an extremely accurate electronic copy of Beowulf, and Philippa in the Surf Lounge is looking at it right now.
This is fantastic. It's actually a CD-ROM of Beowulf. And look, what I find amazing is you really want to touch it because it looks like it could feel real if you touched it. It's brilliant. It's also got these notes all down the side. So if you're a student, translating Beowulf is actually very difficult. Now, the library want to make as many electronic copies of their rare and precious manuscripts as possible and eventually even create an online library so anyone, anywhere in the world could tune in, find any book they wanted. Wouldn't that be fantastic? Lindsay?
Well, thanks to the internet, we've already travelled all over the world tonight without even leaving the building. But what if you wanted to travel for real? Well, for one team of hardy skiers, the internet seemed to offer everything they needed. But could they really plan an entire expedition using nothing but the net? Believe it or not, for some people this is perfect holiday weather.
Until last year, we've always gone to Scotland, but we all wanted to do some more skiing and there hasn't been the snow, so we started to look abroad.
For a tailor-made ski trip to the icy wastes of Norway, John Farmer and his team started by surfing the net.
The thing about the internet, it's such a big directory, you can search for just about anything and everything you need.
But can you really get yourself kitted out for such a demanding trip just using the internet?
Never having been to Norway or skied in Norway, we actually got on the web and tried to find some information. We just browsed.
And they found something fantastic, a sneak preview of their starting point.
We're starting at Finser. We did a web search to see what was at Finser, find out about it, and found a really exciting site, which was a webcam, so we can log on, have a look on a regular basis, find out what's happening there, what the snow conditions are, how many people are there, things like that.
Next, the team decided to ask the experts.
People of similar interests gather together in news groups. We identified one of these news groups entitled Skiing Backcountry. We just left a message on their notice board asking for Norwegian tips.
Tucked in the heap of replies was an invaluable link to a sledge building website.
The site was a great find. We have 2 other sledges. These were made of fiberglass and they take about a week to make. These new sledges took a weekend to make. We went to Cambridge, bought just a basic sledge. We added some nylon runners, a wooden frame and some metal poles. Last year we towed the sledges on ropes. Now that turned out to be a big mistake because they kept overtaking us on the downhill bits. We looked at the website and that suggested we use some bamboo poles, but we couldn't seem to find any that was large enough and strong enough. But we did find these, the imitation garden poles, and they've got metal inside, and I think they will be strong enough.
About the only thing we couldn't get off the internet were the maps of the area we're going to, and also the accommodation and the cabins that we're staying in.
Well, Mark, considering how much ground is covered in both Peter and Craig's VTs we've previously seen on this, they seem to go through quite a few different things. And considering how much they have to rush the end of this programme, we'll find out in a minute, why did they spend about 10 minutes on Group of Blokes Book Holiday on internet, which is about 90% filler of them just larking about or of no relevance to Blokes Book Holiday on internet? I don't understand.
It's one of those segments that first time I saw it was pretty benign, and now it increasingly annoys me. Not least the bit where Lindsey Fallow is like, "Oh, the one thing they didn't know is that next time they're going to bring a shovel." As we cut to them with a shoveling. It's like they had one, Lindsey, and they sat down like you promised them. I'm not sure. Yeah, this is just filler, isn't it? Like, actually, yeah, this is just pure, raw, unadulterated filler. The only joy I got out of this was halfway through the third watch. It made me feel like I was watching police officers in Crime Watch who over-rehearse their lines and just don't sound natural. But it's just like some of the phrases they're using when, like, they make kind of trying to look something up on the internet sound like like part of their investigation into like a sex crime or something like that. It's just, the whole thing is really, if you told me that this was like an amateur dramatic society reenactment of a weird trip to Norway, I would absolutely 100% believe you, Russell, because this is the most unnatural thing I've seen for a very long time.
It's because I realized when I was looking at it that time, I realized because they are actually getting them to do quite slightly more complex things than they normally get contributors to do.
Oh yes,
in that they'll have two of them on screen, and one of them will be talking to the camera, and then the other one is in the background or in the foreground, not doing
They'll
that.
pull focus.
And then it will cut. Yeah, you pull focus and cut to them, and then they will have to deliver their line as well.
Yeah.
So they have to have had to
rehearse.
have rehearsed it for it to work. But God, can you tell?
I know. To be honest, like, bless them, but yeah, absolutely, you can really, really tell. It is so uncomfortable and unnatural and awkward that actually, as angry as it made me, I think I kind of enjoyed it, Russ. I don't think I'm a good person.
Maybe it's just my suspicious mind, but it just seems like there's something going on that they're not telling us, Mark. You know, they're talking about their news groups of people with similar interests.
People of similar interests gather together, says Glenn Wallington.
Skiing backcountry. Yeah, Norwegian tips.
Asking for Norwegian tips. It was asking for Norwegian tips.
Yeah. We've got John Farmer there with his Mandelson-style mustache.
Desperate to break free.
Beautiful head of hair, though, isn't it? I mean, that's how many hairs per square inch do you think are on his head there?
It's all hairs per square inch, Russ.
He looks like Action Man.
He does, yeah, with the eagle eyes.
Yeah, I mean, but there's not really much to actually say about what's going on, because all they do is they book a holiday to Norway to go skiing and larking about in the snow. Yeah. I did find, I noticed they were on a particular Norwegian mountain website called Willison's Guide. I did find that Svein Willison is still doing it. He's been doing it since 1992, and he's still a Norwegian mountain guide. So, you know, anybody out there wants to go out and check out some Norwegian tips, and he's still about and about in the tundra. But I couldn't find anything about John Farmer, Richard Wallington, Glenn Wallington, or Steve Carter.
Really?
Couldn't find any of them on the internet.
Gosh.
No, not at all. No. Maybe they'll die in some sort of tragic.
I immediately thought what you just said, but I wasn't going to
sort
ask
of Captain Oates situation.
Yeah, absolutely. But then even then, you'd think they'd be memorialised.
Absolutely, yeah. And obviously the other thing they use a webcam, which I mean, webcams are such a novelty, aren't they?
Yeah.
They say, oh, we can use the webcam to see what the weather's like.
No,
I wouldn't. No. That's no good idea. That's not a good idea, is it? You use a weather forecast. That's what those are for. And then they book their tickets, and that's it, really, I guess. Oh no, but one of the things he says that he can't find on the internet is maps.
Yeah.
Which I think is funny, because I think probably almost the number one thing that I use the internet for, you know, day to day is some sort of map or, you know, find the shortest way to somewhere. But I guess back then, hadn't been thought up. I mean, Lindsey says it's really exciting. I think, you know, only someone with Lindsey's boundless enthusiasm could have.
God, how dreadful are we that we're criticising someone for having the audacity of having boundless enthusiasm? I'm not sure we're good people, Russ. I mean, I will say this, though, in our defence, I have holiday plans in a few weeks' time, and it is not to Norway to ski. As you said, actually, you made the great point. It's like alpine skiing, which is like, I'm not a skier, partly because I have a really bad fear of heights. I've always liked the idea of going on a skiing holiday with friends, them all going off to ski, and then and then
just sitting in
the bar, or like sitting in a hut with a fire and reading, and then waiting everyone, because the whole thing is designed for the part of the alpine skiing is the après ski. That seems quite appealing to me.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. You know, all that cheese and, you know, nice being all cozy in like a log, in some sort of log building, all that, and the lovely crisp. You know, mountain air is nice, and the light's beautiful. I mean, I'd happily go there and not risk breaking my leg. But what they're doing is they're just larking about and sort of there's none of that. That's what they're doing is sort of more of that sort of rough and ready style
Well,
stuff.
it's classic kind of Nordic skiing, isn't it? Like biathlonic skiing. Like it's it's like it's on the flat. So therefore, it looks torturous and boring. So for that reason, I'm out.
Well, now I'm back with Douglas Adams. What sort of response have you had?
Well, overwhelming. I mean, the first thing that happened was such a huge onslaught of hits to the site. Our servers went down. They're now up again, but apparently we've got tens of thousands of people logging on. So I mean, this is extraordinary sort of testament to the power that a guide like this can have.
Once they've logged on, what kind of things do you want them to be telling you?
Anything at all. Now, I mentioned restaurants earlier, and just so happens that one example that's just come in is of a restaurant. I do want to emphasize this is not a restaurant review guide. This is anything at all. Put in your favorite shops, your favorite walks, where you like to sort of see the sunrise from, or information about your grandmother, information about anything at all. We will find ways of filtering this information and putting it into such a form that it becomes useful when put next to everybody else's information. And
if it's clearly rubbish, you'll chuck it out. We have a way of filtering it.
Yes. Now, to begin with, we have a team of highly trained professionals to cut out the rubbish. But after a while, we're going to have a team of highly trained software agents mimicking what they do and cutting out the rubbish. But in fact, you see, the thing is, what one person's rubbish is another person's vital information.
Douglas, thank you very much. We'll stop you there. It's been a great lift-off for this Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy #2. Good luck for the future. Now over to you, Philippa. How are Gareth and Norman getting on?
I noticed this time he said that he'd eventually have highly trained software agents to sift through the rubbish. And I guess maybe he's
some algorithms,
some sort of AI algorithm there, isn't he? Really?
You just see that one out, didn't he?
yeah, might as well just quickly conceptualize some sort of futuristic thing off the cuff again. I think it's quite interesting, and I'm glad you took a screenshot there, Mark. That the servers have been crashed by the number of people logging on to do this, add stuff to H2G2, and obviously they've all just taken on board with his idea of restaurant reviews. So there's just loads of people posting comments about a restaurant in Tooting. Is that?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. We don't know what restaurant it is, unfortunately, because the subject title, unhelpfully, from this person is just simply restaurant. So, to the best of my knowledge, there is one restaurant in Tooting. And it's one of the best restaurants in Tooting. Apparently, it's frequented by medical students from nearby St George's Hospital Medical School, Tooting.
The most discerning of all diners,
of course,
the medical
Russell,
student.
Don't joke. They know where to go. Please note that the collective for a group of medical students is a smug of medical students. Somebody posted underneath, I thought it was a bunch of drunks, all one word. Actually, the one that I really liked, the reason I did screen capture was like the Tooting one was amusing, but 1 week ago, Brandy Legs posted with the subject title bags. I was searching for bags. Anyway, I hear this place is very good anyhow. What is the place? I don't know. What kind of bag was Brandy Leg searching for? I don't know. I think this gives us an idea of the quality of content you can get from the great British public, but also B, probably what you were alluding to when you were talking about the website when you logged on.
Yeah. It's essentially just a forum at the moment. In this form, it's just a chat forum.
Yeah,
isn't it,
for
really?
people who think they're funny.
Yeah. So the rubbish sifters.
I mean, these days
must have had their work.
No,
cut
absolutely,
out,
because
really.
these days these kind of idiots would be uploading their own podcasts.
I guess that's another one of the things that Wikipedia's really cracked is that they've managed to employ a almost endless army of pedants, and overly protective sort of people to look after all of the whole of the website on a voluntary basis.
The greatest trick Wikipedia ever played was making you think that you're important.
Yeah. Apart from that person, who was that person recently who it turned out that they were just making up reams and reams and reams of information,
but they become like a super user, so everything they put was gospel.
Yeah. They just all. It was about Chinese history or something.
It was something that it wasn't Western, so therefore the English language. Yeah, it was something like ancient, or like kind of imperial Chinese history or something like that. I can't quite remember, but it was like, that makes sense. Are we gonna look it up?
I'll look
I'd be intrigued actually. I can't quite remember. It'll turn out it's the Wimpies of Kent or something like that.
Oh, no, no.
No?
I think this is...
Something different?
Well, yeah, no. I mean, we're completely wrong. A US teenager, a 19-year-old person in the US...
That's not what I was thinking of at all.
He started when he was 12, and so there's a Wikipedia that's written in the Scots language, and 49% of it he wrote himself, and he doesn't know any of the Scots language.
And no one picked that up? That's not... But, by the way, that's not the one I was thinking of, but that is incredible. That's like these spates. There's been a spate, i.e., like I can think of 2 or 3 examples where some people who have like Munchausen syndrome have like somehow this is in America basically. Oh, there was also Nelson Mandela's funeral where like somebody will go like, oh yeah, I can translate for the deaf, and then just stand on the stage and just just do gibberish, and you think like, what are you doing?
I mean, you've got to admire it in some respect.
I mean, I don't not admire it, especially the one at Nelson Mandela's funeral. But it's more like, why do you... Anyway, sorry, but that's incredible. That's amazing. So nearly 50% of the Gaelic Wikipedia is...
Yeah, he wrote 27,000 articles in just by writing things in a Scots dialect,
like Trainspotting, the novel.
But yeah, like the Bruins, you know, you know, that sort of thing. But no one knew. I guess hardly anybody reads Scots Wikipedia, so no one really noticed. Yes, no, there was a Chinese woman last year who created over 200 fictional articles on Chinese Wikipedia. So I guess our minds were
conflation. Yeah.
Our minds were conflating those two things. Anyway. Our final visit to the
HMP at BBC.
HMP.
Do you know, it's frightening, the speed of these comedy minds. They're faster than the internet. Things have changed here, haven't they? The dynamics of your relationship have completely changed since you last joined us.
Yes.
Come on, then.
I think I got 4 now, because I found out who invented the first computer in what year, and it was Blaise Pascal in 1642, the first digital computer.
Yes.
And why is yawning infectious? Well, quite frankly, we just don't know. That's what it says on
You
the
look
net.
so intellectual in your glasses. And Gareth?
Yeah.
3.
Yeah, that's it. 3. I mean, I got away with a rip-roaring start with the Latin name for the common turnip, which I knew anyway, which is Brassica ripara.
Guys, we have a winner. It is Norman. Hale and Pace, thank you very much for joining in.
And that's where we have to end our Webwise special. But the Webwise campaign has just begun. If you aren't connected to the net but would like to find out more, then for the next 6 weeks, there are over 5,000 places all over the UK where you can get a free hands-on taster.
What the internet can offer you. To find out your nearest location, call the Webwise helpline. The number is 0800 100 900. 0800 100 900. We've loved being here. Thank you very much for watching.
All our guests, thank you to the British Library for building such a wonderful launch site. That's it.
Goodbye.
Good night.
Now, Mark, do you think Gareth decided that 3 facts was enough and just nipped out to the pub for 15 minutes and then just came back?
Well, the rule of 3 obviously is very important comedy, but then the next number that's very important comedy is 7. 7 is always a funny number. That sounds like a lot of work, doesn't it, Russ? That sounds like a lot of work. Another 4? No.
Would you like to guess, Mark, whether Blaise Pascal was the...
It didn't feel right, so I'm going to guess that is an inaccurate answer.
I think probably it depends on what you're...
Well, that was what I was thinking, because I thought Charles Babbage, because he invented like the first programmable computer.
Well, this is the
but I would imagine it's horses for courses. It depends on where you're from, you know. I mean, you know, the French still believe the rose line is important, so...
I mean, it depends how you define computer. So the first calculator was by Blaise Pascal, but a calculator can only, do
it's limited
arithmetic.
Yes.
Whereas a computer, the definition of a computer, certainly these days, is something that you can program to do something, and that definitely was Charles Babbage in 1822 with his difference engine.
Yes.
So, I mean, if you were being generous to Norman, you could give it to him because,
Well, he says digital computer, doesn't he? And I wonder if
it's definitely not digital because digital is a modern electronic thing. So yeah, that's absolutely. So it depends how what your feelings towards Norman Pace are.
I really liked how happy he seemed with the answer he gave. And so there is a generous part of me that wouldn't want to disabuse him of that. Now, that generous part of me, Russ, died about 6.5 days ago. So I say fuck him.
Although he is correct that even now scientists can't agree on why people.
Yes, it's
yawn.
a complete mystery, isn't it? And the weird thing is, if you have a
Yes.
pet and you yawn, the pet will yawn as well. It's like it is just some kind of weird addictive thing, and no one understands it.
Yeah, almost as addictive as that game.
I was going to make the same
Next
thing.
Generation. Or indeed online gambling. The show ends at a remarkable speed, which I don't really understand what they've done that's taken them longer than they expected, because most of this is
Pre-recorded.
VT.
Yeah, I don't know, actually.
And they could have easily have taken their time if they'd cut that Norwegian ski holiday one in half, which they could easily have done. So yeah, not sure what went on there, but yeah, and then that's it. There's not even any end credits.
No,
now. It's just the name of the editor, and that's it. Gone.
Boom,
Out of it.
dash, boom. Move on.
And yeah, and that is the sort of, from then on, the internet went on to become the most successful thing in human history. Mark.
With one exception, it was the least successful thing to happen to Tomorrow's World.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed, yes.
Tomorrow's World
Yeah.
died giving birth to the internet. Other than that, though, it has been a remarkable story. Though I keep thinking, funny about it, especially. I don't know what it was about spending so much time with HMP at BBC that made me kind of reflect in some of these segments and kind of really kind of specifically focus on some of the truisms that people mention that they wouldn't know necessarily, or wouldn't fully appreciate just how true they were. Norman Pace saying that actually the key to researching the internet was to be specific and to kind of really kind of drill down on what it was you were looking for. Perfect. That's really, for a man who has professed that he hadn't really used the internet, that is a very smart thing to pick up.
Is it Rule 34? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Oh, is that not the one where Hitler is the answer to everything? I can't remember. But the other one about the internet that I really was going back to the Norway thing was Glenn Wallington's. I know we mentioned it. Glenn Wallington said people of similar interests gather together. Now he finishes that sentence by saying on news groups, but obviously for news groups you can replace it with anything, and that actually. I think that phrase sums up the internet better than almost anything, because that is absolutely true, both brilliantly and absolutely to our cost as a society.
Yeah.
Because it's created huge dynamic shift and change for the positive in many, many ways. And it has also allowed shitty, rotten people to believe that that they should have equal input into society. And it has... I feel like as a polity, we have been holed below the plimsoll line, Russ, as a result of the internet.
Yeah, we desperately need an umbrella to stuff into it.
Well, how else is my wife supposed to make something down in the galley? I need my tea.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Beautiful callback.
That was remarkable, Russ. Well done.
Right, well, I guess there's only one thing for it, isn't there?
Should we crochet those numbers?
Absolutely.
Digital numbers. Well, let's start where we always start, Russ. The year in context. Tell us about the cinema box office, which I believe, if memory serves me correct, we would have been working at the cinema at this time.
Well, I was going to say this is an absolute Proustian rush for me. Because
is Plunkett McLean in there anywhere?
I couldn't believe. I thought, oh my God, I've seen almost all of these films about 40 times. So let's go from number 12. I remember enjoying this film when it was out at the cinema when I was working there. It's the Mel Gibson film Payback.
Oh, yeah.
Probably one of his last decent films. What's he done?
Well, it's one of his last pre-racist, anti-Semitic films.
Yeah. Then at number 11, there's a film called In Dreams, which I don't remember.
That's the Robin Williams one?
No, that's What Dreams May
What
Come.
Dreams May Come. Oh, I
This
don't know
is
In
the
Dreams.
film by Neil Jordan with Annette Bening in it. I don't at all.
No.
Number 10 is Mighty Joe Young.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Number 9, and my God, did I see this film so many times? Shakespeare in Love.
Oh, yeah. I went a date to that one.
Who's you going to date with?
Bridget.
Yeah. Bridget. Number 8, it's on here as Waking Ned Divine, but I believe it's called Waking Ned
here.
in the UK, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Doesn't he wins the lottery, doesn't he? Is that what he does?
Yeah, something like that.
Some sort of
windfall.
Irish Blarney, isn't it?
Yeah. It is, yeah.
Number 7,
sure it is.
Number 7, the Rugrats movie.
Yeah.
Number 6, An Ideal Husband.
Oh, I liked that. That was good. I enjoyed that one.
My abiding memory of that is some dad, and I can't remember what film it was that he wanted to bring his kids to. There was some dad came in with a load of kids for a birthday thing.
Wow.
But the film they wanted to see was a 12, and whoever was on the box office said those check, and the kids didn't have any proof that they were over 12. So the only PG that was on at the same time was An Ideal Husband. So he took these bunch of excited kids who were there to see, like, I don't know, whatever the new action film was or comedy film or whatever. And he just bit the bullet and took them into An Ideal Husband. I just remember thinking that's not going to go.
He literally could have gone next door and gone bowling.
yeah.
Incredible.
He obviously panicked, shelled out all these cinema tickets, and I mean,
I enjoyed it. I thought it was really sweet. Anyway.
Yeah, but would you have enjoyed it if you were like 11?
No.
Anyway, number 5. I don't remember this one either. Message in a Bottle. Got Kevin Costner in it.
No.
Number 4. Existenz.
Oh yeah.
I enjoyed it. I like that. I like that film.
Yeah, went and dated
when
that
when he makes a gun out of a jawbones and
horrible
teeth and stuff. That's good. Number 3. The Faculty.
Oh yeah. That's held up as a modern classic these days. Like a postmodern film.
Funny, isn't it?
Yeah.
Number 2. 8mm.
Oh yeah.
I saw that Nicolas Cage Renfield film
Any good?
the other day. Not nothing.
Yeah,
to write home
but like
about,
enjoyable.
But obviously, especially I saw it the day after witnessing Renfield in the H&P at BBC dot. It was certainly better than anything that he did. It has very good cartoonish, gory violence.
Yeah, that's cool. That's always fun.
Worth always worth a laugh, isn't it? And then number 1, The Waterboy, Adam Sandler.
Fair enough. That's what he took the kids to see.
Yes, that must be it. Because that's a 12.
Yeah, definitely. And because a bunch of 10-year-old, 11-year-old kids would have absolutely have loved that film.
Yeah.
So the pop chart?
It's mixed bag. I mean, at least I recognise most of them, I would say. Number 10 is The Witch Doctor by the Cartoons.
Oh,
do you remember that one?
Yeah, Ting Tang, Walla Walla Bing Bang.
Ting Tang, Walla Walla Bing Bang. Number 9, No Scrubs by TLC.
Oh,
Number 8, Turn Around by Fats and Small.
Brilliant.
Obviously, it recently split. I always thought that the one that sings is either Fats or Small. But it turns out that he's not. He's a guy called Ben Okuinudo or something like that. He's the one who for years went out with Vanessa Feltz.
Oh, they divorced quite recently, or they split up. Yeah. Oh, I didn't realise.
But my abiding memory of him is there's a celebrity wife swap from years ago where they swapped with Paul Daniels and Debbie McGee, and almost every scene, in my memory anyway, in almost every scene, his only thing that he ever does at any point is just go around going, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" like that's the only all he can think of doing at any point. Which I just love the idea that for 20 years of partnership, him and Vanessa Feltz has just been going wandering around the house, just going, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Anyway, number 7, I don't know this one. Bye Bye Baby by TQ.
Oh no, that makes
the
no
same
sense
as the
to
Bay
me.
City Rollers song or not. Number 6, What's It Gonna Be? Busta Rhymes featuring Janet. Number 5, Red Alert by Basement Jaxx.
There you go. That's a good song.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. Number 4, In Our Lifetime by Texas.
Okay.
Number 3, Perfect Moment by Martine McCutcheon. What's she up to these days?
Oh, I assume she must be acting in something, surely. Just something we haven't watched.
Number 2, Right Here, Right Now by Fatboy Slim. And then number 1, Swear It Again by Westlife.
I don't know what I was watching. It was something on Twitter where they were, I think they showed a clip from Strange Days, and Right Here, Right Now is from that film. And they showed the clip and they said, can you spot what iconic song lifted a clip from this? And even though you see like a woman pushing him against the wind, you've got to be with me right here, right now. I couldn't pull it until they put in the song. It's like,
really?
That's where it's from. It's not like a singer singing. It's like it's a clip from a film. Yeah. Prices, Russ. Price me until I...
Well, Mark, I mean... I think all we need to know this time round is that the average middle class family
£197.22p. Yeah,
it's £197.22p.
Everything else is a footnote,
apart from obviously kettles.
Yes, of course, please.
Well, it's unprecedented, Mark.
On our
30th episode, Mark.
Yeah.
It's a dead heat.
Oh, now that is unprecedented. I was about to pull you up there, Russ. Go on, and a dead
No,
heat.
dead heat.
What a
So-
special episode this has become.
In the red corner, we've got the Tefal Vitesse Gold high-speed cordless filter kettle, max capacity 1.7 litres, hinged locking lid, gold-plated high-speed element, which is totally resistant to scale build-up, rapid boiled element technology, removable washable scale filter, twin water level indicators, 360-degree rotational base, neon power indicator, cord storage, non-slip feet, 3,000 watts. And then in the blue corner, we have the Morphy Richards cordless kettle, new conical shape, 1.5 litre capacity, hinged cool touch locking lid and handle, stainless steel concealed element for easy cleaning, rapid boil element, removable spout filter, cordless with 360-degree connector on the base, twin water level gauges, neon power on indicator, and cord storage and cordless base, non-slip feet, 3,100 watts, manufacturer's two-year guarantee, available in both blue and lime green. Either of those kettles will cost you £39.50.
Well, we've had more expensive ones, so that's not bad. Now
Mm.
tell me, Russ, and the audience at home, which one would you go for?
Well, I'm never having a lime green kettle.
No, but
Mark.
it comes in blue.
Yeah, but the blues, it was kind of a light blue, it wasn't like a dark blue.
So
and also,
see, go on.
Also, I mean, the Tefal's got a gold-plated
That's-
high-speed
I'm
element.
thinking, see,
That's bringing you in, isn't it?
I was in the bank for Tefal before you even started telling me about
Yeah.
the Morphy Richards. Okay, that's
Yeah.
good.
Also, I remember the old Tefal adverts with the people with the big heads, which I was quite
You
enjoying.
did. Magazine covers.
New Scientist has sort of like a picture of some clouds with big ice bits in them. I don't really know, kind of what they're meant to be, really. Just big droplets of ice in them. I don't know. But it says 50 kilometres up. The atmosphere is cooling fast. What have we done? Not sure. That's
Yeah, doesn't feel like.
I think I think we've done plenty to fix that since.
Hey, problem solved.
Yeah. Popular Science has returned to Star Wars. New laser weapons defend from space.
Okay.
And also Speed Demons 500 megahertz PCs.
500 megahertz PCs.
Yeah. Ooh. How fast that'd be. Time magazine, in a weird bit of when two things are synchronicity, has Star Wars. Although on Time magazine, it is the complete guide to the Phantom Menace.
Oh wow, how exciting!
It's got a picture of old Obi-Wan and Liam Neeson and the little kid on the front there.
Every time I think of that film, when we were working in the same cinema, and I remember being in the box office, and the day, or maybe the Saturday, the first Saturday when you could buy tickets for Phantom Menace, because it came out that summer. I remember a dad coming in with his son, and that dad now is probably younger than we were, so he was probably in his mid-30s. He was definitely older than me, and his son must have been 10 or 11, and they were both so excited to buy tickets, to hold in their hands tickets for the new Star Wars. And I remember looking at them both and profoundly, like, it's one of those things that just stuck with me. I remember thinking like, oh God, I really hope it's good. And because we were at the cinema, we saw the. I think you had been politely let go by this point, Russ.
No, I quit, Mark. I quit.
Yeah, whatever.
Ever since the Howardina incident.
Yeah, I know
quit.
you did. Yeah.
Went back to Hever Castle.
Yeah, like some kind of
we
old conquering hero. You went back. Yeah, you were politely let go. So I remember because we saw Phantom Menace the day before it was released because we weren't in the cinema. So we had to go to work at like 11 o'clock that night. But the weird thing is, I wasn't working in the cinema at the time. I was a TV extra. And I remember going in the following day on maybe it was opened on the Thursday or something. So maybe the Wednesday night I saw it. And going into being an extra on this TV program, BBC program called Nature Boy, where basically we were just doing fairground rides for 4 days.
I remember.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I remember
doing it with Jackie.
Yeah, it was with Jackie and Bridget and a few others, and Matt maybe as well. And I was telling him about it. I remember thinking, my review was like, no. I remember thinking like, no, I saw it like 11 o'clock or midnight, so like maybe I was just tired. And then it slowly got out that I'd seen the film already, and so like all the crew and the cast and everyone would come up to me and say, "You seen it? What's it like?" And I was like. And I remember, like, some people were like, "Nah, I bet you it's great." Because I said, "Look, I saw it last night at midnight." It's like, "Nah, we were tired." But but my profound memory is like just being bored shitless by the whole thing, and then like trying to tell people who are incredibly excited that it was no good. Oh. There we go.
See, the first time I saw it was on he's already been mentioned once this episode. Dan Maruzzi of the WAP phone.
Yeah.
Somebody, it wasn't him, but somebody had a pirate copy of it on video, which they got a dodgy copy of it. And me and Gary Bickmore, and I think probably Phil Coombs, went round to Dan Maruzzi's house and watched it on an incredibly poor quality video. And that's the first time I ever watched it. I mean,
you spend too much money.
yeah. Anyway, 14 times. Bit of a racy one this month. It says it's got a picture of a sort of traditional 1950s style alien. He's got an unconscious woman in his arms carrying her, and it says alien sex, probing close encounters of the intimate kind. Private Eye's a good one this month. It's got Bill Clinton, and he's at some sort of conference. And he's got his arm around Robin Cook. Remember him?
Do, yeah. Who got married in Tunbridge Wells?
Talking into his ear, and Clinton ground war latest. Clinton saying, "I'm not going in, it's too risky." And old Robin Cook is replying, "I expect you say that to all the girls."
Here we go. Fabulous.
Classic. Viz as all your favourites, plus Billy the Fish, Clamper Van Beethoven, and Jimmy Nail's scrotum. And the main picture is of Sid the Sexist, and he's in a library. The librarian looks like what basically looks like a traditional Viz lesbian, really. You know? And she's saying, "I must say, it's very refreshing to see a man taking an interest in serious lesbotic issues." And Sid the Sexist is replying, "Actually, pet," because he's a Geordie. I can't do the accent though. "Actually, pet, I'm bringing it back. Have you got out with a bit more clam noshing in it?"
Wonderful. What a delightful turn of phrase.
And then, last but not least, Playboy has a photograph of which I think anybody would bet any money on being Pamela Anderson. It looks exactly like Pamela Anderson from that film Barbed Wire.
Oh yeah.
On the front cover. But apparently it's not. Apparently not. It's WWF sex sensation Sable. Interview with Nick Nolte. 20 questions for David Schwimmer. And Spring Break. The girls, the beaches, the bars, the thongs.
Fabulous. The questions we normally ask, I don't know how appropriate some of them will be because it's a bit of a one-theme episode, but let's go with it. So, most important invention, Russ.
Is it the World Wide Web?
It might be the World Wide Web, Russ. So I suppose we're probably kind of thinking like, what's the most important thing we've seen in any of the segments? Or what's the most, what brings most value to the internet discourse?
I guess, from my perspective, Wikipedia.
Oh, yeah.
Also, online shopping is pretty...
I still can't believe that you could online shop back then. Yeah, I suppose the on-the-hoof invention of Wikipedia was quite profound, it feels like, with hindsight. Yeah. Worst? Something or another?
I want to pin something on these
Norwegian. Yeah, absolutely. I suppose it's like
I've not really done anything wrong.
No, I was gonna say, but how dare you complain about having your name confused when you speak to a travel agent if you're gonna refuse to spell Wellington with an E and instead call yourself Wallington?
Can we say H&P at the BBC dot?
Can we say? That feels just too easy. It's like we can. I suppose we must. Most inaccurate prediction of the future. Because actually, there are a lot of predictions of the future. Unknowingly, there are a lot of predictions of the future in this. In the sense that I think actually this does a pretty good job of projecting forward.
Yeah.
Or knowing that there is a big thing about to come. A high tide that will float all boats. And then actually you need to be... You as the general public need to get on board with this. Because in 5-10 years' time, you'll have been left behind. And I think they do a good job of conveying that. And actually, I think I was surprised at how kind of well-judged and well-rounded the examples of what the internet can be used for and will be used for are. And again, I still can't get over the fact that you could internet grocery shop with a supermarket, not just like with a kind of, as I say, some kind of middle-class hippie selling their duff veg to idiots. But what's the most inaccurate prediction?
I mean, I don't think they even make a prediction, but I mean, the glasses haven't come to fruition yet.
Yeah, no, actually, that's perfect because that is in the segment where Peter's trying to get you online, and then he immediately segues into, and here's the future, and everyone's going to be walking around with these stupid glasses. No, you're absolutely right. That still hasn't happened. In fact, people have tried desperately to bring about wearable tech. Like, the closest we got is something like the Apple Watch, which is like, yeah, people will now tolerate a computer on their wrist.
Yeah.
But I feel like even a few years ago, people were trying to talk about like coats that would be attached to the internet, and you know, and that it just hasn't happened, has it? That people just that is when the buckaroo donkey snaps and kicks out, because people just will not tolerate with that for whatever reason. Yeah, no, that's a really good shout. Worst screw up by a presenter. Now, all the way back a week ago, I wrote it down somewhere. Philippa says, Philippa fluffs the line when meeting Hale and Pace. She's probably just too intimidated by the sheer comedic weight of them both.
I re-watched it, and I realised it's because she's about to say, because she says land of
the internet, but she says land of l'internet library.
Obviously, there's the phrase.
Yeah.
No. There's the phrase land of the living.
Oh, land of the living. You think she's gonna say land of the living?
Which is a common phrase. So she's almost about to say land of the living.
She corrects herself,
and then she realizes, oh no, I meant to say land of the internet.
Yeah. No.
So I think that's what's going on there. It's just like an automatic sort of speech sort of thing going.
So
on.
that's that to my mind is like the clear and obvious Tomorrow's World entry. I think it would be unfair to bring in HP at BBC because we have already audited it. It feels like it is everything. So I'm willing to go with that. And obviously, you know, the only person who dislikes throwing Philippa under the bus more is you. But I don't think even you can disagree with that one. No. Best attempt at making something boring interesting. The whole thing. I mean, the internet is boring visually. Like, it's not something you can enjoy. It's not theatrical. It's not a huge, clockwork machine. It's not steam powered.
No. I mean, I hate to say it, but watching someone look things up on the internet is not televisual. No. So the idea, getting two of the era's finest comedians to do it for you certainly increases some sort of entertainment factor of it, doesn't it?
Yeah. Why not? And actually, I did. Gareth and Norman seem like quite nice people. Best use of music. There were two songs that I shout out. There's Electricity by Sway, but for me, it's End of a Century by Blur.
That's the best piece of music, but it's the best use of music because he just happens to be listening to it.
But I quite like that.
I was wondering whether the use of the Pathé style music over the glasses section
to completely undermine
to make the Spod Squad looking stupid.
Yeah, I agree. I like that, Russ. Yeah, they definitely, because the thing is, I think they think they're cool. It's very important that they were brought down a peg or two. Best or worst use of furniture. There's a lot of furniture in this episode.
So much furniture.
From the beginning, we see Hale and Pace, when they're in the library, sat on a book-style bench, all the way through to...
Because there's a lot of domestic settings, isn't there? That's the thing. There's so much furniture.
Go on.
I was going to say, I quite like Peter Snow's picnic bench. He's got all these sandwiches. He's got all the sandwiches on there.
I personally was a big fan of going back to the Coates family house, not the chintzy upholstery that was being used in the living room, but for some reason this weird long one-take shot that kind of floats throughout the ground floor of the house starts off with the mum in that hideous kitchen sitting in a hanging wicker kind of hammocky chair.
Yeah,
reading
and
a
then
book.
Craig's sitting in it later.
Yes,
when he's interviewing them later, he's sitting in it. I mean, it's their whole kitchen, isn't it?
It is their whole kitchen.
It's the Coates' kitchen. That's got it, including the swingy thing and all of that.
Most notable clothing.
Do Jerry's glasses and colostomy bag count as Coates' clothing?
They do now, Russ. Pretty sure we're in charge of this operation. Yeah, definitely. Happy with that. Did we see anything in the episode that made it through to the future?
Yeah.
Everything except Douglas Adams.
When I last checked, when I last checked, the internet was still running. Yeah. So I guess so, pretty much.
And what does this episode tell us about the 29th of April, 1999?
It's sort of
it's time to get on board. The
internet is is still very much in its launch phase. It's still much Web 1.0, isn't it?
Yeah. This is not the Internet of Things. There's no crypto bros running around telling you how they've how it's got to all about it's got to all be about the blockchain. But
it's very much the unstoppable juggernaut.
Absolutely, and it's there's no more lollygagging. You got to get on board. This is it now.
Yeah.
Because if you're not logged in, you're nobody. All right, let's look at the tropes then, Russ. Presenter having to speak over louder sounds. I can't remember anything.
How loud was Steve Redgrave's rowing machine? Was that all right?
It was quite loud, but I don't think it was loud enough.
No.
Okay. It was no NES peripheral. There was absolutely oodles.
I can't believe how many brand names. I mean, it shows how lax the BBC gets over the years when just brand names just are everywhere, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean,
on people's clothes and just.
This entire episode is brought to you by Waitrose, Tesco, MP3.com, BMW, and probably more that I've forgotten. Though not Nokia.
No, poor old Nokia.
Yeah,
I mean, like Steve Redgrave's rowing machine's got Concept 2 written across it in massive letters. Fine, but you can't have a Nokia phone. Can't have a. I wonder what their guidelines were back then. That meant that some things. What things they did and didn't have to hide. It makes no sense, does it?
Slapdash, that's what it is.
Like the computer they use has still got Apple Macintosh written on it.
Yeah. And God knows
So
all computers looked the same back then, so you could have easily pretend it was something else. Clear and blatant lying?
Well, I think it's got to be Snow telling us about Beowulf.
Oh, yeah, great shout.
800 years old.
Oh, so bollocks.
1,000 years old.
And that is the only copy that exists, not the oldest copy that exists. Now, to be fair, I'm sure there are translations that I can buy in a shop now, but not in the context that he was talking about. There were no evil farmers. There was a slight casual sexism from, I think, Mr. Coates when he talks about internet shopping, and he talks about it like he just likes the technology and his wife just likes things to be easier and quicker. I'm in two minds because if that house has a balanced division of labor, then I suppose he's being accurate. However, I do have an issue with the casual way. No, I just didn't like it. It just didn't sit right with me. And I don't. Is that debatable? But then also equally, there is Philippa when she first introduces Hale and Pace. She's having a real mare of it. She says, but first let's meet our celebrity web service. It's definitely a job for the boys. And I couldn't work out, is it casually sexist because it's implying that, computers are a man's thing? Or is it casually sexist because they're not men, they're boys?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to reverse the bus over Philippa. So,
no, I'm going to take it anyway.
Although happily, Coates, I don't mind Coatesy getting coated down.
Well, that's an equal opportunities box ticks there. So it's got one or both of them. A lab or space filled with darkness and coloured lights. We didn't have a lab.
Well, I think the Hal server room was very much.
I feel comfortable with that
in
one.
that ilk.
Any Dutch angles?
Not that I noticed, although I'd have to say I wasn't really keeping an eye out for him this time.
There might have been, but there was nothing that jumped out. There were no items presented from a gantry.
No.
There were no dad jokes.
Well, no. I mean, yeah.
Well,
Hale and Pace didn't even try. Hale and Pace didn't even try and tell any jokes, did they?
What about the?
Thankfully,
one giant leap thing. Is that? Am I?
Nah.
I'm more than meeting him halfway there. Okay, fine. Episode ends in a damp squib. You better believe it. And that's it. That is our 30th episode audited, which means that we've actually only got 1,379 episodes left, which is a really difficult thing to countenance. It makes me very sad. The flip side of that, Russell, is that we still have 5 episodes of H&P at bbc.twaudittime, which is a horrific number for a very different reason. It absolutely frightens me that there are that many of episodes out there that maybe one day we'll be forced to contemplate.
Well, once we run out of Tomorrow's World episodes, anything.
So it's months away. We got maybe 4 or 5 months before we have to think about the last 5 episodes of H&P at BBC.
I do like to think that, like those famous snowflakes I was talking about earlier, no 2 episodes of Tomorrow's World all the time are the same.
That's very true. That's very true.
They're
Hey, by the way,
uniquely different.
If anyone wants us to order something to take the horrific taste of H&P at BBC, what a great title of a program it is to say over and over again, Russ. It feels so natural in my mouth now. Hey, contact us on Twitter or Instagram at twaudittime, and we do have an email address. And I was thinking earlier when I took a break to grab a drink, we actually really enjoy getting emails. Tomorrow's World Order Time, all one word, at gmail.com. And maybe we'll audit one of your favourites, just like we audited one of our favourites.
Just in time for the 60th episode?
Yeah, we might save that one.
Well, absolutely. And, you know, if God knows how long this episode is going to be and how it's going to look on when you look at your phone and you see it's like 8 hours long or whatever. But hopefully you don't mind indulging us just for this special episode.
Special episode, very special.
Normal service will resume next time.
You get one of the classic Russ and Mark bite-sized episodes next time.
Just the 2 to 3 hours of the normal one. But right. Well, Mark, I'm afraid that I'm going to have to leave you now. I've just looked at the TV listings, and I noticed the BBC have got a new informative documentary.
Oh gosh,
they're showing.
Oh,
yeah, it's like a beginner's introduction to AI, and they've employed Trevor and Simon to introduce it to us.
Wow.
So I'm really looking forward to watching that. So I have to leave you now and say goodbye. And until next time, if you are on the World Wide Web, we will see you tomorrow.
Bye.